What if it was a trans man without bottom surgery and huge bazongas?
Wait, say that again?
What if it was a trans man
Mm-hmm.
without bottom surgery and huge bazongas?
Wait, this is what you're saying doesn't make any sense. It's a trans man. You're just describing a woman who wants to transition to a man but hasn't actually transitioned to a man. Is that what you're describing?
Basically.
I guess I'm okay. I guess I'd have to see them. I don't know. But what I do know is
with a great personality.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here, Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite mama's boy, Adam Friended. That's right. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
To all the mothers everywhere, watch out. Sitch is a MILF hunter.
All mothers everywhere, beware.
Watch out. We got a MILF hunter in our midst. Guys, hide your moms. Hide your moms.
Anyway, on that wonderful note, how are you doing today, Adam?
How much of that?
Good spirits.
You always catch me at the beginning talking mad smack. How much of that did you get in there?
I caught everything. The entire thing. I got it all.
You guys might want to save a link. We're probably gonna have to private this stream. Let's get into this video. Come on.
Let's get into video. So today we'll be watching Thought Slime. I know you guys love Thought Slime so much.
Yeah, we love Thought Slime. I've had one interaction with Thought Slime on Twitter, and he didn't block me, so I call it a win.
Oh, there you go. Wonderful.
So he might he might be cool. Maybe Thought Slime will come on one day. What do you think?
That's right. I would be interested. I'd be interested. I don't know if has he ever debated anyone publicly?
We're collecting a list of the people who've been brave enough to come on. Sitch and Adam, right?
So
Lance came on. He was brave enough. Ben Burgess was. Vosh has been on.
That's true.
Why wouldn't Thought Slime come on?
I don't know, but I'm saying I don't know if he's come on with anybody.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm asking. Is anyone in the chat? Has he ever talked to anyone like in a debate-ish setting? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But so we'll probably do the Vosh, the critical race stampede video next week. So
yeah.
So definitely looking forward to doing that one.
Sitch wants to read the entire enumerated volumes of CRT.
That's right. I want to brush up on my CRT textbook work.
He's got like 30 books to read.
That's right.
I'm going to read Warhammer 40K books this week while I'm
why am I the one? How come you're not reading any of this stuff, Adam?
Because it's bullshit.
What do you mean? You read MMT? Oh,
yeah. I don't read bullshit. Let's get into this video. There are new people.
Wait.
Welcome.
Welcome,
new people. We love you. We're going to get into this video right now. We love you.
But before we do, Mr. Tickle Trunk for $100.
Oh my God.
Mr. Tickle Trunk, very generous. Very, very, very generous on this Mother's Day. We found out on Twitter that Adam is a mother. So there you go. So everyone say Happy Mother's Day to Adam.
What do you mean?
You're CT's mother. What do you mean?
I'm transitioning to a mother.
You're CT's mother. Okay, it's been decided.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Tickle Truck for $100 says, I never get to watch you guys live. Sadly, today will be no exception. I want to thank you all for all you do. I listen to you while working, and I think I've heard every video 3 times now. Wow, that's incredible. If you ain't on the A team, I pity the fool. That's fine. For $100.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
And shout out to CT. That's right.
If you ain't on A team, I pity the fool. I love it.
There you go.
That's great. Why do we have to rhyme? Only S-class rhymes. Rhyming is lame. Lame.
Okay, let's get into the video.
Hey, we do have a clips channel too, by the way. A lot of people don't realize this in the comments still. So even though we uploaded a video just for the clips channel, look it up, Sitch and Adam clips. Let's get into the video.
Description, link to Nathan Margos's amazing clip channel.
Yes.
Check it out.
This video is all about transphobic rhetoric, and a couple of guys make some really trans misogynist remarks in the middle. Viewer discretion is advised.
That's not going to be us.
Planets.
That's not going to be us.
That should have been.
We're not going to make any remarks that are transphobic. Okay.
Well,
Nothing but
technically,
love here.
I don't.
Nothing but
know.
love here. Okay.
If you're super straight, are you technically transphobic?
Well, that would be Thought Slime's argument.
That would be Thought Slime's argument.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. That's a bullshit argument.
I have lots to say about this.
Mm.
I could talk for an hour straight on this topic.
You know, it's interesting. I gave Adam 3 video choices, and I really thought this was going to be the one he wasn't going to choose. So I'm
really
shocked. Yeah.
I thought you were dying to do this video. You seem to be dying to do it for weeks now.
Oh no, I have a back catalog of potential videos, and as soon as this came up, I was like, oh,
I saw them all. I just wanted to make that cool thumbnail. I was like,
you like the rainbows?
I'm like thumbnail or die.
Adam's very big on rainbows, as I found out prior to the stream starting.
I do. I love rainbows.
Straight Krypton was dying. The only survivors sent as infants in spaceships to Earth and adopted by kindly, albeit transphobic farmers in the American Midwest. The heterosexual
aren't all Midwestern farmers transphobic? Can't we just say that like categorically?
You bigot! You're such a bigot against Midwestern farmers.
What?
Adam.
They're proud.
Midwestern farmers are a diverse group of people with diverse thoughts and feelings. You horrible pharmaphobe.
Yeah, okay.
The heterosexual son of Earth gave them extraordinary powers. The ability to affirm a binary understanding of sex and gender with the strength of a locomotive, faster than a speeding bigot, able to leap to conclusions in a single bound. Look!
Did you see that? Wait, was that a editing error?
Ability to affirm a binary understanding of sex and gender with the strength of a locomotive, faster than a speeding bigot, able to leap to conclusion.
Yeah, there's a little of him in there.
He's a lost frame. You know what that means? That means we can automatically disregard Thought Slime's all his arguments.
Everything.
Yeah, it's all dismissed. He had a lost.
I thought
frame
it was a subliminal frame where he had. Notice how he was right next to Superman. He's thinking, "Look at this.
Oh, you think
check it out. I'm Superman."
I don't think you could put a subliminal message if it's like literal one frame, because no one can perceive what, what
you
it
picked it up.
is. No, but you can see like the flash, but you don't know what it is. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't pause it. You can't see what it is.
In a single bound. Look down in the comments section. It's a troll. It's a chud. No, it's the.
This is funny. I don't care. This is funny.
Thought Slime's won you over. You're a Thought Slime fan now.
This is funny. At least it's funny. Some of these videos, some of the attempts to be funny are pretty bad. This is at least funny.
That's true.
What did he say? It's a troll. It's a chud. It's a troll. It's a chud.
Mr. Tickle Trunk for $5 says S-Class's adherence to rhyming sayings hinders free will.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's a little true.
They're anti-free will.
Yep. All this talk about free will points while regulating the market. Hence, A team is superior. There you go.
Mr. Tickle Trunk is in the book too. He's in the drawing tier. So
yes.
Thanks, Mr. Awesome. Tickle Trunk.
Super straights. Oh wait, no, it's just a bunch of assholes pretending like not wanting to date trans people as a sexuality.
Oh.
That's disappointing. I thought it was a superhero. Release the Snyder cut of super straights. It isn't, by the way. It isn't a sexuality. That's nonsense. Kind of a key point of sexual attraction is that it's involuntary, not necessarily something we resist, but something we're most definitely not in control of.
So how does that...
Not necessarily something...
I just wanted to pause it on mild-mannered cuck, so there you go.
Mild-mannered cuck. Him.
Aren't all cucks mild-mannered by definition?
They kind of have to be. I mean, otherwise you'd get up and like kick that guy's ass, right?
Maybe not mannered, maybe just mild. But yeah, how is not wanting to be in a sexual relationship? Because we're not necessarily talking about dating. I guess you are, but how is not wanting to be in a sexual relationship with someone who has sexual body parts you're not attracted to? How is that not something that you are just born with, that you don't have control over?
Aren't lesbians by definition not attracted to men?
Yeah, aren't they not attracted? Yeah, but this is so weird, because they try to make this distinction to like, well, there's a difference between this ephemeral idea of gender that people are attracted to, but not the body parts associated with it, which is insane. That doesn't make any sense. Like a gay guy's like, oh, like maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's a bunch of gay guys running around thinking, oh, I'm attracted to this ephemeral idea of men, but not necessarily penises. Like I don't know like what's happening here. This is like, and from my own experience, I'm attracted to women, and I'm not like, oh yeah, like I'm attracted to the idea of a woman, but not the body of a woman. Like I don't understand this entire concept that he's putting forward.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why it's such a bizarre thing. I mean, this completely offends my sensibilities just at a practical level. Because wouldn't it be better for trans people to just know? Like if this is something you could put in a dating profile, it would be super easy, much more easier for them to know. I mean, do people typically put in their dating profile, I will date trans people, or
cis
like,
only,
how do you
or
know?
whatever.
How do you
Sissies
know?
only.
Yeah. How do you know? As a trans person, I'm just, practically speaking, I would want to date people that were into trans people.
Right.
So
right.
I would
or
want
open,
to filter.
or open to it, sure.
Open to that. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It would have like a million awkward conversations could be avoided in my dating life if I could just select the filter, no super straights, please. Like
right. Or even if you put trans in if you don't want to have the conversation, which I understand it's an awkward thing to have a conversation like that, or can be awkward. But yeah, if you just put trans in your dating profile, but I mean, I guess also
you wouldn't have to put, that's the beautiful thing. You wouldn't have to put trans in your dating profile if you could just select by people who are not offended by that. You could be even more discreet about it. Like the practicality never ends.
I guess that's true. I mean, there is more dating situations than just online profiles. I know we're in the fanciful year of 2021, but sometimes people do interact and meet each other in person first.
Liar. Who? Where? What? What are you talking about?
There's going to be an app.
Who meets in the real world anymore?
I mean, yeah, with COVID, I was about to say, but there's going to be an app in the future where it's called like the pronouns app. And basically, if you have it, if two people have it and they're just near each other, it'll just pop up with their identifiers. So you don't even.
Oh, yeah. Screwable mate over this way.
Oh my God.
Make a left at the water fountain.
Something we resist, but something we're most definitely not in control of. That's why conversion therapy doesn't work, or why it's offensive to imply that homosexuality is a choice, for example. Because
okay, so at least we're on seemingly the right track, right?
I do not believe homosexuality is a choice. At the same, I don't believe heterosexuality is a choice either. You can't have one or the other.
Right. No, but that's why I'm so confused by this, because how can you, I mean, I guess he'll make his argument, we'll see, but how can you agree that sexual orientation is not a choice and then turn around and say, oh, well, if you don't want to date someone who may not have the body parts you're attracted to, that's your choice. Like, I don't, how do you square that circle?
You don't care. First of all, you don't care about contradicting yourself in the first place. That's the
right.
That's the crux to this.
Though I'm trying to remember, I don't know if he makes because I would assume also there'd be a categorical difference here between people that have had various surgeries and people that haven't too.
Right. Yes.
For some people. So
I would consult some trans people just before I made this video.
Well, I'm assuming he has.
I would be curious.
I'm assuming he has. Come on.
Oh, really?
He's like woke bread tuber. I'm sure he has a whole community of woke trans activists that he's.
Well, maybe I'm wrong on the practicality point of it. Maybe it's like.
Well, but there is a problem too. Is that
impractical?
And it's funny because even a lot of bread tubers will admit that most of the woke trans activists are awful and not indicative of most trans people's perceptions and opinions in real life. So.
I've experienced that as well.
Yes.
Like, there are many trans people I interact with that are like, these people giving us a bad name.
Right. And there's many trans people that watch our content that feel the same way.
But
I remember when I was making my YouTube videos on transgender topics, there's a whole bunch of trans people that would email me and be like, oh, I'm glad you made this video. This is how I feel. And I just feel like I'm alone in a lot of internet communities. So
yeah, because there's the activists are activists first and trans people second, or even if they are trans, which is weird.
right,
I mean,
right.
it's like, come on.
You are and are not to is not a choice you make. It's just something that happens to you, whether you like it or not. So can someone be involuntarily?
So wait, he just said who you're attracted to is not a choice you make, just something that happens to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's
Just
making the
happened
argument.
to me.
Right, so he's making the argument in favor of super straights. I'm confused.
Something that happens to you, whether you like it or not. So can someone be involuntarily unattracted to all trans people as a general rule? Well,
See, that's the little twist there.
Right.
I don't define lesbians as unattracted to men. Like, I don't think categorically.
Right. They're attracted to women. They're not unattracted to men. Though, I mean, I guess that's a semantic distinction because they're both true. But I agree that where you emphasize it kind of changes things.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it definitely does. So, I mean, you're categorizing one group as man haters, basically, which is the reason why this whole video exists, because he wants to categorize super straights as trans haters, transphobic bigots.
That's a good catch. I didn't even think about that, because that used to be in our more homophobic times how these things were categorized. Like, oh, those lesbians are man haters. Like, it was always categorized and focused in that perspective.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that he then focuses this question in that same way. Very interesting.
Same way as those conservative bigots from the fucking 1950s.
Well, we've learned from Richard Wolff that in order to define something, we have to define all the things it's not. So maybe he's right here.
Yeah. Oh, I thought we had to talk about feudalism for 40 minutes.
Sorry.
Thank God Thank God we're not doing that.
I'll spare you on Mother's Day.
Still being nominally attracted to cis people of their preferred gender or genders? Well, in order for that to be the case, logically, you'd have to be able to clock instantly whether someone is trans before your body and hormones have time to register sexual attraction, and allow me to demonstrate that—
Is that even true?
What was the claim?
He said in order... Okay, let me just rewind it.
Well, in order for that to be the case, voluntarily unattracted to all trans people as a general rule, while still being nominally attracted to cis people of their preferred—
Yeah, he's making the argument that if you're attracted to trans people because you think that they're cis people, then you're still attracted to them. That's the argument that he's making.
Well, no, but listen.
Gender or genders. Well, in order for that to be the case, logically, you'd have to be able to clock instantly whether someone is trans before your body and hormones have time to register sexual attraction.
So he's saying unless you can make the instantaneous, like, pre-thought, unless your lizard brain, can instantly determine whether someone is cis or trans, then you can't say it's a sexual preference beyond your control, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Because you could see like a cutoff picture of someone, and you're like, oh, it's a female butt or female boobs, and then we've all seen those pictures, and then it zooms out, and it's like a guy, and you're like, so
oh my
God,
so
it's like right. So
Sitch,
but it's like,
know you're gay and you don't know it. That's the thing.
No, but that's what he's arguing.
You got turned
he's like,
on by a guy's butt.
That's what he's arguing, though. He's saying like, oh, if your brain. This is why this argument makes no sense. He's saying if your brain thinks something incorrect, then it proves that you have
gay.
That proves that you're gay or that you have choice in the matter. It's like, that's not true. That's like saying, well, you look at an optical illusion, right? And something about like the picture looks like it's moving and it's not moving. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't mean I'm making the choice to see the information incorrectly. And then the fact that for example, if you see
with the first instinct, man. You got to knuckle under and do it.
Or like if you
were attracted, you can't turn back now.
If a lesbian sees, just say like a woman sees like what she thinks is like a hot, looking guy, and then as she approaches him, finds out it's actually a girl who's just dressed sort of in a more masculine way. That doesn't mean that she's like, that she's suddenly straight. right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just means that your brain saw what it considers visual cues that it's looking for and then mischaracterized them. Like, it doesn't
cues
mean
that it's looking for.
Right, but you
I
like
know that's perfect. Yeah,
like
no.
if you're like, everyone's brain is sort of looking for, like, if you're straight, you're looking for the opposite sex. If you're gay, you're looking for the same sex. And you kind of, your brain, one of the first things it categorizes is sex. like when they do those studies,
one of the first things.
Yes.
The first thing.
No, I'm trying to remember. They did this study. There's like 3 things that your brain first notices when you see someone. It's
boobs.
It's like, no.
Boobs. What else?
It's like sex, age, and I think race too. I think of sex, age, race. There's like the first 3 things your brain will instantly recognize.
It's sex, age, and race. It is.
Yeah, when you look at someone. And it's like, okay, there's obviously for sex, at least, obviously, there's a very evolutionary reason for this. It's like, oh, is this person a potential mate or a potential threat, especially if they're like an outsider? Yeah. And so just saying, so his argument is like, well, if your brain makes an incorrect initial assessment, then you have a choice. That is completely unfounded. That makes no sense whatsoever.
You got to lay into the optical illusion, Sitch. You got to go with it.
I mean, that's the whole point for a lot of, and I don't want to categorize it as like faking it or something, but the whole point for a lot of people that are transitioning is they're doing all this stuff visually to appear as the opposite sex, right? Mm-hmm. That's what they're going for. They're going for that appearance, right?
Most of the time, it's for themselves, though.
It's for both.
Street,
it's for
right?
both. It's for both usually, because there is a reaffirmation you get from society. If society affirms you as the gender you want to be affirmed at, that's going to make you feel better. Mm-hmm. So it's a continue. It's a back and forth. One-armed biker for $20. Thank you, one-armed biker. Says, Sitch, you FR, make the housing crash video. You've been talking about it for years, and now I'm starting the HC fund, where I guilt you into making what I want by ending every future donation with the housing crash fund.
Oh,
Do
like
it, you bad word.
I like that.
I like
HCF,
that, though. It is sort of a reverse. It is sort of a reverse incentive, though.
I thought that Mark Blythe book was actually pretty good. I'm into it.
Oh, so now you like it.
I thought it got better. Yeah, exactly. The whole austerity mistake, and he goes into like World War II and all the fucking fuck ups there. It's right. It's good shit, man.
So I'm glad that I finally convinced you on the housing crash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're leaving some stuff out. Thomas Sowell will fill you in on the few things that you're leaving out about.
No, last week you seemed to concede. You seemed to concede.
I concede nothing.
you conceded that it would make no sense for the banks to use mortgage-backed securities as repo collateral if they were forced to give out bad loans to poor people, because they were obviously, the banks thought these were good collateral. This was stable.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. So the whole idea now, I don't remember.
Oh, that's a great point. Actually, that is a great point. Like, if the government is coming in and putting a gun to your head and saying, "Do these terrible loans," and you're stacking up these terrible loans in your vault, you'd think, "Oh my God, these things are going to blow up any time." But no, they're just wheeling and dealing with them.
Right.
Getting them rated
they saw
AAA
them as
and all.
very stable investments. Yes. Yeah. They were using them in place of treasury bonds. That's how stable they thought they were.
Very true. Yeah. So that is an excellent point. That obviously the psychology of the institution was, these are good assets. We're not being forced to deliver these to people.
So
but my question to you, though, that you definitely conceded on, was about whether or not the regulation of the housing market, keeping supply low and driving prices up, if that would have been taken out of the equation, the government constriction of the housing supply,
the local government, yes,
if the mortgage bonds would have blew up, if they would have been more stable. I feel like they would have been.
They might have blown up later, but they still would have blown up because you still have all this artificial demand being created by the banks.
Well, it's not artificial demand. There was real demand for houses. The pricing was the problem.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say artificial demand.
Yeah, there's no artificial demand for water.
Okay, so there was a artificial, I guess all price inflation is artificial. There was a price inflation of the housing market. Part of it was caused by zoning, but that had been going on for generations, hadn't it?
But that's the biggest part of the government fuck up argument that Thomas Sowell has.
I understand that, but to me, that like here's the way I look at it. You can have a bunch of local governments or state governments, because this is all state. It wasn't, the federal government's not dictating housing prices. So you can have a bunch of various state governments that are enacting the will of the boomers, which is what they were doing, to keep housing prices higher, because boomers want to keep the asset that they have at more money. That can happen indefinitely and independently, and it's not going to crash the economy, right? That's just a factor.
Right.
But then when you have that the banks decide, oh, well, we can start to bundle these mortgages together and then start trading and selling them off to each other. And then we're going to put ourselves like 30 to 1 in debt, 40 to 1 in debt, 100 to 1 in debt, because we think these assets are so incredibly stable that we can just way over leverage all of our money into this nonsense. Mm-hmm. That's what crashes the economy. So it's like,
well, they would have been stable. They would have remained stable if the housing prices didn't fall. As soon as the housing prices fell, then people walked away.
Right, but the housing, but here's the thing. Why does a price fall? Is it because it's always because people realize that the asset is being overvalued, right?
Well, perhaps. I mean, not necessarily. Because
in these kind of speculative markets, okay. Not always. I shouldn't say the term always, but often when you have these sort of when you have the bubbles, okay, like the tech bubble, the reason the bubble pops is because people realize the asset is being way overvalued, right?
Right, but people couldn't pay their mortgages, though.
Right. Well, there's that too. But what I'm saying is, the realization that everything was being overvalued, that wasn't because of the zoning laws, because that creates. This is where I think the difference.
It wasn't the realization, though. It was people literally not paying their mortgages.
Yeah, but that's okay. But the people couldn't pay their mortgages because so many people were trying to flip houses.
Well, also they had set up a bunch of balloon payments, so their mortgages went up.
And who set up those balloon payments?
Yeah, the banks.
Was it the government or was it the banks?
The banks.
So you had the banks setting up bad balloon payments. You had the banks giving people loans that they couldn't afford, the ninja loans, right? Okay.
Right.
And then you had a bunch of people flipping houses. And were people trying to buy 4, 5, 6 houses and flip them because of zoning laws, or were they doing it because the banks were giving them easy access to loans to flip the houses in the first place?
They could easily be the constricted market, because the reason why the houses were worth so much and why they wanted to flip them was because there wasn't enough supply. Like, as soon as you increase supply, everything is different. Everything changes.
You can make the argument possibly, and I don't know how, because this would be very not feasible. Maybe you can make the argument that if in response to what the banks were doing, every local government in the country completely reshaped its zoning laws to lower the prices of houses, maybe, so that would have caused the same problem.
Sowell talks about this, because the housing crash was worse in the areas with the constricted markets. In places like Texas, where they didn't have those zoning laws, the housing markets didn't get out of control.
Okay, but he's talking about on a local level. So, okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about these banks in New York and in Wall Street, whether they collapse or not.
Right, but they collapsed based on the weakest link in the chain, and the weakest link in the chain were these markets in like California and Florida, where they had constricted housing.
I understand that, but this is what I'm trying to establish, okay? Mm-hmm. You can make the argument that the state government created an environment for what happened to happen, and I would agree with that, okay? Often the government creates the environment which bad actors exist and create the bad actions that they do. Mm-hmm. But it's still the bad actor's responsibility at the end of the day, is it not?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously the bad actor is to blame, but there are other factors that aren't. I mean, if you're going to call homeowners who are doing the, NIMBY, not in my backyard thing, and they don't want the housing market to expand, those people aren't necessarily bad actors, but they are
but they're not
responsible.
Yeah, but okay, they are exactly. I agree with you. There's lots of people that could be responsible for it, but aren't necessarily bad actors. I agree completely. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
And
good.
so I don't, even if I disagree with the government zoning law stuff, I'm not saying that they're necessarily bad actors. Where the banks are being bad actors and being incredibly irresponsible intentionally.
Let's get back into the video and to be continued
well, you
until
brought this up.
No, we're going to bring this back up in the super chat section because I'm here, one hand tied behind my back because I know people want to get back into the video.
I know.
I'm just going to destroy you as soon as we get
Yeah, I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
No, I am. I am.
You're not, because you're not even addressing my argument. But this is like the inverse of your voting argument.
I am addressing your argument.
You're not. But
I'm saying there's two factors here, and you're going, listen, the most important factor is the banks, Adam. Do not consider the factor.
That's not what I'm saying. That's a total straw man.
Like all of the banks' models were built on the fact that housing prices would always go up. All the banks' models were built on that. Everything that they did, they were on the treasury model. We're gaining interest here. Imagine if the treasury came in and said,
I thought you said you wanted to continue the video. I thought you wanted to continue.
Get back? Now there's another $20 super chat.
There's a $50. Art Stoken General. Art Stoken. Oh, I love the country of Art Stoken. Art Zvartkian, as I would always call it, for $50. Thank you. I heard that there was some humble merchants in these lands. I have come to hear tales of serfs and wolves, and God willing, Antian thy free will.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Art Stoken. I don't know if I can just give you a wrench right off the bat, but you're a strong contender. You're a strong contender.
Oh, Sitch is reeling it in. Holy
He's a strong contender. Well, I do like the country of Art Starkerts. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
Is Thought Slime 16?
What?
Joel Smith in the chat says Adam wants Thought Slime to vote. Is he 16?
Isn't Thought Slime Canadian?
Yeah, he can't vote in America. What are we gonna let Canadians vote in America? Yeah. Get lost.
Ivan Patstrusku for $50 says, been listening to your shows on the slaughter floor to get through work for a while. Oh, do you work at a slaughterhouse, or is this like a metaphor? So I'm paying for my backlog. Thank you, Ivan. Question for Adam: if you can't change people's minds, were the leftists right that debate is just a way to enforce power on others?
If you can't change people's minds, were the leftists right that
debate is just a way to enforce power on others?
I'm not sure. The debate is definitely like a rhetoric game, but there's a distinction here that needs to be made, because I do believe people change their minds. I just don't believe that you do it. I believe people change their minds on their own through like private reflection or their own search for truth. So where most people come, and the reason why I'm just so matter of fact about it is because most people come into these discussions and arguments online with the idea that they want to change people's minds. I used to do it a lot, and I think I wasted a lot of time doing it. So you're better off taking the stance that that's just not going to happen. Like, you're not going to have a one-on-one exchange with people and change their minds. So, but other people often point out that people do change their minds, and they always come to us and say, I listen to you and Sitch, I changed my mind. But I always think of that as more, you're on your own personal mission of discovery, and that's the best way to change your mind. So
Ivan says he does work on the actual slaughter line. Nice.
Cool.
But to going back to that super chat, I agree. I think people change their minds slowly over time for the most part. But I also think that there is a we kind of get a false sense of this to some extent, because I think a lot of people that change their mind may not be the people that would be willing to engage and argue with you on YouTube or Twitter or in the comment section or something. Because obviously, if someone's taking the energy and action to argue with you publicly,
that's a good point.
then they have a more of a stronger sense of their beliefs and more of a sense of self in terms of equating their self to their ideas, et cetera, et cetera. There could be a whole host of people that just kind of listen silently, and they have their own thoughts, and those people can change their mind. So it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell. But anyways.
And allow me to state that you cannot do that. One of these men is a trans. Can you tell which one? Pause the video if you need to and look over their photos, then pick.
Pause it? Are you going to pause the video or what?
Yes. Okay, so I've already seen this video.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, I assume you've already seen this video.
I fast forwarded through this part.
Okay. So
I'm just kidding.
So I've already seen this video, but the first time I ever watched this video, I was able to get both of his questions completely correct. Were you?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you able to get them correct?
Are these these two of these men are trans men?
He said no. Let's go back.
Sexual attraction, and allow me to demonstrate that you cannot do that. One of these men is a trans.
Okay. He says one of these men is trans. Can you guess which one? Okay, without spoiling it, because I assume you already know the answer.
Oh, I don't know the answer.
Oh, you didn't? So wait, you didn't watch this?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm not sure I believe that, but
this was weeks ago. Well, the one that you're supposed to pick, and I will pick, is bottom right.
Okay. I was able to get the correct answer because I'm such a big brain.
That's not the correct answer?
You'll see. You'll find out. We'll let the chat. Come on, let's see what the chat are. See what the chat says.
What the chat says?
Yeah, let's see what the chat says. So we have a lot of bottom rights.
Bottom left and top left are kind of a tie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Sophane? Is that top left Sophane? Is Sophane in the Sophane? What are you doing?
That does look a little like Sophane. I mean, like a really buff Sophane, but
is Sophane buff? I don't even know.
I don't know.
So bottom.
People are saying it's all about the shoulders. I don't know what that means.
I don't know really?
What that means. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, so bottom right is definitely more feminine shoulders there.
So it seems like there's four main answers: bottom right, bottom left, and then some people are saying they're all trans.
Oh yeah, I think that's the trick he does. They're all trans.
That is the correct answer. Yes,
they
are all trans. Yes.
Which means we got it. We won. What do you want? What do you want from us?
Well, I won. I don't know if you won, but I won.
Oh, you said they're all trans.
I said they're all trans. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell which one?
Just
pause the video if you need to.
Just for 1 second. Where do I get some fucking steroids? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I want to come out of the shower looking like that. Jeez.
That's right. That's right.
What the fuck? I'm on it.
Guys,
I'm getting roid rage. Get ready. This show's going to be off the hook.
I would be curious if this would be an interesting study, actually. If you did this study where you had, who would be better at picking out trans men and trans women? And I would assume my hypothesis would be that if you're whoever you're attracted to, you'd have a better eye for it. Like I think straight men would be worse at picking out trans men than straight women.
No, exactly. I'm not checking out dudes. I'm looking away.
And vice versa. So I'd be interested if there's been a study about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably wouldn't be a study about that because it would somehow be translated to transphobia. But,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got my PhD and they fired me immediately.
Over their photos, then pick which one you think is trans. Ready? They all are. They're all trans. Okay, test number 2. One of these women is trans, and this time, it's not a trick question. Not all of these.
All right, guys. One of these women is trans.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? Which one, Adam?
He's already an unreliable protagonist here. Thought Slime he's messing with us. They're all trans.
So you're gonna say they're all trans? Okay.
No, I'm not saying they're all trans.
No. Okay. So what does the chat think? We'll let the chat catch up.
Do you have a pick?
I did. I got this one correct too.
Did you? I'm gonna go top middle.
Top middle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, that's an interesting choice. Actually, I can understand why you'd say that.
What's the matter with top middle?
Nothing, but I can sort of see. A lot of people top center, bottom right, bottom middle. See, we got top middle, top right, bottom. Some people are saying none. That's interesting. None of them.
None. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's messing with us. None of these are. Ha!
I need to see the body. This is cheating.
The body would be helpful, but we've got to work with what we have here.
Right. Though I do think when they do these studies that people are generally able to instantly recognize someone's sex from their face.
This is our group.
Generally.
According to your hypothesis, we should be killing it here. We should be like,
I'm not
bang.
thinking.
Which one?
That's right. That's right. That's a
one.
good point. That's a good point.
I went top middle. What are you doing?
Sitch confirmed bisexual.
Who said that?
So when I saw this video, I paused it and I said, none of these women are trans. It's another trick question.
Did. Another trick question.
Another trick question. And guess what? I
feel sorry for the top middle. We've all just her whole dating life is ruined.
All of these women are trans, only one is. Go ahead, pause the video again if you need to. Do you have your pick? Okay, because none of them are trans. I lied to you. It was a trick question again.
Oh my God.
See, there you go.
Why is he messing
That's weird
with
because it says none of these women are even real. That they're all just, it's like an AI generation or something.
That's
kind of weird.
So cheating.
But, well, no, it's not. I mean, he's trying to assert his point that you can't actually figure it out.
You know my takeaway here?
Mm-hmm. What?
AI generates some pretty nice looking ladies. I mean, AI's doing a good job. Keep them coming. These girls look wholesome. These all look like wife material here, man.
There you go. There you go. Adam's a big fan of the AI takeover.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can
we get these pressed out? Can we get these pressed out with double Ds?
With your assessment. I'd say there's like 4 out of 6. I think are good.
How much is the robot brain for these? How much is the brain add-on? No, we don't need the vocal box. What are you doing?
Question. Not all of the.
I'm joking, guys. That's a joke.
Adam, today is Mother's Day. How dare you?
These don't look like moms to me. These look like future mothers.
Are they technically women if they don't exist? I am curious. How does the AI generate these faces?
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of curious about.
These women are trans. One is, go pause the video again if you need to. Do you have your pick? Okay, because none of them are trans. I lied.
This person does not exist.com.
All right. We're going in.
Check it out.
How many can we come up with?
What? It doesn't tell you how it does it. It just like you refresh it and it just creates an image every time.
Of course. No,
people
don't know how it does it.
No, image by generative adversarial network style.
Yeah, it's a robot. They don't do it.
Oh, okay. Now it says learn how it works. That's interesting. Oh, there's a whole video. Okay. I think it looks like it combines like a bunch of different faces together.
I'm sure it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Interesting.
How do you? It was a trick question again. Test number 3, and this is the big one, so really think through your answer.
Well, you've lied to us twice here. You think we're going to pause the video a third time? Wrong. Dear sir, you are wrong.
Actually, I don't remember there was a third question. So.
Answer. Imagine the celebrity you want to fuck the most. Imagine they approach you with an offer.
Dom DeLuise.
Yeah, oh, gotta get that Dom DeLuise.
For the first time, I feel like he's being honest with us. This is like his celebrity crush.
No, he thinks no. See, he's being subliminal. He thinks that's the celebrity he looks the most like. So he's
oh, really? He's like, come get it, ladies.
for whatever kind of sex you want, no matter how weird. Like if you want them to sit on a birthday cake, they'll do it, no questions asked. Consequence-free. And for the sake of argument, if you have a partner or spouse or whatever, they're enthusiastic.
So wait a minute, before we get into the third question, we should address the first two. Okay. Does that, if you're unable to correctly figure out who's cis and who's trans, does that prove his point in any way?
No.
That it's a choice?
No. No, you're like, I need more information here. Like even in the chat, they were saying, God, we need to see the bodies here. What's going on, guy? they even know.
Well, again, that's why, it's what I said in the beginning. He hasn't properly laid down the groundwork to explain his thesis, which is that if your brain is tricked or believes, I don't want to use the word tricked. If your brain believes something that isn't true initially, that somehow that's a choice.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Like Covington kids, people saw the picture of the kid smiling and the Native American, and their brain went in one direction. Okay. Because they were tricked because they saw edited footage.
The wrong direction. Yeah.
Right. And their brain goes in the wrong direction.
Right.
Is that does that mean it was a choice? Right? Is it a choice to not to like or dislike the kid because of that? Because your brain went in the wrong direction or believe something that wasn't accurate?
Yeah.
No, it's not a choice.
No,
that
it's
doesn't
not
make
a
any
choice.
sense.
It's involuntary. Yeah.
Right. But then I would argue that
perception is involuntary.
Right. But but this is what's weird, because he's saying if your brain thinks one thing and then once new information comes out, so your brain thinks something else. Okay.
Update.
Right. Your brain updates and then you have a new reaction to something. How is that a choice? That's not a choice. That's
the update isn't even a choice.
Right. Like if there's a lesbian who is like trying to get with this girl and then finds out that it's just a really effeminate looking guy. Okay. And then she feels
She's
disgusted.
gonna be mad.
Right. And then
She's
she
gonna be
not
mad.
a trans woman, just an effeminate guy. And then she feels immediately disgusted. That feeling of disgust, is that a choice? Did she make a voluntary choice to feel that feeling, or did it just happen instantaneously?
I will go out on a limb here and say that all disgust is involuntary.
Right. Exactly.
Yes. Nobody likes feeling disgusted.
No. And now I believe you can change through a very gradual, slow process, things that disgust you to not disgust you. You can do that consciously, but that takes a lot of work and effort. And it really depends on whether you want to do that or not. And for what and for
That would
why
be a
and what
choice.
you'd want to do that. That would be a choice, right?
Well, there's people that have voluntarily gone through conversion therapy. Like they're gay people that don't want to be gay anymore.
Right.
And I mean, obviously conversion therapy is wrong, but I'm conflicted on, like, if it's voluntary, if somebody wants to do conversion therapy on their own. I mean,
Well,
it's hard for me to say that that's wrong. Yeah, exactly.
I don't, to be clear, I think that's different than what I was saying, because like, while it's possible.
Well, I'm just saying that's a choice. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, so if you have like a gay guy going through conversion therapy, and I don't know if this is, I don't think this is true. I don't think most gay men are disgusted by naked women. Okay. To my knowledge, but we'll say there's a hypothetical gay guy.
I've heard gay friends talk about being disgusted by women.
Okay. I've heard both.
Yeah.
I've heard both. But so say we have a hypothetical gay guy who is disgusted by naked women. Like, yeah, he could, if he wants to, he's really Christian. He's Milo Yiannopoulos or something, right? Who's now renounced his gayness. I'm sure that you could go through a very long process of undisgusting yourself from naked women, but I don't think that you could convince yourself to necessarily be attracted to them. And I think that's where the difference is. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, I question whether or not conversion therapy even works, even if
I don't think it does work at all. But I mean, I think that's what the problem is, right? There
are other things, like people there's like, you can conceptualize smoking as conversion therapy. Going from like a smoker to a non-smoker is a type of conversion, but it doesn't always work. It doesn't always stick.
I don't think that's a good comparison.
Okay.
I mean, that's an addictive drug, right?
Well, you're attracted to nicotine.
I wouldn't use the word attraction.
You're trying.
Your
to
body
curb
craves some
trying to
chemical, right?
curb the attraction.
I
Aren't
wouldn't use
all
attraction.
attractions like some kind of dopamine hit?
So if you see like an attractive person, I don't think you have a biological addiction to them the way you would if you were smoking.
You do get a dopamine hit. I
You
just
get
read
some
a book
kind of hit,
where they
I
were
imagine.
talking
Sure,
about it. Yeah.
right. You get some sort of motivational chemical energy. Sure.
They did. I just read the newest David Buss book, and they did an experiment in there where they took a bunch of guys and put them in front of beautiful women's faces, and they measured their look away time compared to women. I guess they had some other thing they had to look away to, and the men could not take their eyes off the faces.
Right, but that's that's not surprising.
Hilarious.
Sure. That
It's like,
makes
look
perfect
away.
sense.
Oh shit.
Right.
Of this. And also, the deity of your religion appears to you in a vision and says, hey, so you know, it's totally morally okay if you want to do this. This is not going to affect your chances of getting into a good or bad afterlife in any way. It's entirely up to you. I'm not going to force you to make a choice. Just so you know, it's me, the infallible deity of your religion. I'm telling you, this is fine to do if you want to do it. Do you?
How do we know? I mean, you lied to us 3 times already. How do we know the deity is not lying to us? I
Right,
feel like
right.
we're going to get in big trouble here.
I don't remember.
Do you do it? Same scenario, but before the clothes come off.
Okay, wait. So the question was, the celebrity of your choice that you're most attracted to appears before you, willing to do whatever sexual thing.
Right,
you
and then you
want.
find out that that person is trans. I get it.
Well, no. This is just scenario 1. So there's no surprises.
No, he just said scenario. He said scenario 2.
Yeah, but so we're still scenario 1. So I'm assuming. You know what's weird though? He didn't say anything about whether you're cheating, right?
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he said your
He said
spouse
it's okay.
is totally cool with it. Yeah.
Okay. So I assume everyone would take that, or most people would take that.
The celebrity thing? Nah.
Yeah.
My wife would be fucking with me. She'd go, I knew this was a test.
Exactly.
You fucked up. You fucked up. Buddy.
I would just say assuming you're single in the situation.
I know single would be better.
Yeah, assuming you're single, everyone I imagine would take that.
What celebrity would that be, Sitch, for you?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah, I know.
Do they have to be a real person?
I know.
That would be the question.
Sitch is like,
what about video game characters? What about anime characters? I don't know. I think 2D is superior to 3D in some regards.
Oh my goodness.
What do you think, chat? You got to get some 2D waifus in here. Okay. How
does that work?
What do you mean? How does that work?
Well, I'm like, when it comes to the intercourse with a 2D like thing.
No. The 2D just refers to the concept that they're fictional character, Adam. Not that they're going to be a 2-dimensional character where you're having sex with them.
Well, I didn't know how far we were taking the analogy.
Yeah.
Here,
Okay.
The celebrity, I don't know. Is AOC on the market? What's going on here? Am I going to get in trouble? Am I going to get in trouble by their spouse?
I knew you were going to say that, Adam. I knew you were going to say that.
Watch, I can talk her I can get her off the socialism, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take one for the team.
People are asking who my choice would be. It's so funny. The very first person that responded got one of my 2 choices, probably.
What is it?
Miss Rhythm 6. I said it many, many times. My very first waifu. My very first waifu.
Rhythm
Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy VII. There you go. Anyways, let's see what scenario. What is? Oh, so your choice is AOC, Adam?
No, I just threw AOC out there.
What is your choice? I said one of my 2 choices.
I don't know. I'm not really. I don't know.
Oh, look at Adam. He always weasels out of these questions. You know why? Because he's a weasel. Weasel confirmed. Adam weaseling out of these questions. Okay.
Here, I'll look up some hot. I'll just Google hot.
Someone said Ben Shapiro's sister.
Oh my God, Abby.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know. I'm not a big celebrity guy. But anyway, let's move on. This is getting boring.
Look at the weasel. Weaseling out of it.
come off, the celebrity admits to you that they're trans and have been keeping it a secret out of fear that it would hurt their career. Do you still do it? Did your answer change?
Okay, so scenario 2 is it's the same person, but it turns out that they're trans.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But here's a question, though.
Mm-hmm.
When he says they're trans, what does that mean? Do they have full surgery or do they not have full surgery?
Yeah, he doesn't really mention
Because wouldn't that
part.
change some people's... Well, let me ask the chat. Would that change your answer? Okay. If they had bottom surgery or not, would that change your answer? Because I feel like that would change a lot of people's answer.
Sure. Bottom surgery to the point where it was just unperceivable.
So if it turned out that Tifa Lockhart had a penis,
you'd be
I would
totally
not
cool
have
with
sex
that.
with her. No, I would totally not have sex with her. Because I'm not
What if she had
attracted to
sex with you?
penises. Yeah.
What about
I'm not
that?
attracted to penises. That changes. I don't understand how this is a gotcha. That changes the equation. Is it if you say like, who are you most attracted to? And I'm like, it's a woman. And then I find out, oh, it's a woman with a penis.
Well,
I didn't say a woman with a
slipping in-
penis originally. That changes the equation.
He's slipping in like this huge premise that, well, I guess it's more of like an enticement that the person is famous and high status, which
Right.
he's trying to say, well, this should change your attitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's Caitlyn Jenner, for heaven's sakes.
Bayonetta
Right?
Sitch climb that tree.
What's going on? Someone
No.
making fun of your waifu?
No. But this is okay. So I think everyone's in agreement. If it turns out they didn't have bottom surgery, they're running away. So the question is, okay, if they did have bottom surgery, would you still have sex with that person? Again, I think this is sort of like a fake argument.
Yeah,
Be-
there's
I-
you got to get the details here.
Well, no, because I mean, I guess this is part of the problem because I picked a fictional character, and I was gonna say, well, there's no trans woman that looks like Tifa Lockhart, but then there's no one that looks like Tifa Lockhart in real life. And I think this is sort of the problem. And I've talked about this before. If we lived in the super future world where you walked into like the telephone booth and you had the Fallout, Fallout video game or Mass Effect cyberpunk body slider, and you could just choose what your body looked like, and everyone did that, and everyone had
And
like a
everyone
perfect
could-
looking male or
Yeah.
female body, then I don't think anyone would really care whatever we're born as, because everyone
This would
has
be
the body.
non-issue. Yeah,
Right.
non-issue.
But the problem, what I imagine, maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is just me, but for me, it's that I don't think trans women, for the most part, are like, I don't know, look like the perfect, cis woman. They always look a little different. And some people like that. Some people aren't bothered by that, but I just personally am. I mean, I'm also put off by plastic surgery in general. I don't like, I think fake tits look weird for the most part. So I don't know if that's just me. So I guess I'll ask the chat, like, if we did live in the future with the perfect body morphing creating machine, would you care if the person was born a man or a woman then? Because to me, I think you wouldn't.
Of course
care.
not. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a
care.
I think it's a technology thing going on here. It's not like a conceptual thing. Like, oh, this person has a masculine soul. I don't think anyone's thinking that for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah.
I only have
Because
sex
obviously-
to impregnate.
Oh, that's
Says
good.
someone in the chat.
No, I thought you said that.
No, someone in the chat says that.
If you have sex with them, you're sexually attracted to a trans person, so there's that. But if you don't, you were still sexually attracted to a trans person, so you couldn't be super straight, because if your answer changed upon the reveal that this fictional celebrity was trans, you've fallen into my rhetorical trap. You see, I'm the
okay.
rhetoric spider, spinning my little
That's like
talky
this is like
webs,
the
and
dumbest.
you've fallen
Oh my God.
Okay,
Go
maybe
ahead.
you can. This is like the dumbest argument ever. Okay,
Right.
like if you're in a dark bar
Mm-hmm.
and you're attracted to someone that you think is very attractive, and then you see them in the light, and they like you find out that they're wearing tons of makeup, and they like take their shirt
Right.
off, and they're wearing what's it called? The little thing that like squeezes your stomach in, the girder belt. the girdle or the girdle belt,
Corset.
the corset or whatever. Like if you see some hunky guy in the bar that you're really into, and then he takes off his shirt and his like the big gut rolls out because he's wearing a male corset, and then when you see him in the light, you're like, oh, it's actually his face is kind of fucked up, but I didn't notice in the dark. What does that mean? That like obviously because you have new information, it changes whether you're attracted to them or not. That doesn't mean like, oh well, you've made the choice not to be attracted to them suddenly now that you see that they look different than you first thought. Like this is a nonsensical argument.
Yeah, this is why people normally go out on more than one date before they jump in the sack together, is so that they can be sure that they're really the person that they want to have sex with.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, so if your answer changes upon learning more information, does that mean not wanting to do something with super AIDS means you're not super straight?
Oh my God.
Well, but I guess that's a good point, but that's not really like a sexual preference. I don't think people have a sexual preference to not have sex with someone who has AIDS. They just think it's a bad idea to have sex with someone that's AIDS.
Oh, it's not a preference.
I wouldn't call that a sexual preference. I would call that a choice, but
isn't preference the bad word now? Aren't you going to get in big trouble?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sexual orientation.
It's orientation,
so
yeah.
I'm so sorry. I so apologize.
God, it's not like vanilla and chocolate ice cream.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's not a preference.
I forgot.
This is a very sacred topic, Sitch, okay? You have to treat it with the dignity and respect that it deserves.
This is just the dumbest argument. This is so stupid. There's a million times every day in your life where you think something and then you get new information and you think something different, and it's all involuntary because most people don't have free will. We've talked about this. Dasslime doesn't have free will. He has zero free will. Okay. Dasslime is an NPC. He has no free will. I'm sure he's changed his mind on things when he's received more information. That doesn't mean he's making a conscious decision at any point in this process.
Not on the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff.
There you go. Well, he didn't change his mind on that, so that's
No, I'm saying he didn't. Yeah, he received all kinds of new information.
Right.
But he's basically making the argument that once you've had any level of attraction to any person, then you can't turn that off. You can't turn that away.
Right. Well, you can even the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff is an interesting example because I would make the argument just for most people that when they receive new information, whether their mind changes or not, is involuntary. Mm-hmm. We like with Kyle Rittenhouse, there's so much information out there that shows that he was very clearly acting in self-defense. Mm-hmm. So much information. And Dasslime, I assume, and I know the Serfs hasn't changed their opinions on this whatsoever. Mm-hmm. They're not making a conscious decision not to change their opinion. There's all sorts of bullshit, emotional, lizard brain, chemical processes happening that's preventing them from changing their mind.
I would agree. I would definitely agree.
Stigma of the Rose for $20 says, first time catching you guys live. Going to finish this one over the next few days so that I will be bed within the next 2 hours. Oh, have a good night. While on the subject, can we get a definitive answer to if traps are gay?
Oh, yeah, what's that all about?
I thought I always said yes. That was my position.
Traps are. I don't know what a trap is.
Well, you'll just have to type it into Google, Adam, and look it up for yourself.
And guess. It's one of those things.
Just Google traps. Are traps gay?
The Ring.
Look, just Google are traps gay on Google image search, and then you'll come back to me and let me know.
I'm not going to do it.
You don't want to do that? Come on, chat. Look at the weasel Adam over here.
You can't explain. Weasel's my spirit animal.
Yeah,
you can't explain. You can't explain it to me. Just like real simple.
No, it's better this way.
Is a trap a trans person?
Not quite.
Okay.
Cullivar for $20. Thank you, Cullivar. Says, I'm turning traitor, Sitch. I know, I saw this on Twitter. Adam said he liked my videos.
Oh, Cullivar. Yeah, he has a great YouTube channel. You should check it out. He does Warhammer 40K videos. Yeah.
Yep.
He recommended some books to me that I'm actually going to read.
I saw a comic. Yeah. I saw Adam was was working Cullivar on Twitter trying to get him over the
Working
A-teams.
Cullivar? What are you talking about?
I saw it. Adam DM'd me. He's like, I'm not going to
don't-
read these 40K books. I'm just working Cullivar over. I need another A-team recruit. That's what he said to me. In the DMs.
Not true.
True
I
story.
already started reading the book today. I started reading it before the live stream. It's fucking fascinating shit, man.
Anyway, Cullivar continues, although as a writer and voice actor of my videos, I think I sound like Vosh on the toilet after a fierce Taco Bell meal. I like that. That's a good analogy. I don't agree. I don't think he sounds.
Cullivar has a great voice.
That's true. A-Team has the best memes. There you go.
True.
You've won him over.
A-Team is the meme team.
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for $49.99. Thank you, Dingus. Says me walking into Sitch and Am's restaurant. Man, thought Slimer again. 8 courses later. Chef's kiss. Wonderful. Thank you, King. Thank you, Dingus. Thank you. I like this. Tickleson for £2 says, hey, Sitch, I'm a cute girl that loves your videos. Smiley face. And then Tickleson says for another £5, just kidding, I'm actually a dude. If reading my last super chat made you smile, you're now officially into dudes. There you go. There you go. It's a good comparison.
What happens if the person repulses you? Because you think, oh, that's a dude, and then they turn around and you're like, oh, whoa, that's a chick. And all of a sudden you're attracted. Then it's completely opposite.
You made the choice,
You have to go, are you... you got to go, nah. So according to Urban Dictionary, I would say traps are not gay.
Okay. There you go.
Well, can I just read the definition, or is it something?
Read the definition. A
cross-dresser, usually a fictional character in an anime who dresses up in the opposite gender's clothing to trick people into thinking they're the opposite. It cuts off there. So I didn't click on it. I guess I could click on it. To trick, I guess I... Oh, it's completely different now.
It's a meme question, Adam.
It's a meme question?
It's a meme question.
So. A meme question, okay.
Yes.
Well, I just think there's like all these characters that pretend to be the opposite gender, like the woman pretends to be the opposite gender so she can get into the military and... Right?
Sure.
That person's not gay.
No, but when I say it's a meme, so when you ask are traps gay, part of the meme is like, well, what are you actually asking? Are you saying is the person who does that gay? Are you saying being attracted to the person is gay? Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm saying it's a meme question. You shouldn't think that hard on it. It's like a joke. Mm-hmm. You're breaking.
I want to have the correct answer.
Okay. Well, there is no correct answer except for my answer. My answer is always the correct answer. HB Lefty for $25 says, glad I could catch your stream. The weekend has been hard. I'm sorry. I have a lot of friends who work in science fields, and they used to be okay before everything got political with them. Yeah, now it's crazy. Partisan is being blinded and thinking you can see. True.
Very sad, yeah.
True. It is sad. It is sad.
People getting attacked all over the place.
Straight in scenario, you were sexually attracted to a trans person, but chose not to act on it. And why is that? Scenario is entirely fictional.
No. This is okay. He's just redefined the equation here. Mm-hmm. If you're attracted to a trans person, okay, so you know they're trans, we'll say here hypothetically, you see their entire naked body and you're attracted to them, right? But then you say, oh, well, I shouldn't be attracted to them because I have some preconceived notion of what I should be attracted to. That's completely different, right? Mm-hmm. Than saying, oh, well, once I have this new information about them or I see them naked, then I'm not attracted to them instantly. These are two incredibly different scenarios, Thought Slime, that he has now merged together and conflated so he can make this straw man argument that he's making.
Choosing not to act on your sexual attraction is not an orientation either.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Fictional. So what changed for you? Did the celebrity become less attractive physically? Because if you imagine that,
yes,
why?
You got it.
Because I'm not attracted to penises. I don't know why this is complicated. Why is this such a complicated question?
Where's Tim Pool? It's not complicated.
This is opposite of Tim Pool. This is Loop Mitt. Okay, we got Loop Mitt over here saying it's not complicated. I don't like penises. That person suddenly has a penis. I'm not attracted to them. It's not complicated. I don't know. It's pretty straightforward.
I never said it's changed at all. Why would you make that assumption?
Oh, okay. So he's saying their appearance doesn't change. So he's saying that it's
so they're still a woman then.
Well, no. So, but this is why this is again the absurd hypothetical he's saying.
Right.
If we lived in the magical utopian future where we all had the character selector boxes on the street corners, then yeah, okay. I don't think anyone really cares about whether you're trans or not.
Here? I got
That's what he's conceptualizing.
Right.
Okay.
But he didn't really mention like if they'd had bottom surgery or not.
He's saying that their appearance hadn't changed whatsoever.
Right. So they basically fully transitioned.
Right. So but this is why this is a fake argument. Okay. Because I'm like, yes, if I have real life Tifa Lockhart, or however she look in real life, okay, fully naked in front of me, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna bang her, and then she's like, oh,
and then
but
suddenly she has a huge giant penis. No, your face.
No, that's okay, but that's obviously a no. But then she says, going along with Flattime's argument, she says, oh, well, I was actually born a male. Okay, but she looks exactly the way she looked before. Okay, and it's like, would that affect you? And I would say, no, I would still have sex with her. But that's a fake scenario because no one looks like that. No one looks that perfect, right? That's why this is a bullshit scenario.
Sure.
He's arguing something that doesn't exist currently. Okay. He's arguing that, yes, if we lived in the hypothetical future where everyone could look perfect and however they wanted to, then yeah, I would imagine it would be a little weird. No, I think people were still within their free choice. You can have, obviously people should be able to choose whoever they want to have sex with, right?
Sure.
But that's a different argument. Whether they say,
there are a lot of people I think that are attracted to trans people. So that's why I just feel like practicality wise, it would just be easier to use super straight.
Right. But we're talking, but I'm concentrating on the argument he's trying to construct here.
Sure. Yeah, I got you.
Which is that he's acting like there's some ethereal essence of transness that people are not wanting to date or have sex with, which I don't think is really the scenario. It could be a scenario for some people, maybe some religious people, but I don't think that's the scenario for most people.
Well,
even if it was, okay, let's say this. Say you do have, let's use someone real. Would probably be better. Give me some, okay, I'm sure like a lot of people want. No, that's a bad example.
Amber Heard. No,
people don't
Amber
like
Heard's
Amber
great.
Heard. No,
yeah,
people don't like Amber.
That's a good example. We won't get accused of anything.
Well, I'm gonna say
nobody
use
likes Amber Heard anyway.
Let's use Scarlett Johansson.
Everyone loves her. You're gonna get in big trouble.
Everyone loves Scarlett Johansson. She's very attractive. I'm sure a lot of people, if you asked who's celebrity you want to bang, they would say Scarlett Johansson. Okay. Now
I would say Amber Heard.
Adam is being difficult.
Why? Amber Heard's better looking.
Wow. You hear that, guys? Adam says Amber Heard, horrible, abusive Amber Heard is more attractive than wonderful Scarlett Johansson.
She has that big, huge man jaw.
Terrible. Amber Heard?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, anyway, what I'm going to say is that even if, say when you have Scarlett Johansson and you're going to bang her, she looks, exactly how you would imagine she would look naked or have seen, depending on whether you've seen the movie In the Skin or whatever it's called. Under the Skin.
That was a body double, but anyway.
Was it really?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well, anyway.
Scarlett Johansson doesn't look that good naked. They had to get a body double.
Well, there you go. It's even sexy worse. So you have Scarlett Johansson.
Kind of dumpy looking.
There you
not
go.
Body.
You have Scarlett Johansson. She's naked. You're still attracted to her. And then she says, oh, but I was born a man. Okay. If someone, and this is why he's conflating these two scenarios. Someone just having that fact that they were born a man could instantaneously make them feel unattracted or disgusted by this thing by Scarlett Johansson, who they were attracted to. That's not a choice, right? That's an instantaneous emotional reaction. That's not a choice. But there could be some people that still do feel attracted but they decide consciously that they don't want to have sex with them. That is a choice. And Thought Slime is just mashing these two things together to make his fake argument.
Yeah, there's two different scenarios there, definitely.
And this is, again, this is all predicated on the magical
what is the purpose of this argument?
Mass Effect character creator booth, anyway.
Is he trying to increase the number of people who are attracted to trans people? Is he trying to drive the super straight numbers to the floor?
I think.
What is the attracted to trans people label?
Well, he would say it's being normal, right?
Okay.
But I don't know if there is a label. I think that is his motivation, because he's conceptualizing this as like trans acceptance or something, which I don't think. I think pressing this issue is going to backfire.
Opening the dating,
it's going to create trans acceptance whatsoever.
Don't you think everybody wants to open the dating pool up as much as possible to whatever their personal preference is, whatever their personal orientation is, I guess I should say?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Like, don't you think gay people would like it if wouldn't it be more convenient for gay people if everyone was gay?
Well, here's how you know that sexual orientation isn't a choice, okay? Because if it was, every guy on the planet would choose to be gay because it'd be way easier. Right?
I know. It's like the death of the human species.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly. But that's how you know it's not a choice. Because if it was, every guy would choose to be gay. It's very simple. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
They talk about that in that book, how the sexual appetite of the various sexes do not change if the person is homosexual or straight. Guys typically want more sex, even if they're gay. And girls and lesbians want less.
Right.
Assumption that the concept of transness just gross you out, then that isn't so much a matter of your sexuality, but your attitude towards trans people.
Oh
Like,
my
if I was about to get down with somebody and they mentioned that they were.
Your involuntary disgust is your attitude, dude. That's your attitude. You don't like playing with dog shit? That's your fucking attitude, dude. That's your attitude. Get in there and play with that dog shit.
Yeah,
what?
Well, I mean, look, this is, obviously it's without question that, Thought Slime is not familiar with Jonathan Haidt, not familiar with disgust research whatsoever yet. Disgust is not a choice. People don't choose to be disgusted by anything.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you can learn to be disgusted by something, but that's a different question.
Yeah, it's just, there's so many, like, people are disgusted by different foods.
Yeah, it's true.
That's true. What? That's your choice.
Yeah, I know. It's.
Yeah.
But see, that's sort of the wordplay going on. He's like, oh, well, if you're disgusted by something, that's an attitude, right? It's no longer an orientation. It's an attitude, whatever that means.
Yeah. This is where you just... Okay, let's continue. Try not to laugh. This just became a try not to laugh challenge for me.
The concept of transness just gross you out, then that isn't so much a matter of your sexuality, but your attitude towards trans people. Like, if I was about to get down with somebody and they mentioned that they were a serial killer or worse, voted Tory, and I no longer wanted to get down with them, it wouldn't be that I have some sort of sexual preference for non-serial killers and non-conservatives.
He just said preference. What's up with that?
I know.
I thought like 3 weeks ago we were ready to cancel anyone who used the word preference now.
Well, and he's sort of
conflating.
Fast. He's sort of conflating a bunch of things here. Okay. Because yeah, it wouldn't be if you found out someone was a serial killer and you didn't want to have sex with them.
Basically Amber Heard, right? I mean, same situation.
If you found out that the girl was really Amber Heard, who you thought was hot, and then you're like, oh, but it's Amber Heard, and you're sort of like, okay, made you rethink things.
Come on, let's be honest here.
Of course I would, but that's not the question. That's not a sexual preference, but it's a preference, right?
Yeah, you generally don't want to get murdered during sex. I mean, this is
So, but so are we just quibbling over? But this is a lot of word thinking. Okay, we're quibbling over words here. So, okay,
don't
well,
use that. No.
yeah, if it's a preference and a sexual preference, I'm saying preferences are choices and sexual preferences are not choices. Therefore, I win the argument. It's like, well, wait a minute. A lot of people have preferences that are not decisions they made, right? You just have your food preferences. I wouldn't call my food preferences my sexual preferences.
Bubblegum ice cream, yeah.
There you go.
It chose me. I didn't choose
Adam's
it.
Disgusting bubblegum ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel revulsion and disgust at the thought of eating bubblegum ice cream.
Right. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
but if
Adam
you saw it and you thought it was blueberry, then you'd have to dive in. You'd be forced to. You were attracted to it at one time.
Meanwhile, Adam, he gets a whiff of that bubblegum ice cream and he just goes full erect. He's just like, oh, he's all on board.
Totally.
He wants to slob it down his throat.
Hard for days.
Yeah. For days.
Can't help it.
Right. But so was that a choice? I didn't choose, neither me nor Adam chose how we feel about bubblegum ice cream.
Yeah.
Right.
Those preferences are innate.
Yeah. Like
they're immutable characteristics like race or sexual orientation.
Right. Right. And he's using, like, if you find out something about a person, okay, that disgusts you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you find out like, oh, you're about to get with this girl or a guy. And you find out like, oh, right before you have sex, you're like, oh, by the way, I like rape and murder children. You're like, what the fuck? Something that horrifies you. Like, you don't choose to be horrified by that, right? You just are. You're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's just an instantaneous reaction.
Yeah.
Now, I maybe thought someone would make the argument that, yeah, but technically you could live in a society where the society trains you not to be disgusted by serial killers.
I don't want to be a part of that society.
You're like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, but like, what is the argument here then?
Like I think the argument is that he's making a good faith effort to train people to not be unattracted or turned off by trans people.
That's what he's doing. I think that's what his.
Which I think is it's somewhat amicable, but it's not going to work. I mean, how is this not the same as conversion therapy? It's like exactly the same.
It is. Yeah. This is a version of conversion therapy because it's like you can have, because here's the thing. As I said, I think you can change what people are disgusted to. I don't think you can necessarily change what people are attracted to.
Right.
I mean, you can to some degree, but not in terms of like deep biological, who you want to make babies with or whatever.
There's the two work together though. You got to admit, like
they do work together. But what I was going to say is, we've had societies where they promote strange sexual behavior. And so that behavior becomes normalized. And I would imagine it's not viewed as disgusting to the people participating in it. You had with like the Greeks with the pedastry, disgusting thing.
I think it is. I think it still is. I think it's culturally accepted.
I agree. I disagree. I don't think something can be both culturally accepted and disgusting.
Really?
Yeah. Can you think of an example of something that's culturally accepted but also thought of as completely disgusting?
I don't want to bring it up.
Bring it up, Adam.
Well, Jonathan and I just told that story about the Sambian tribe where the elders basically make the young boys suck them off, right?
Right.
But in telling that story, he says they don't like it. They don't want to do it. But it's like they're considered their rite of passage is demanded. I'm assuming that the baby isn't all gun-ho to get circumcised. He doesn't go, here's my cock. Go ahead.
Okay. But wait a minute.
Fillet it open.
Wait a minute. Let's be clear here. I agree with you with the example of that tribe, but there's a difference between saying we're going to have, the young boys do this thing one time, right? You're not normalizing it. You just do it. I mean, I guess you are. You're normalizing that you have to do it. Wait, listen. You're normalizing that you have to do it, but you're not normalizing the behavior.
I'm glad
it's not something you're like trained
guys,
to do every
thank
day.
Goodness we're not Sambians. Let's rescue those. Let's go in there and rescue those people. I feel America has to step in here.
Maybe, I mean,
this is pedophilia. We got to do something about this tribe.
We do.
Are they still around? We need to take care of business.
I don't know. I guess I don't know then. Maybe has it have to see any research on this? Is there? Well, no, because look at cannibalism. No,
you're
cannibalism.
making,
Here we go. Cannibalism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's
there are definitely yeah. Nap. Where's the nap on cannibalism? There are definitely tribes, okay, that have completely normalized cannibalism. Something that most people find horrifically disgusting.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
But here's the issue. Just because someone has, maybe not all disgusts are created equal. Okay. Maybe people's sexual disgusts have a far more intrinsic nature because reproduction is the entire point of living from a biological level. So I'd be curious if there's a society like the Sambians or the Greeks, the Pedastri or something that has normalized some sort of deviant sexual behavior that people no longer find disgusting because everyone just normalizes it. But we would all find disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
In the book that I just read, the David Buss book, they did a study with men and women and measured levels of disgust and found that men have far higher levels of disgust on average, obviously. Yeah. Or no, lower levels of disgust. Women have much higher levels of disgust.
I was about to say...
They're more easily disgusted, yeah.
I was about to say that didn't make sense to me. Because I'm thinking, why... I would think women would be more disgusted than men.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
In terms of if you're thinking about this in a hunter-gatherer caveman society, because I would imagine that women would be the ones doing more of the sorting of things that would require them to look for disgusting things to be potentially dangerous than men.
Oh, you'd think it would be backwards? Huh.
No, that women would be more attuned to disgusting things than men.
Yeah.
Which is what you said, right? Yeah. But you said it wrong the first time, and my first thought was that doesn't make, yeah. But my first thought was that didn't make sense. So there you go.
I want to touch on you. Like, you seem to be making a distinction here between disgust, which is the move away from that thing emotion, right? Step back, move away. That's what disgust is designed by evolution to make you do. But attraction is like that dopamine thing.
Right.
The dopamine system. But both those, why are you saying one system is revolving around choice and the other isn't? I'm not saying either system is.
They're both intrinsic. What I'm saying is, I think you can condition people to not be disgusted to things, and I'm not sure you can condition people to be attracted to things.
To like things, to be attracted.
I mean, don't you agree with that?
I don't know about that.
I mean, that's what a lot of aversion therapy is. Right? Someone has not necessarily disgust. It could be like people are afraid of snakes or bugs or whatever. Part of that is disgust. And then they have the aversion therapy where they keep, they condition them to, get more,
but I've trained myself to like be attracted to certain types of music that I wasn't attracted to before.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, what do you mean attracted to music?
Well, not disgusted by it, I guess. I mean, some music is... Well, it's weird with music because it's not really a disgust feeling, but some music you're like, this is awful.
Yeah, but that's
terrible. I don't want to listen to this.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good comparison. I wouldn't consider music as a disgust attraction mechanism necessarily.
Yeah.
But something like snakes.
Acquired taste is different than actually being like attracted. Like, I gotta have that. Yeah.
Right. Like, look, someone could be...
Isn't Twitter, though, training you to be attracted, attracted to something?
Attracted to what?
To getting on Twitter and fighting with people and stuff.
No, I think you're using the term attraction way too broadly. Twitter has a lot of chemical hooks.
What about smoking?
I don't think we should use these attractions for these words. Let's be clear here. You can have a biological desire to do something or want to do something, and I don't think that should be considered the basis of attraction.
So you're thinking of attraction just sexual attraction, basically?
Not just sexual. I'm thinking of attraction as the opposite of disgust. You can want to do something, but it's not the opposite of disgust.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily think they're opposites, but
like I could want to eat sushi, but I'm not I wouldn't say I'm attracted to sushi. Like, that's a weird way of using the word attraction.
It's surprising how many of your emotions are designed to move you towards things or away from things.
That's the entire point of emotions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Emotions are biochemical energy to motivate animals to do things.
Yeah.
That's the entire point of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
That's your red pill. That's all emotions are.
Why do you think people would be repulsed by certain sexual acts? Because it's obviously something to do with evolution.
But here's where I think
have anything to do with like procreation or anything?
Right, yeah. But here's where I think thought slime is getting so confused by. You can teach people to be repulsed by something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all agree with that. You can teach people to be repulsed by something. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay. It doesn't mean that people don't have a base repulsion to or attraction to specific things.
What about the Pavlov situation? Were the dogs attracted to the bell?
Yeah, stop using the word attraction.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs are not attracted to the bell.
Mm-hmm.
They just associate the bell with eating.
So people aren't attracted to eating then?
I don't think you should say that people are attracted to food. At least in English.
What is it when you're hungry?
You're hungry. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is a Sitch's law, and maybe this is the problem. Okay. When we say attraction, you're right. When we say attraction in English, we generally mean something sexual for the most part. Attraction isn't really used outside of relationships, mating terminology.
Let's continue with thought slime here. He might say something interesting.
It would be like serial killers or conservatives, and thus would not reward them with the pleasure of my body. Now, you see, it's good to not like serial killers or
But wait, he doesn't even understand what's happening here. Mm-hmm. He says, if I'm going to get with someone and I find out that there's something I don't like, I'm not going to have sex with them because I don't want to reward them with my body. That's not anyone's thought process at all. Mm-hmm. Unless you're like a fucking egotistical narcissist. Mm-hmm. Right?
Sure.
And I'm assuming he said that as a joke, but he misses over a key component here. Like if you find out someone is a serial killer, so you don't want to have sex with them, it's because you're afraid that they're going to kill you, or you're disgusted by the fact that they kill someone. These are not choices that you're making. And that's a key component that thought slime completely doesn't understand.
He's advocating for conversion therapy and doesn't know it, which is kind of gross.
Well, I'm assuming he's advocating for society to condition people to
like trans people.
To just instantaneously like trans people.
Yeah.
Why can't it just be society is not promoting you to like or dislike trans people, and it's up to you? Why do we have to condition people one way or the other?
I think a lot of people do like trans people, so I don't see what the big deal is. Like, it doesn't seem like the dating pool is
the deal is that you must conform,
them.
Adam. You must conform and submit. That's the deal.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I feel a little like one of those adolescents here, and Thought Slime is one of the elders. He's saying,
suck my dick, Adam.
This is the cultural norm now. And I'm going, get away, you fucking pedo. What are you doing? No, I'm moving to America. I'm going to start my own internet company.
Conservatives. That's a good quality. It's bad to dislike trans people because unlike
Hold on. He did some dig at conservatives, so.
Serial killers of my body. Actual preference for non-serial killers and non-conservatives, it would be because I don't like serial killers or conservatives, and thus would not reward them with the pleasure of my body. Now, you see...
Don't get the fuck out of here, dude. If it was some hot conservative girl, you'd be all over it. Don't even... We're not falling for this one.
But even if you weren't, okay? Mm-hmm. Even if Thought Slime was just so disgusted by the fact that she was conservative, or I don't know if he's gay. I don't know what his orientation is, but
so some hot guy, some dreamy guy.
If he's some dreamy partner of whatever gender or sex that Thought Slime is into, and then he found out that they're super conservative,
right?
And then he has an instantaneous reaction of revulsion because of that. That's not a choice that Thought Slime is making. That he's reacting to an emotion.
True.
It's good to not like serial killers or conservatives. That's a good quality. It's bad.
And wait, and here's another example of this. Okay, like you don't look at every woman and you say, "Oh, I want to fuck that woman," right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't you look at specific. Well, maybe
Wow.
Adam does. Maybe Adam's a fucking pervert. But Adam has zero standards. He just sees anything with a lagoon.
You can't. I have a choice though. Come on, I'm happily married here.
No, but I mean, what I'm saying is, people don't look at every single person, even people of the sex that or gender that they're attracted to, and they don't instantly become attracted to that person. There's all sorts of different reasons or qualities that even they don't know.
Most
that
people
affect,
have a type.
Right. People have a type, but most people don't know why they have a type. They just do. They don't necessarily know where it comes from. It's not, when you have a type, you don't make the choice to have that as your type.
Do you know the t-shirt study that they did where they took t-shirts and they let guys wear the t-shirts and then they had women smell them and determine which guy they would most like to date by the smell of the t-shirt?
Right,
Do you know
right.
the study?
I do know that study. I think we've talked about it. Yeah.
But there was some enzyme or something, some blood enzyme or something that was like compatible between these two types, and the women could sniff it out every time. They were like, the one shirt that they always picked was the guy that had the matching enzyme for them. Which it's like, okay, we're operating on levels here that are really beyond our comprehension.
And that's the thing, is that we all have been in situations where you interact with people, not just sexually, but friends or any situation where you just instantly either click with this person or you just instantly don't click. And it can happen so quickly. It's like you haven't actually even had a chance to really interact, but you already know that this isn't going to work, or it is going to work. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
But then we've also been in situations that are the exact opposite of that, where you've been like, oh, I'm like totally clicking with this person, and then it like just changes on a dime. You're like, oh my God, this person's crazy. Like I've been in that situation where you're attracted to someone, you're like really attracted to someone, and then you find out they're like fucking crazy, and you're like, wait a minute,
yeah,
this person's a psychopath.
Then you're more attracted.
Well,
you're like, oh my God, this bitch is crazy. I can't wait.
It depends how unhealthy you are, I guess. But if you're a healthy, smart individual.
Sitch, we're like talking past each other here. I thought we were on the same page. What these anime girls are saying?
The good ones.
Okay.
The good ones.
Trans people, because unlike serial killers,
looks like a little crazy. I don't know.
Tifa Lockhart is a saint. Oh no, she's actually a terrible person when she starts, but she becomes a saint. Okay.
Oh really?
Well, when she's like a child. Okay.
She's crazy, right?
Adam, just because she's part of a terrorist organization to overthrow the global government doesn't mean she's crazy, Adam. You don't know what you're talking about.
See, I knew it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're into the crazy girls too.
Look at him calling look at it. This is blasphemy, calling Tifa crazy. Wow. Terrible. Terrible.
Okay.
Conservatives,
just because she lied about her love interest's entire backstory doesn't mean she's crazy.
Lies, huh? Ooh.
Okay. She's trying to protect them. She's trying to protect them.
She's the bad girl.
Actually, she was actually trying to protect her own love of her past, because Cloud is the only remnant of her past that exists, but that's a longer discussion.
People, as a rule, don't hurt anyone. If sexuality were a choice, there'd be no dislike, and thus would not reward them with the pleasure of my body. Now, you see, it's good to not like serial killers or conservatives. That's a good quality. It's bad to dislike
See, it's good to not like serial killers and conservatives, and it's bad to not like trans people.
Okay. Like that.
Okay.
Like trans people. Because
note, hey, conservatives is just 60%. Just good natured ribbing a jolly jape. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Well, this is like, how do you deal with Caitlyn Jenner here? I mean,
there you go.
Make his mind explode.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Or Blair White.
Yeah. What do you do?
I don't know.
You just said it's
Serial
good
killers
to hate conservatives and it's bad to hate trans people. That's trouble. We're in troubled waters here.
For conservatives, trans people, as a rule, don't hurt anyone. If sexuality were a
So he's saying, well, this is crazy because he's saying conservatives as a rule hurt people, but trans people as a rule don't hurt people. When it's like, no, as a rule, conservatives or trans people don't hurt people. That has nothing to do. You being a trans person or a conservative has nothing to do with whether you hurt people or not, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? What kind of argument is this?
He believes trans people or conservatives are just mean people by their nature. Yeah,
And
I hate that. It's
but he's also
so naive.
He's also associated, like, this is his argument for why not wanting to have sex with a conservative person is an acceptable preference because conservatives hurt people.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
But what does this have to do? Again, this is all on the argument of choice, and it doesn't address his choice argument at all whatsoever.
All of the things that conservatives might do that progressives like Thought Slime perceive of as hurting people are generally like things that are probably a trade-off for some better good. Like he would conceptualize, having to go to bed on time is hurting somebody.
Right.
When really, you want to go to bed on time because you have things to do in the morning. No.
Yes.
You're trying to hurt them. No Thought Slime.
The God of Gravy for 20 pounds. Thank you. Says childish logic. The same logic that makes you gay for accidentally getting a boner in high school, which is ironic seeing as Thought Slime looks like the type of guy who was on the receiving end of that kind of treatment as a kid. True.
What kind of treatment was it?
Being picked on in high school.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Or maybe he means something a little bit more sexual.
Oh my God.
MGS Komodo Dragon for $20. Thank you very much. Says, I just got here. The title reminded me of porn star August Ames, who got bullied on Twitter because she didn't want to do a scene with a guy who did scenes with men and women. She offed herself at 23 because she wanted to make a choice. I remember that. Yeah, that was crazy.
Such a sad story.
So she didn't want to do a porn scene with a bisexual person, and then she was bullied into basically killing herself. Is that what the situation was?
Yeah, they came at her and called her a homophobe and all that stuff, and dogpiled on her on social media, and she killed herself. So
I do remember this, and she was saying, because she tweeted out, she said...
Yeah, she said it's non-consensual. What are you guys doing?
She said, no, she tweets out, she says, whichever lady performer is replacing me tomorrow for erotica news, you're shooting with a guy who has shot gay porn, just to let you know. BS is all I can say. Shrug face. Do agents really not care about who they're representing? LA Direct, I do my homework for my body. And so I do remember this because everyone jumped on her being a homophobe, and she said, what are you talking about? She was more concerned about STDs.
Safety, yeah.
Yeah, she was saying it's about STDs. She doesn't care about sexuality whatsoever. Yeah. Right. So Jackson Wheeler, a pansexual performer, demanded that she apologize or take a cyanide pill, which later he said he regretted when she committed suicide.
When she actually did.
Yes. Ames is a bisexual, claimed to be bisexual herself. Oh my God. There you go. See, this is how crazy this is. This is how she was. Oh my God, she hung herself. This is insane. Well, look, there you go, guys. Cancel culture isn't real, right? Cancel culture isn't real.
It's such a sad story too, because a lot of these adult film stars, I mean, they're in that line of business because they don't have a lot of other options, which is always sad.
Sure. Art Stoken General for another $50.
Yeah, it's gonna get real difficult for you.
He says, I can assure that my motherland of Art Stokska has given me much compensation for procuring free will and wrenches. That's good. If he's got $50 to throw around, that means that he's gotten really good.
Just give him a wrench already.
Gotten really good at
Sitch.
he's been getting really good at denying and accepting visas properly. That's really good.
Just
really
give him a wrench.
Or, he's been doing the trick where he doesn't give his family food or heat, until every other day. So maybe that's what he's doing. Our circuit general maybe should get a wrench because he's denying food and heat to his family just to pay us. And that, that's very impressive.
Definitely with a wrench.
Yep. In all seriousness, I love this stream. I did have a question though. Are you planning on more projects like the comic book or not? Like I said, depends on how good the comic is.
We would love to do like 10 books. And we have high hopes of we're kind of floating, or we're almost to 50K. We have high hopes to sell a lot more books once we come out with some more artwork, but I mean, we're working on it. I'm working on it every day, basically. So, and I'm excited, man. I think once we put some more pages out, more people will be excited, more people will jump in. So we have a mailing list of 1,400, and I think we're at 800 backers now. So, but we also want to do some secret stuff that we just offer to you guys and give you like a secret link just for the people who listen to the show, so you guys can get some stuff, some cool stuff without competing. I know we dropped the drawn tier went in I think like 5 minutes. So I think we might be able to do some more drawings and give you guys preferential treatment on those. So but yeah, I'd like to do like 10 books over the next 10 years. How about you, Sitch?
John Smith said she sent Dev a message, and yeah, if Dev he's doing the D&D stream, but when he's done, he can.
Yeah, Dev is more than welcome to come in. Obviously, yeah. Sure.
We're doing not a 3-hour-long video, so. Jack States for $20 says all choices are based on value. You are attracted to that of the most value.
True. Yeah, this is also why Thought Slime snuck in the celebrity that you really want to bang, because he's like, let me up the value even more. This person's high status and rich. Yeah, that's what he's
all
trying
choice.
to do.
I don't agree with that. All choices are not based on value. I don't agree.
Really?
How
could you disagree with that?
Because
what is the choice that's not based on value?
Because the way I'm conceptualizing this is that when you talk, I guess it depends on how you're defining value.
You value bubblegum ice cream completely differently than me.
Yeah, but I don't think of value as involuntary. I think as value is a totally voluntary concept of how you ascribe something.
No, it can be.
And I think that's the difference.
No, my brain gives me a lot more dopamine for bubblegum ice cream than your brain gives you. So
I understand that.
Yeah.
But that's what we're having a Sitch's law argument, because I think we're just defining the word value differently.
Yeah. How are you defining value?
Value is the conscious aspect that you place on something that you want or like.
Okay, that's weird.
I know. Well, is it weird? I think that's how most people conceptualize value. I don't think most people conceptualize value as something beyond your conscious free will choice.
I mean, all of evolution is geared towards value. What are you talking about?
I'm not sure I agree with this.
We're all scanning the environment for objects of value. All of our perceptive apparatus is geared towards finding valuable things.
To consider or rate highly. See, I would say consider already. Yeah, but I'd say considering is not a. When I hear the word consider, it makes me think of not an emotional reaction. If you're considering something.
It's so weird that you want to tie it to conscious, but knock yourself out.
I mean, maybe not, because people say like, well, I don't know. Do people say like, I value my children? That seems like strange.
There are things that you don't even consider because they are off your radar because they have zero value.
I'm not okay. I understand that we can conceptualize value differently, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. So you saying that as an example is not an argument that is persuasive to me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
value, to consider or rate highly, prize, esteem, values, your opinion, to estimate or assign the monetary worth of, to appraise. See, but that's why I don't know. That's why to me, I associate value with with you making an assessment, with you assigning things. I generally associate the term value with conscious decisions.
Yeah, I know. You said that a couple times now.
But based on reading of the normal definition, I think I'm correct in doing so.
Right. So if you're attracted to something unconsciously, you're not placing a higher value on that.
You are placing a higher. No, you are placing.
Well,
a higher
it's
value
not conscious though.
No, because value is the conscious part of you valuing the unconscious attraction.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Oh my God. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I feel like value isn't everything you do. I mean, this is like Jordan Peterson 101. Like his whole idea.
You're way off. That's not my argument. Okay, I'm saying value is the term we use definitionally to describe the conscious choice that a person uses for their unconscious desires, attractions, etc., etc. Now that's just me.
Choice.
Okay. So I think we should move on, because I think my only hang up is entirely a semantical argument. It's not really a there's nothing beyond the semantics here. So
yeah, I agree.
Let's just move on.
It's a word.
Were a choice, there'd be nothing wrong with being gay or pan or asexual or even straight. The fact that
there's nothing wrong with any of those things anyway.
Right, but I don't know what he's talking about. We've
trans people, as a rule, don't hurt anyone. If sexuality were a choice, there'd be nothing wrong with being...
I don't buy into the trans people don't hurt anyone. Have you been on Twitter for 15 minutes? Dude, they're fucking actively trying to hurt people. Half the tweets I get are mean. Very mean.
The argument he's making here actually is a bad one. Doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Sorry, I won't pause.
Okay.
I won't pause this time. But that was just ridiculously. Can you imagine saying such a thing? Like, what category of what group of people just categorically denies hurting anyone?
Well, it's no group of people specific for most groups of people don't specifically hurt or not hurt people based on that group identity, right?
Well, all people are out to hurt their enemies, and that's why the trans people are definitely into hurting people viciously. Especially, look, you're in a video right now attempting to hurt conservatives by calling them names and stuff. I know you're joking around. It's not serious, but you are taking jabs at them with the intention of doing harm.
Sure.
Sure. Don't hurt it.
Should we go? Should we continue?
Yeah. Anyone. If sexuality were a choice, there'd be nothing wrong with being gay or pan or asexual or even straight. The fact that these sexualities aren't a choice isn't what makes them permissible.
False. That is so
completely false.
Okay.
And against what the gay community spent fucking forever fighting for.
Well, but his argument doesn't make any sense. Okay, if you're to say that if we live in a different world where sexual orientation is entirely a choice, it would be neither right nor wrong for society to promote nor limit that, right? That would be each individual society's decision. And it'd be based on a multitude of factors. You couldn't make, if you lived in a world where sexual orientation was a choice, you couldn't make the blanket statement that there'd be nothing wrong with being gay or pan or whatever. Because there could be, because it depends what you're valuing. Like if your society values procreation, then guess what? Being gay is going to be bad for that society, right?
Well, that's why those prohibitions came into being in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. 100%.
Like, we need people. The tribe next door is going to outpopulate us and drive us to extinction.
Right. Yeah. No, that's exactly why most religions were anti-gays, because they wanted you to have kids.
Yep.
They totally wanted you to have kids. So, but he just makes this blanket statement. He does this a lot. He inserts all sorts of these very strong moral claims in his statements that I don't think he even realizes what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He just, because he's so in the bubble, he just makes these statements offhandedly without really thinking them through.
Yeah,
Thought
it's
Slime
sad.
doesn't think very well. Ironically.
Hence
Ironically.
the title.
Yes. Maybe it's not ironic.
The fact that they're not hurting anybody is what makes them permissible. If being gay were a choice, it'd be a perfectly
And then he links everything to the Care Harm Foundation only. Like it's only about care harm.
Well, what does it mean to hurt someone?
Hurt people, yeah.
Well, it's interesting because he's doing the care harm thing, but he's also sort of doing the libertarian nap principle. Because if you could make a strong argument that if you're living in a tribe of 12 people and you all have to work together to do some goal, you not working together is hurting everyone else, right?
Totally. Yeah, no, that's the whole idea. That's the one distinction that he's not making. The needs of the individual versus the needs of society, which
right.
I know triggers people, but so much of our law is balancing those two things.
And actually, as I said earlier, if we lived in a society where everyone's sexual orientation is a choice, the majority of men would be gay.
Yeah.
And you know what? That would actually hurt society a lot because there'd be a huge problem with people having children.
Yeah.
It would be a
society
huge
would
problem.
last. That would be the last generation of that society.
But that's what, like, this is such an absurd argument.
It's a good thing people don't have a choice, right?
Right.
Nature has chosen for us.
Nature has chosen for us. But to me, and I thought to most people, the most persuasive argument for acceptance towards all sexual orientations was the fact that the person doesn't choose this. You can't hold someone accountable or not accountable for something that they have no choice over.
True.
And and also even beyond that, like, I don't know, I have to think about this more, but this just he hasn't thought through any of these arguments at all, really.
They don't matter. Not to him.
These sexualities aren't a choice isn't what makes them permissible. The fact that they're not hurting anybody is what makes them permissible. If being gay were a choice, it'd be a perfectly valid choice to make, and people should be allowed to make it. The same thing cannot be said of so-called super straights. The very idea of categorically separating trans people as sexually undesirable, regardless of what they look like, how they behave, or anything else other than the fact that they are trans, by necessity, implies that transness has some sort of quality one can observe and measure. It would be like saying you're only...
It does. It literally does. What is he talking about?
They do the exact same thing with men and women. I mean, when you're separating men and women out of your dating pool, you're doing it regardless of what they look like or any of those things that he listed off.
But he's saying okay, so his argument is that if we lived in a society where all sexual orientation is choice, okay, it would be okay to be any sexual orientation because you're not harming anyone, which we've said is not necessarily true. But even if we granted that, then he's saying being super straight would be bad because you are harming people, because by being super straight, you're declaring that there's a categorical distinction between a cis woman and a trans woman, which A, there is, and B, he said you can't measure it, but you can measure it. And in most cases, you can observe it.
Yeah. So you can measure it also in reproduct. Like, that's the thing. If you're looking for, most people are dating to find a partner for starting a family.
Right.
So that makes a huge difference.
I mean, that's the biological drive for mating in the first place, being in a relationship in the first place.
Yep.
It's to procreate. I mean, not everyone procreates or chooses to procreate, but...
only sexually right-handed people. Are you? Or do you just have some sort of bias against left-handed people that makes you uncomfortable? How can you tell who is and who is not right-handed by looking at them? And none of this is to say that you must be attracted to any and all trans people, because I don't give a shit if you find an individual trans person attractive or unattractive. Quite frankly, if by some amazing statistical anomaly you judged each individual trans person on their merits and found them unattractive according to the same standards you would apply to a cis person, fine. Whatever. That's impossible, but even if it was physically possible, that result would be pretty unlikely, but sure, I will allow for the possibility of this ludicrous thought experiment. The problem comes when you...
I'm glad he's allowing the possibility of that ludicrous thought experiment, that, oh my God, you could judge every single trans person and decide you're not attracted to them individually. That's a ludicrous thought experiment. But what's not ludicrous is conceptualizing an entire world where sexual orientation is the choice and that everyone's choice harms no one else in society. That's not a ludicrous thought experiment whatsoever. Thank you, Thoughts on.
It is very ludicrous, but...
Or the thought experiment that we can have a freebie sex with any celebrity of our choice, and that God themselves appears to us in a vision and tells us it's okay, but then we find out that they're actually trans. Yeah, these are not ridiculous thought experiments that we're granting. Thank you, Thoughts on.
Why is he putting everything down to looks? I don't get that, because so much of the conflict in dating is like over whether or not they want to get married, whether or not they want to have kids, and all these things are completely independent of their actual physical appearance.
Well, he's focusing more on your initial physical attraction, I guess.
Right. So, yeah, but I don't know.
Well, because I wouldn't be surprised if Thought Slime is like a mostly blank slater.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's not conceptualizing this from like an evolutionary perspective that, like, yes, obviously the concept of reproduction is going to be, whether people are conscious of it or not, pretty heavily involved in people selecting for mates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or for people who are heterosexual, obviously selecting for mates.
Well, even selecting for just long-term relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like starting a family is part of the long-term relationship.
Right. Well, I mean, but you could start a relationship with someone that can't reproduce. You can adopt, you can, artificially inseminate.
Sure. Yeah.
You assign the quality of sexual desirability or undesirability to transness itself, when the quality of being trans specifically, not the person themselves, is what you claim to find attractive or unattractive. And this is further compounded in this case by the implication that it is more straight to be exclusively attracted to cis.
See, but this is he made the argument that I said. He's putting this, he thinks that there's some etherical trans quality.
Mm-hmm.
In his stupid thought experiment, this is why he's not being honest, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is why he's not being honest, because he wants to argue that the people that don't want to bang trans people
mm-hmm.
or be in relationships with trans people
mm-hmm.
is because of this etherical quality, because they're bigots or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you're going to make that argument, you have to say, well, wait a minute. Is there a group of people that would be totally fine with banging relationships with trans people if every trans person, man or woman, looked exactly indistinguishable from every cis man or woman?
And had the ability to reproduce and start a family.
Right, and had the ability to reproduce. Okay. That's the only way, because that's the only way that his argument would make any sense. But he's not. But he wants to kind of use.
Yeah, you're totally right. That's exactly
he wants
how
to
it would make
use that argument to bludgeon people, but then to accept, like, he wants to use this hypothetical, ridiculous thought experiment as a weapon to bludgeon people. But that's not the way the world really is. Okay, because as we said, most people probably don't think that most trans people look identical to all cis people or to most cis people. Right?
Yeah, correct. And there's
that's
other extenuating factors as well. So
right. But I would wager that that's most people's hang up on this whole topic.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, actually, I would wager most people's hang up is the fact that you could have genitals, that he hasn't even talked about that at all, which is another huge factor too, is the genital issue.
Right.
So he's just completely, I mean, this is crazy. He's so to be clear, he's created an insanely specific hypothetical fantasy scenario to prove a point that he's then going to bludgeon people who are living in the real world, not in his hypothetical fantasy scenario with.
It's terrible.
It's pretty ridiculous. Look at that face though. It's like
he's getting ready to bludgeon
Covington
you right
kid.
here.
It's like the Covington kid right there.
You're so mean.
cis people.
I know.
It implies that trans people are less their gender than cis people are. If it's straighter to not want to have sex with them, therefore it must
Now he's just objecting to the term.
Yeah.
exclusively
Which I
attracted.
thought the term was just kind of a joke anyway.
I am impressed with how much information, arguments, and bullshit premises he can just fit. Like we have to pause it like every sentence because he says something chock full of nonsense every second. It's impressive.
Yeah.
attracted to cis people, which kind of implies that trans people are less their gender than cis people are. If it's
See, he uses the word less, okay, to imply a negative connotation. When you could say, well, it's not less, it's just different.
Yeah. Plus the term
And-
is super straight. It's not more straight.
Well, it's a joke, you know.
Yeah, that too.
But no, but it's like men and women, they're not less or more. They're different from each other. The same thing is true of trans women and trans men. They're not less or more. They're just just a different category of person.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's you asked what is his goal here, and that's his real goal, is that the wokies, like Thought Slime, they want to remove the categorical difference between woman and man and trans woman and trans man, which may be possible at some point in the future when we have the technology we talked about. But right now, it's not possible. It's just like they think they can like create a false delusion that everyone just has to accept, and then that will become reality, basically. When everyone knows it's not true.
Seems like a lot of people are accepting this, though. This video is hugely popular and Thought Slime is hugely popular. So you'd think that all the people watching this video totally buy into this.
I don't think they do. I think even the people that proclaim that there's no difference between a trans woman and trans men and a cis woman and cis man, they all know that that's not true.
Do you think perhaps that they're all attracted to trans people?
They could be.
Right.
And
'Cause,
maybe
I mean, you
that's
could
their
be-
and wait,
you-
that's interesting. Maybe that's their own form of bigotry. They don't want to say they're attracted to a trans person. So they want to say there's no difference.
Oh, really?
Maybe. I don't know. It's
Like
possible.
they're embarrassed or ashamed of being attracted to trans people?
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
If I was attracted to trans people, I wouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed.
Right. You shouldn't be.
I'd be loud and proud about it.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
But that's how this always comes off to me, is that there's like this shared delusion that like, oh, well, everyone it's kind of like it's like if everyone believes
You
in
have to be
Tinkerbell,
into you have
Right.
to be into what I'm into.
fairies only exist if you believe in them. So it's like, okay, so we all have to believe in this thing, and then we're gonna like manifest it and make it become real by just all accepting it, right?
No.
That's what
not
this
gonna
feels like
happen.
to me. But the problem with that is that even if that's true to some extent, that if everyone believes something, it becomes true. I don't know if that works in a situation where everyone is naturally primed to not believe it's true. And this just seems like one of those
This is
very
what's
obvious
weird.
situations.
This is what's weird, because you read this stuff about like the communist societies that everyone is just basically living in hell, always trying to
Right.
like pretend like, oh, things are great, buck up. The economy's
that's-
getting better.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That
It's so
that-
sad.
that can only go like that sort of social
So
conditioning.
far, yes.
Yeah, it has a limit. It can only go so far. Everyone
is that?
knows that they're living in a hellhole.
What is the name for that? Because there's some specific name that's pretty cool. That's like when the majority believes that they are in the minority when they are really in the majority, and like a switch is flipped, and everyone's like,
Right.
What were we doing? Why were we falling for this? We
Yeah, I
should have
don't know.
rose up a long time ago.
Maybe someone in the chat knows what the name of that is.
This
but,
is bullshit.
it's kind of like the line test, where you have like
Oh yeah, totally.
the 5 people and they're in a room, and the psychologist is like point to or name the longest line, and they say the first 3 correct, and then on the 4th one, everyone but one person is really in on the experiment, and they
Sure.
all say the wrong one incorrectly.
Yeah.
And most of the time, the 4th person or the last person will just conform to the group. But they know that they think the other line is longer. They're not
No, they're
visually
unsure of
distorting their
themselves.
brain to see it as not as long anymore.
They might be just telling themselves, well, I'm not perceiving it correctly, but I don't want to seem like an idiot here.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's not really mass hysteria. It's sort of like gaslighting, deceptive path pruning. I don't know.
That's pretty
Preference falsification. Literally North
cool.
Korea.
That might be it.
Preference falsification.
Yeah. Because everybody believes that they're going along with the preference of the group when the group's preference is completely different from what any of them are.
Preference falsification
signaling.
is the act of communicating a preference that differs from one's true preference. The public frequently convey, especially to researchers or pollsters, preferences that are different from what they truly want, often because they believe the conveyed preference is more socially acceptable.
It is. That's exactly it. Yeah.
What's similar to what you're saying? That wasn't exactly what you were looking for, but that's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about where you're talking
this
about
is
where
what Thought
like,
Slime is trying to do in this video. He's trying to create a situation where everybody has this preference, and maybe it's working. Like maybe his audience is all, 12 years old, and they're going, "Yeah, of course."
No, you're right, and that's a good point. This whole video is preference falsification, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Working on that. He's trying to say this is the norm. This is the norm preference, and just we're obstinate people, so we're just sitting there going, nah.
We're like, I
got my own
This.
preference. Yeah. Let's talk about
Sunset.
Tifa Lockhart for a second here.
I like
we
that
have
you looked up a
preferences
picture.
too.
I like that you looked up a picture, right?
I made it my desktop.
Oh. So you agree? You agree it's a good choice, huh?
Search Tifa Lockhart cosplay for a second.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Read the super chat.
Oh my.
I know.
There you go.
You're in big trouble now.
I am in big trouble.
Straighter to not want to have sex with them, therefore it must be a little gay to have sex with them.
Don't worry, I see Thought Slime's face and all the big trouble immediately dissipates.
Yeah, I know. Why does he jump to the having sex? What happened to being like, come on, don't you want a relationship?
Which kind of implies that trans people are less their gender than cis people are. If it's straighter to not want to have sex with them, therefore it must be a little gay to have sex with them, therefore they're a little bit not the gender they claim to be. On some
who is worried about like being intimidated by being gay these days?
Yeah, I don't think
get
most people
it.
care anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe this video came out 20 years ago.
Yeah, what's going
I don't
on?
know.
What's going on?
Yeah.
level. Logic. If we believe, for example, that trans men are men, then how could a woman be more heterosexual if they wanted to screw fewer kinds of men? It's as though you're saying, oh, you may be enough of a man for regular straights, but sorry, I'm just too straight for that. See, it's an attempt to lay...
So if his conception, if his argument here is he just doesn't like the term super straight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, that's fine. It's like a joke term. It's not, not meant to be like, this is the definitive label for this orientation or whatever.
What would be a better name than super? What would be a less offensive name?
Cis
Trans-hater?
Transphobe.
Transphobe. There you go.
Yeah. Straight, pure straight. Cis pure.
Yeah. Cis pure. There we go.
That sounds like a fucking Hitler thing.
Sounds even
The cis
worse.
pure shall reign.
I know. Sounds worse.
Sounds even
Super
worse.
straight is actually sounding pretty non-offensive. Right?
Super straight just sounds funny. That's the thing. It sounds silly.
Yeah.
some kind of Uno reverse card on queer people to suggest that other people's identities somehow contradict their sexualities? Here's a thought that doesn't seem to have occurred to these ding-dongs. Being heterosexual does not necessitate that you are attracted to every single member of the opposite gender. Everyone has been rejected by someone they liked. Everyone who feels any sort of sexual attraction has noticed that they don't feel it towards, like, major uggos or, hopefully, blood relatives. But the premise of super straight as a sexuality...
Why did he throw that in?
What, the blood relatives thing?
That's such a, like, if I don't, like, look, let's not add hom here, but that's one of those, like, dots
Why do you throw
protest
the
too much.
in?
Well,
or are you talking about the blood relatives?
blood relatives.
So cruel. I mean, it's
the
so
blood
cruel.
relatives. The Uggos thing makes sense. If his argument is like, oh, well, you're obviously not attracted to every person you see, it's like, okay, that's true. Yeah, you're not attracted to people you consider ugly. If I'm writing the script, I wouldn't have even thought to be like, oh yeah, and also blood relative. Like, it's just weird to me that he thought to include that in the script.
Well, those are the ones that you're supposed to be, I guess. Oh, it's okay to be not attracted to. Like, he's making an argument that there are certain people that it's not okay to not be attracted to.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying it comes off to me as a little bit doth protest too much.
He's separating, like he's had some kind of thing going on with us.
I'm just speculating here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating. I'm just reaching deep into my gut. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just reaching deep into my gut.
I'm not gonna incest shame anybody here, okay, Sitch? I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Look, Adam.
What if it was protected sex and they didn't?
Adam. It's okay. It was
no
just
possibility of reproduction.
We're not blood related. It's my stepsister. Okay. She was just doing the laundry one day,
really?
and she got stuck in the washing machine.
Sitch, I didn't even know you had a stepsister.
Okay. Look, it's just my stepsister. It's totally fine. Okay.
I think you might have been searching on the internet too much.
Maybe.
Implies that because you're not attracted to trans people, or at least trans people you recognize thusly, then therefore they must be less of the gender they identify as, because otherwise you'd want to fuck them. Hey, do you want to fuck your parents? No? Are your parents the gender they identify with? The logic of this is flimsy because it's meant to work on a surface level reading that gets people emotional. Check the comments.
Wait, let's process this.
Yeah, you keep pausing it, and I'm honestly having trouble keeping up. It's like such
because he makes
logic.
So many different arguments so quickly that are all not connected or really founded together, and he doesn't realize it.
We're gonna need paper and pencil for this one.
Yes.
I have a feeling. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's saying it's okay not to be attracted to your parents, for obvious reasons.
But that you wouldn't conceptualize that as a sexual preference. Okay.
Right.
But the thing is, obviously, because generally people only have a handful of parents.
So, but he's making the argument that not being attracted to something is not a sexual preference.
Yeah, but that's true. This is not a good comparison. Okay.
But this is the same conflation that we pointed out in the very beginning of the video, because it's about attraction. It's not about not attraction. He's only making it about not attraction so that he can say you're a horrible transphobic bigot because you're not attracted to trans people, instead of just saying, hey, I'm attracted to cis people.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's true. But I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. This is this parent's argument. It's like, it's your parent. I mean, it's technically a category of people, but you don't need like you don't need like a widespread. I'm saying you don't need a widespread category for your parents, because generally it's like two people, one person, maybe three or four if you have step parents or something. Like it's not like a huge. You don't have like a giant range of like class of people you define as your parents that you have to categorize in your mind the way you do for like heterosexuality, homosexuality, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm just throwing this out there, okay? But you have this stepmom that is trans, okay?
It is trans?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're not attracted to your trans stepmom. Does that make you a transphobe? I have to know.
Well, Thoughtslime would say that depends. If she wasn't trans, would you be attracted to her?
Well, it's more about the stepmom thing. I mean, your dad.
Right. Well, then he would say
no.
no. Then he would say no, that it's not.
Okay, that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay, good. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I don't get in trouble here.
Section, and tons of people asserting the general premise of super heterosexuality in the comments, as though that definition negates every argument I've made in this video. You're not meant to think too hard about it, because it's meant to just affirm your gut instinct that trans people are icky and just lying about being whatever gender they present as. Well, not your gut instinct.
Nothing Thoughtslime has presented in this video is built around appealing to your emotions or gut instincts whatsoever.
No, it's all what?
It's all
appealing
and reason and logic and big brain things.
No. It's all built on shame.
That's right.
He's basically trying to shame his audience into.
That's true.
Into expanding the dating pool for his trans
Right.
Friends, I guess. I don't know.
Speaking of shame, I'll be right back.
What? I have to watch this all by myself?
Instinct, but the gut instincts of people who are both bigoted enough to believe that and also too cowardly to say so directly. It's a way to say that you don't believe trans people are who they say they are and disguise that bigotry through the language of sexual autonomy. To pretend that these two things are at odds.
Through the language of sexual autonomy. I'm not sure I even understand what he means by that. I thought sexual autonomy was good. I thought we were a consensual society and we wanted everyone to have sexual autonomy. That's where these arguments kind of get a little slippery, because you start butting up against the consent argument when you say, listen, I'm going to shame you into finding something you don't find attractive. And this is basically why I am saying, this is borderline conversion therapy here. If someone is not attracted to trans people and you are going to attempt to make a video that could easily appear in some program aimed at converting somebody from the type of person that they're attracted to into being attracted to something they're not attracted to, how is that not conversion therapy? That's exactly what conversion therapy is designed to do. Conversion therapy used to famously be used on gay people to make them straight. So if a gay person was attracted to the same sex, they would try to make them attracted to the sex that they're not attracted to. And I believe, if you were an instructor in one of these abhorrent classes, they probably had, attractive women or something. They were trying to attract you. They probably know more about this stuff than Thought Slime does. How is this whole video not a video that's like for conversion therapy?
It
could
is.
be
That's
shown
exactly
in
what
a
it
conversion therapy class.
Yes, this is a conversion therapy video.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I'm shaming you for your sexual.
Yes.
He'll get around it, because technically what he's doing is he's shaming people for their sexual preference, but he's going to get around it by saying, well, I'm defining the thing you don't like as not sexual preference. Therefore, you can't say that this is a conversion video. That's the trick that he's employing here.
But the conservative Christians who do their conversion therapy programs use the same kind of shaming tactic.
I agree. They also
God is completely against you being attracted to the same sex. God wants you to be heterosexual. Like, all that stuff is
right. And they also make the same argument because they redefine the term sexual preference to say, oh, that's all nonsense. Everyone has a choice, blah, blah, blah. So
they want to say that it's a choice. Sexual attraction is a choice.
So it is funny because you're completely right. Thought Slime is doing the exact same thing the ultra Christian conversion people are doing, just into the opposite
horseshoe theory
direction.
Is real.
Yeah. There you go. I finally got Adam to admit horseshoe theory.
He has literally made a conversion therapy video.
Yes.
And this is on YouTube.
The ultra Christians are saying your sexual preference is a choice and therefore you should choose to be straight. And Thought Slime is saying you not wanting to be with a trans man or a trans woman is a choice, and therefore you should be with them.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's so ridiculous.
It's not funny.
I think it's hilarious.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Thought Slime is against conversion therapy.
Right. I would imagine.
Well,
he's not. He's promoting it right here. He's just in favor of conversion therapy in the direction that he wants.
That's nuts.
Of course it's nuts. That's all this woke shit. It's all like this.
So much. I don't know if you know anything about the gay rights movement history or anything, but a lot of this stuff.
Adam, I was heavily involved in the gay rights movement even before I was born in the 80s. Okay. So how dare you?
Oh, really?
Yes.
I was
as a pre-fetus.
I was the campaign manager for Harvey Milk. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously not. But one of the Christians had this gay is a choice argument that pretty much the entire society bought into, and the gay community had to fight hard for the society-wide adoption of the fact that your sexual orientation is an immutable characteristic.
Yes.
They fought for people to believe that.
Yes.
Now that it's widely accepted that, your sexual orientation is an immutable characteristic, you got Thought Slime here coming along saying, no, actually, that's incorrect. We were wrong. All those things that we fought for, that the gay community fought for society to accept so that they wouldn't have to live their lives in the closet. No, that's all. The Christians had it right all along. Sorry, guys. Sexual orientation is actually a choice, and you make that choice every time you decide that you're not attracted to a trans person or someone of the same sex as you. This is fucking crazy pill land here.
Well, and he would probably say that you're strawmanning him because he's not saying that. He is essentially saying what you're saying, but what he's doing is he's cloaking it in redefining or just defining how he chooses sexual orientation to not include, not being attracted to trans people.
So he's basically saying, as a sexual orientation, that a trans person is indistinguishable from the category that you are already attracted to.
Yes. That's what he's saying.
And therefore, you making the distinction is not an orientation, but maybe that's why he's using the word preference. He's saying
that is why
that's
he's using
a preference.
Because he's saying, well, he's making two arguments, which is weird. The first argument is that he's saying sexual orientation is not a choice, but not being sexually attracted to trans people is a choice,
right?
Which is
strange. So that's a sexual preference. Well, it's not an orientation.
People use the term sexual preference orientation interchangeably, so let's not create a distinction there.
No, but I'm making the distinction because
this is going to make the conversation way too confusing in the future. But that's the first argument he's making. The second argument he's making is that, well, even if hypothetically sexual orientation is a choice, it would still be okay for people to be gay and pans, but it still wouldn't be okay for people to not want to be with trans people. So that's when you get into real crazy territory, because that's when he is entering the Christian fundamentalist attitude.
Right. Because it's one thing.
Well, it's an untenable argument because, again, how you define harm is entirely up to the individual and society, right? Because if we're the Christian, if you're the ultra Christian, you're defining harm as your immortal soul going to hell for all eternity, which if that's true, that's a pretty big fucking harm, right?
Right.
It's foolish that he's even bothering to make the second argument, in my opinion. But, Thought Slime isn't known for making good decisions.
Well, it's just one of the reasons these videos are interesting is because it's just so much motivated reasoning. It's like, I got to get to here. Like, he's got his tick boxes out. He's like, I got to make conservatives seem like bigots, homosexuality and pansexuality and all these things have to be glorified. Like, he's got his long checklist here of things, have to help trans rights.
Of course.
So the argument isn't just a natural argument. This argument is like major, reach, gut pull. How can I put this together in a way that really makes the point?
Right. Well, I mean, of course, that's what's so ludicrous about him. He's castigating the evil, emotional bigots who are anti-trans because of their emotions. And it's like his entire thing, as you said, it's all backwards.
Yeah.
Reasoning. It's all post hoc reasoning.
Different emotion.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Shame instead of disgust, but the same kind of motivation.
Right. I mean, does anyone honestly think that Thought Slime was sitting down and had no opinion, had a neutral opinion, on whether people should be, whether everyone should be attracted to trans women or trans men as a class or as a group. And he just had no opinion on this whatsoever, and then worked it through very logically, saying, well, let me think about the nature and definition of sexual orientation, and then worked it up step by step to get to the decision that he has right now. Does anyone think that happened?
Hell no.
Of course not.
Not in a million years.
No.
And force you to concede one or the other has to be untrue, when in reality, no. People have sexual agency and trans people are valid. And you have to bend yourself into all...
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what's sexual agency now?
It's a way to say that you don't believe trans people are who they say they are and disguise that bigotry through the language of sexual autonomy. To pretend that these two...
It's not bigotry. This is insane. It's not bigotry to say that there's a categorical distinction between a trans woman and a trans man and a cis woman and a cis man. That's why the labels exist in the first place.
Well,
because there is
that
a
it
categorical
bigotry.
distinction. Yeah, but
He would
that's
argue
where
that it's bigotry.
But that's why his position is untenable. This is he wants to mass gaslight people into just believing something that is very vehemently untrue. This is like saying, okay, this is the problem. We advocate that we should be building a colorblind society. What we mean by that,
oh, you racist
I know,
bigot.
a horrible racist. And what we mean by that is that people don't judge people or come up with conceptualizations of people before they meet them based on the color of their skin, right?
Correct. Yeah.
But we're not saying that that people will ever look at a white person and a black person and not visually see in their brain space that these people have different skin colors.
Correct.
Okay. And that they will categorize them based on that skin color. We're just saying that those categories should be diminished in the person's mind so that they don't matter. Okay.
Right.
And Thought Slime could make that argument with trans women and trans men, but he's not. He's saying there is no difference between them. And that's where his argument's completely untenable.
Yeah,
this would be like saying, this is like someone saying there is no visual difference between black skin and white skin. And you're like, that's not true. You can make the argument that we shouldn't hold value to that, which I agree with, but you can't make the argument that there's no physical difference between the two. That's like saying there's no difference between someone with blue eyes and green eyes. You're like, well, no, they have different color eyes. Like, you can't deny the concept doesn't exist because you don't like it, or you don't like the connotations that are associated with it. You can argue against the connotations, but you can't argue against the reality, I guess.
I don't know, because I don't know if there's a huge contingent of people who don't want trans people to even exist. Like, I don't necessarily even know that that's a thing.
I'm sure there are lots of people, but I don't know. But that's not really what to do with what this argument, though.
Well, it kind of does, though, because he's saying that the conservatives, basically, if he's making the argument that the conservatives don't even want trans people to even exist, and that is forming this kind of bigotry that they're hiding in a sexual preference. If that's his argument,
I see.
Then that argument is completely different than the argument that we're kind of fighting against, that, personal preference is really what's driving the ship here. But he hasn't really said. And I mean, I'm not even sure I know any conservatives that said, categorically they don't think trans is like a real thing, and that a society without trans people would be a better society.
I've seen lots of people on Twitter say that, so I can't agree.
Okay. Well, obviously you're just saying it's the people you're hanging out with. Sitch. Jeez,
well, these are friends or even followers. I just see in comments, people make this argument.
Right. Yeah.
But,
okay. Well, that's a different. That's a completely different argument.
Completely different argument. But I'm not even really sure that's the argument he's making.
Well, you're arguing against two different individuals here, because if Thought Slime is saying that there is a hypothetical person out there that just hates trans people and is bigoted against trans people, and therefore they're hiding that bigotry behind a sexual preference that they don't have for trans people, then that's completely different than, we're basically saying that the sexual not orientation, but preference is real.
Right.
I'm not like the super straight people are trying to make the argument that super straight is an orientation, which I don't necessarily think it's applicable as an orientation. Seems like Thought Slime's wording as preference is more applicable.
So you agree with Thought Slime's argument? that
Well,
it's not an orientation.
I'm noticing that there's a separation here, because you are talking about a preference, and I don't even, because you wouldn't say like I have a preference for blondes. That wouldn't be an orientation, obviously. Like, you don't have an orientation for blondes, but you're having a preference within the category. If you have a preference for cis women over trans women, then it makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's like a blondes versus brunettes preference. But he's basically making the argument that any preference within the category is bigotry. Well, is it bigotry against redheads if you only like blondes?
Hold on. Before we get into the bigotry argument, we're falling into Sitch's law here, okay? Because this hinges on the definition of sexual preference versus preference. Okay?
Well, do you understand that I'm only using preference over orientation because it's within the category?
I understand that, but that's not how most people conceptualize this. Okay, you're creating words in which people can use to conceptualize this, but that's not the way it's currently working.
He's using
right
it
now.
that way, though.
Right.
That's why he's saying preference over orientation.
I understand that, but you understand that you can't in a video create your own definitions for concepts, and then you attack people because they're using completely different definitions for different concepts.
I'm trying to avoid that. That's the only reason.
But that's what he's doing. Okay. So, but you have to figure out whether you actually agree with this argument, because you spent the whole video disagreeing, and I agree with it, because to me, you can't say, like, we'll start with the simplest example. It would be a trans woman with a penis. Okay. That'll be the most simple example for this. Okay. I don't think you can say, well, that's just a preference difference. If you're a straight male, if you don't want to have sex with a trans woman with a penis, I don't think you can say that's a preference. That's a sexual preference. Directly. I mean, you're directly talking about sexual organs. That's what a sexual preference is it not?
It's definitely a lot different than, a blonde or a redhead. That's for sure.
Very different, right?
Yes. So, but you understand that, and this is all fucking word games. It's totally word games.
I know it is.
But at the same time, the distinction and why people are getting hung up on this is because people want to say that a trans woman with a penis is more categorically close to a man than a woman.
But it's a false dichotomy. We don't even have to go down that route. And that's where the super straight thing kind of subverts it. It's saying, well, we're not saying that a trans woman with a penis is more closer to a man than a woman. We're just saying we only want
cis
to be sexually interacting with cis women.
Right. Yes.
Okay. We're defining ourselves by the positive affirmation, not the negative affirmation.
Which is smart.
And makes more sense.
Totally. It's the same way gays identify themselves. I'm a lesbian.
Right.
I'm attracted to women.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but so that's what I'm saying.
But I understand the categorical distinction that he's making. That's all I'm pointing out.
I do too. But what I'm saying is, I think that's why we have to get to the root. His root argument seems to be that he's claiming there's no categorical distinction between a trans woman and a trans man and a cis woman and a cis man.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Which is not true. Which is clearly not true.
Right.
And again, maybe at some point in the future, we can get to there technologically where that difference is so minute, it makes no difference. But we're not there yet. I don't even think we're close to being there yet.
These two things are at odds and force you to concede that one or the other has to be untrue, when in reality, no. People have sexual agency and trans people are valid.
This always happens. I rewind it because I don't understand the context, and then we talk for like 20 minutes. You pause it, and then we talk for 20 minutes about something, so I have to rewind it again because I missed the context.
He doesn't do the simplified version of the thing. And I swear his argument is changing like halfway through. But
okay, so let's listen. Let's give a full 20 seconds here so I can understand what the fuck he's saying.
It really would be
no
great.
Pausing.
It really would be great to actually have a conversation with him, because I am curious as fuck if like his thinking is that all conservatives categorically just want trans people not to exist. Like, obviously you said you've interacted with them before, but I mean, it's not a common, well, maybe it's common, I don't even know, but
I'm not when I see people that are very anti-trans, I don't conceptualize them as like conservatives. I'm like, those are people that just are very anti-trans, and I don't think it's their conservative values that is necessitating that thought process.
The anti-trans. It could just be like the disgusting.
Jonathan Haidt did that experiment.
It
could be religion. It could be many things.
Do you remember the Jonathan Haidt, Thala Wheatley experiment where they implanted disgust into people hypnotically through reading a story? If one word was implanted in the story, they felt a flash of disgust, and they asked them to rate moral infractions in stories. So they gave them various stories with various moral infractions. And the interesting part happened when they gave them stories that were completely innocuous with no moral infractions whatsoever. And like a third of the people cooked up moral infractions and inserted them into the story to turn these people into fuckers.
It's so interesting, because when you read that, when you say cooked up, like to really conceptualize for people, a third of the people would literally create details that the characters, they thought they heard the character do that didn't happen. Okay.
That didn't happen in the story.
Didn't happen.
One third, 33%.
Okay. And so, but this really shines a light on a lot of people's on a lot of people's Twitter interactions, because there's so many times that, again, the Twitter interactions with people, or even people, leave comments on the videos or whatever, and they're like attributing all these things to me that I'm like, I never said anything remotely close to this.
Totally.
And it really just puts that into perspective, is that, when people get certain emotions triggered, they like, without even realizing it, they create entire positions and details to conversations and stories that didn't occur.
Yes.
It's very fascinating.
I just want to make sure that we're not guilty of doing that. Although, obviously we're human beings, and it's easy to do that, but I don't think he's I don't think Thought Slime obviously doesn't know this study and doesn't know the power of disgust. Like, geez. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think Thought Slime has even thought about this as a tenth as much as we're trying to decode what he's saying.
Yeah, no doubt. It would be interesting to talk to him, though, just because
it would be.
Yeah.
To say so directly. It's a way to say that you don't believe trans people are who they say they are, and disguise that bigotry through the language of sexual autonomy. To pretend that these two things are at odds and force you to concede that one or the other has to be untrue, when in reality, no. People have sexual agency, and trans people are valid. And you have to bend yourself into all sorts of ridiculous logic pretzels to pretend like they're contradictory. And this isn't really my speculation. This is the stated intent of the Nazis who popularized the term. That's right, it was Nazis. It was Nazis the whole time.
Did you hear that, guys? It was Nazis. And you know what the evidence of this is?
A Reddit post?
The whole evidence that we can just say that people talking about super straight or the concepts of this being Nazis, it's because there's a 4chan post. We have a single 4chan post, which he doesn't even show how many replies to the post are, so you don't even know if this is fucking anything. But so we have a 4chan post, and therefore that shows it's Nazis. Amazing. Incredible. Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust that, Sitch. I don't know if that's.
Did you know that 4chan is? Yeah, I'm not sure that the proportion of people that go on poll on 4chan are really indicative of the general population.
Is that
Twitter,
the first
on
date
YouTube,
too? Like 3/05/21. That's like the first time super straight ever appeared. It seems like. I mean, that seems
at least when
pretty
this thread was being discussed.
Oh, okay.
So.
This wasn't diet Nazis, right?
No. I mean, I guess there must have been a lot of. It says this is at least the second thread on this topic, because the first one reached the reply limit.
Oh, okay.
But it's just it's funny to me. It's like the okay sign. It's so insane. Like, these people are insane. They're like, oh well, if people on 4chan, first of all, categorizing people on 4chan as Nazis is ridiculous. Most people on 4chan are just fucking trolls. Okay.
Yeah.
They're just they just enjoy pissing people off.
Yeah. And you know, if you got an SS avatar, that's like gold for pissing people off.
I don't think I don't think Nazis get off on pissing people off. I think Nazis are fucking racist and they want a white ethno state. Okay. I think that makes more sense. Nazis are not people who just like to troll people.
Are you saying that trolls are doing cultural appropriation on Nazis? Is that the argument that you're making?
That's not what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Are you surprised? Aren't you so surprised? It was Nazis again. Nazis did this.
That's not an emotional argument. No, not at all. That's a logical, sound argument that you're making there. Thank you for not playing with our emotions, Thoughts on. I'm so glad that you never bring emotion into your argumentation. Right. See this? He's like, okay, this is a point in the video where I have to trigger the disgust mechanism, so I at least get 33% of my audience on my side.
You're right. That's a good point.
Throw up the Nazis here and really get that disgust going.
You go.
It's working on me. I fucking hate Nazis. What the fuck?
It's funny because, I mean, I used to go on 4chan like way back in the day. And whenever anything is happening anywhere, there's going to be some assholes on 4chan taking credit for it.
Oh,
like as if they're responsible, you know?
Of course.
so it's like, it's so stupid. Like, imagine being so stupid as to, you know, something's taking off, something's trending, and then you see some anonymous assholes like taking credit for it, and your automatic assumption is to believe them.
Yes, no doubt.
Well, obviously he's inclined to believe them because it helps his argument. But
of course,
let's be fucking real here. Okay, come on.
That's why they do it. They know ThoughtSlime's going to fall for it.
Right. It's just so funny.
Let's step in. Hey, we started climate change.
There you go, guys. It was the Nazis. Pew, 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 pew. Did you know that the Nazis started climate change and climate change denial?
Oh my God. They started both?
They started both.
Simultaneously. We'll get them.
Before I forget, so either Adam remind me or the chat remind me. And when we get to the super chat portion, we have to talk about the Tucker Carlson Frank Luntz thing.
Tucker, I'll write it down.
Okay. Because we've talked about Frank Luntz on the stream before, so I think it was interesting that this came up.
Frank Luntz is the word man.
The wordsmith, yes.
I mean, they didn't start it. The whole thing started with some dingus on TikTok named Kyle Royce sitting in his car talking into a cell phone, like all great movements start. Behold, his stunning logic and rhetorical prowess.
Since straight people or straight men as myself, I get called transphobic because I wouldn't date a trans woman. You know, they're like, would you date a trans woman? I'm like, no, why? That's a female. No, like, that's not a real woman to me. Like, I want a real woman. No, you're just transphobic. So now I'm super straight. I only date the opposite gender women that are born women. So you can't say I'm transphobic now because that's just my sexuality, you know?
No. Stop calling me a transphobe simply because I don't think trans women are women. The thing is, they don't make me horny, so you're not allowed to be mad. Checkmate, libs. Now, as far as...
First of all, I'm mad that he says libs because, come on, fucking ThoughtSlime is not even remotely lib. He's a fucking commie, okay?
Yeah.
ThoughtSlime is on the libs get the bullet too train, so let's be clear. But anyway.
Leftist.
Yeah, but... Yeah, first of all, I don't think anyone would deny that Super Straight is a joke to some extent. They don't even deny that Super Straight is a troll. It is, by definition, by that kid, what the kid is saying. What everyone knew was it was trying to use the leftist woke logic against them by saying, well, you know, you can't be mad at me for not dating trans women because this is my sexual orientation. So then ThoughtSlime says, well, no. Let me create a false argument why that doesn't apply. But then he doesn't actually address any of the actual points. He just creates this insane hypothetical situation that could never exist in real life.
Totally.
Like, okay.
That TikTok was totally serious too. You could tell.
You could tell.
By the hand gestures. Obviously he was serious.
As I can tell, Royce is a far-right type of guy. He's just an ignorant, bigoted numbskull who desperately...
There you go. Look, we've made progress. You can be an ignorant, bigoted numbskull without being far right. Though, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Why
Did
do
he
you
say
think
he's not far right? I thought he said he was
Yes.
far right.
Don't make me horny, so you're not allowed to be mad. Checkmate, libs. Now, as far as I can tell, Royce is not a far-right type of guy. He's just an ignorant, bigoted numbskull who desperately needs to shave his upper lip. Come on, man, that's...
Okay.
Why is he making... He's like going after the Asian guy.
Oh, you ruined it.
What, I ruined it?
I was gonna say, why do you think he thinks he's not far right?
Yeah, no.
Because he's Asian.
Totally. It's total bigotry. It's like
I know.
prejudice
If that guy
beyond
was
belief.
white, if that guy was a white guy,
Oh my God, it'd
a
be
white
yeah.
Anglo-Saxon, do you think
Totally.
Thought Slime would give him the benefit of the doubt of not being a
No,
far-right
not at
Nazi?
all. He'd be fucking calling him a diet Nazi through the rest of the video.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at.
It's
Hold
not,
on.
it's just not.
Stop 1 second here. What's this tag here? I see a hashtag. It's the
Hashtag
third
funny.
the third tag in there. What is that? What's that tag say?
Hashtag funny. Yeah. Well, even Thought Slime
Hashtag
admitted.
funny.
Even Thought Slime admitted it was like it wasn't serious. He says like all serious movements start in the someone's car, right? So he's acknowledging that this is. Well, this is the thing. This is in part satirical, but I think it is in part trying to get at the truth of something.
Yeah, comedians are great for that. They just
They
cut
are.
right through to the
They are.
truth.
But his post seemed to really appeal to Nazis for
So for the rest
some
of
reason.
for the rest of the video, Sitch, I'm allowing full ad hominem. Since he went ad hominem on the guy in the
Okay.
TikTok video, you are allowed to make fun
Right.
of all
Okay,
of
thank you,
all
Adam.
of
Glad I have your permission.
Thought Slimes,
yes. Yes. I will. First of all, I don't know if someone like Thought Slime should be begrudging anyone's facial hair game. That's just me.
Oh, that also. I mean, that guy's sitting in a car and he looks taller than Thought Slime. Just sitting in a car seat.
He's Asian too. An Asian guy sitting in a car looks taller.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that guy could be on a basketball team compared to Thought Slime. You brought this on yourself, Thought Slime. Why would you make fun of his lip?
That's
Especially someone who's got a growing a beard challenge.
4chan ate that shit up, and they especially loved that the initials.
You know, it's funny too because there's a huge contingent on Poll called Lefty Poll, which is a bunch of socialists on 4chan. So this idea that something just appearing on 4chan means it's Nazis is very tenuous.
But that you saw the thumbnail, okay?
Oh, of course. They put
He had
SS there,
SS in his thumbnail. For all you know, that's a 12-year-old who doesn't even know what it means.
Well, they
this
probably
looks
know it.
cool.
Yeah, they know what it means. Adam. They know it triggers. It triggers
okay.
the leftists is what it means.
This gets people angry. Let me pick it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, super straight word.
It's
But
the
his
same
post
problem.
Seemed to.
It's the same problem that the left has always had with this. Oh my God, there's so much sexism in video games. There's so much homophobia in video games. It's like, no. You don't understand how assholes work, okay? The way assholes work, both male and female, is that they'll figure out whatever bothers you and then they're going to throw it in your face.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
So if you're a girl in a more male dominated space and that makes you feel awkward, they're gonna talk about that and they're gonna draw it in your face. They're not doing it because you're a girl. They're not sexist. They're just finding out what bothers you because they're an asshole.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the same thing with a lot of this poll stuff. There's just people that are assholes.
Well, I'd make the argument that probably 90% of racial slurs that are uttered are just uttered because you want to say the thing that's going to piss the person off the most. Like,
Yeah.
And there's absolutely no racism in the person saying it whatsoever. They're just like, this will get them. Yeah.
Really appeal to Nazis for some reason. 4chan ate that shit up, and they especially loved that the initials of Super Straight were SS. You know, like the Schutzstaffel, the Nazi paramilitary force. They told people to spread this meme like wildfire. Get it everywhere! And at this point, most regular people would stop and think, hey, Why do the Nazis like this meme so much? How come the Nazis are such big fans of this meme?
Yeah,
I watched this far in the video.
but this is such a pathetic argument too. I mean, at least in the beginning, he tried to create some sort of logical foundation, and now he's just gone full on. The Nazis like it. If you like it, you're a Nazi.
Guilt by association.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming Thought Slime is not a tanky. But if all the tankies like some insane socialist argument, is that what we get to say? We can say, well, look, Thought Slime, all these people that are in favor of China just genociding the Uyghurs, but they also agree that, we should abolish the police. Why are you suddenly on board with this abolish the police, Thought Slime? Look at all these people that are on board with abolish the police, and they're all evil people. Thought Slime, what are you doing? Did you know that the Nazis actually had a lot of socialist economic policies, Thought Slime?
They did.
Why are you also in favor of the same thing?
Yeah, socialism. It's even in the name.
It's even in the name.
I'm sure he's got some excuse, though, why it's not. It's okay for him to be in league with literal Nazis, but...
Well, and it's funny because you always see these stupid...
What's up with that haircut he's got? I mean, that's like straight off of Hitler.
He does have a Richard Spencer haircut, now that you pointed out.
Well, Richard Spencer got it from Hitler.
He's got the... He actually looks very Richard Spencer eggheady in this freeze frame. Yeah. What are you doing, Thought Slime? Why did you go full Nazi haircut here?
Like that? Yeah,
why would you go Nazi haircut? I'm very confused. But it's always so ridiculous to me when you see those political charts and they have on one end communism, on the other end fascism, because it's like socialism and communism, but socialism specifically, that's like primarily an economic system. Fascism is primarily a social system. There's no such thing as like the fascist economy, right?
Really?
Yeah. There's no what is the economic policies of fascism?
You give all the industries to your buddies.
That's just authoritarian in general. That's the same as communism.
It's like a monarchy. Well, no, the socialists will always say that. The socialists would say that's state capitalism, which is fascism. Basically.
Of course they want to create the yeah. But does that mean? Wait a minute? Does that mean that the USSR and China are actually far right countries? As long as we don't have the Richard Wolff co-ops.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's an insane argument. But actually, even Richard Wolff wouldn't say that because he's just saying that he was
Richard
at least acknowledging
Wolff
that there are
fucking China.
Yeah, that's true. But even he was acknowledging that they're just different definitions of communism.
Man, I saw a debate recently where Richard Wolff was arguing that China's economy was better situated to face the demands of the 21st century because capitalism was too slow. And I was like, what?
I know.
What? You're fucking arguing for authoritarianism right now?
Yeah, he is.
Basically.
Well, also, how does that work? Again, bring up Mark Blythe. He says this is the Switzerland situation. He says Switzerland does very well, but not every country could be Switzerland. Switzerland can only do well because they're the only country that does what they do. Right. With the hiding the banking and all this other shit that they do. And so it's the same thing with China. It's like, okay, China can do well because they can steal the technology of everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But if everyone's China, are they going to be able to succeed?
Nope.
So how does this argument even work in the first place?
Yeah, it's really weird that we're kind of building this world economy where each of the different nations has a niche that only they can occupy.
Well, it makes perfect sense if you think about it.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, whenever you have any large scale system, that's the way. Yeah, you're going to have to work. Is that every actor, is going to have to find a niche to succeed and to fill. Yeah. But I just want to really cement that, and this is the trick that the leftists always do, especially the socialist leftists, is that they always try to categorize fascism as the opposite of socialism when that's not even remotely true, because socialism is an economic system and fascism is a social system. And often, and this is why people say the Nazis are really left-wing and all that gets confusing, is because a lot of fascistic governments have very socialistic economic policies.
Yeah. I didn't hear
And so
any
to
of that.
conceptualize them as opposites doesn't actually make any sense. And the reason they are conceptualized as opposites is because they happen to exist in the same time span of history and actually fought each other. But that doesn't mean that they're opposites.
Hey, Dev, I'm sending you a link on Twitter. I see he's in the chat.
Nice.
Yeah. He's late, so we gotta probably have to beat him up a bit about that, but our good friend Aiden Paladin would never be late, but
That's right. That's right. She's never late or early. She arrives precisely when she means to. An NAP precise.
Yeah, exactly.
Precisely what she means to.
Should I rethink my opinion of this meme now that I know Nazis like it? See, Nazis are not the type of people whose company you should like to be in. That should make you stop and take stock of your views.
My God, Sitch. God, I hate this argument.
Did you know that Nazis like to eat food?
Yeah, I know. And
pet
water,
dogs?
air, all kinds.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Was it
Nazi,
Hitler
Nazis
was
like,
a huge dog lover.
right.
Yeah, get
You know,
rid of
Nazis
your dogs,
liked
guys.
efficiency and order. I guess that means that efficiency and order as concept are bad and evil and wrong. My God.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
They're worse than emotional arguments. What's up, Dev? Oh, his audio's checking in.
Anyway, here's Jeremy the Quartering Hambone expressing his support for the meme.
Oh, good. We're going to pick on Jeremy now. Oh, no. This is so fucking slimy. It's like, let me talk about Nazis for 5 minutes straight.
Yep.
And then here, by the way, God, this is just so distasteful. God,
Hey, Dev.
so bad.
Can you hear us? Can you speak? You're
He's
muted.
muted.
You're unmuted.
There he is.
Am I working?
You're
There
working.
it is. What's up, Dev? Welcome to the show.
Oh my God. The chat can stop writing. Dev is finally here.
Dev, you've been on before, though. This is your second appearance on the show, I believe.
That's right.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll settle in to watch the show and I'll just be like, "Hi guys," and then the entire chat riots.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to Dev, you have to have more control over your fans, okay?
Yeah, what the hell?
God.
Why are you
You're out of
sicking your
control.
fans after us? This is this is not politically correct, man. You should know.
So I don't know how Zoom works, but I can't see the video.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you
You
can't
don't
see
get
the
to see
video
the
on Zoom.
video. We comment
Oh.
and then you comment on what we say.
Oh, is that how it works?
No. So will you send them a watch together link, Sitch? Can you
Yeah.
do that or? So what do you think of this? Have you seen this video before, Dev? Or
I don't even know who Thought Slime is. I've heard
What?
of him. I've heard
He's
of
like
him once.
I think we might have done 3 or 4 videos on this guy.
I think I might have seen one video, but he didn't show his face in that one, and that was a long time ago.
What? Oh no, we showed.
I sent you a DM on Twitter with the watch together link.
All right,
What,
let me grab it.
What is your
However,
opinion?
Yeah,
ahead.
what I've seen so far is a bit ridiculous.
What is your
But-
opinion on priming the pump with lots of Nazi references and then showing another YouTuber to make the implication that this other YouTuber is a Nazi as well?
Isn't that what every single bread tuber does?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying
Yes, that is
since
exactly
it's
what they do.
since it's socially acceptable in BreadTube that it's completely morally inert.
It's not just socially acceptable. It's like the mandate. That's the starting point.
We
Oh,
want
man.
people compared to Nazis. We're only here to confirm our suspicion that other YouTubers are Nazis.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's so
man.
sad.
So, over the course of however many months that it's been since Vosh has taken notice of me, because I'm still kind of low key in a lot of ways. He went from really wanting to debate me to, and this is when he was smaller than me, then saying that he didn't like he was open to the idea, but then he wasn't sure because it might blow up my career because that's when he was bigger than me. And then I heard through one of his mods who is happy to talk to me on the sly that he no longer wants to talk to me because I'm a fascist, and he thinks I'm a fascist because I go on kiwi farms.
Wow.
Well, that's
I
where all the
thought
fascists hang out. So
I guess. I guess it's. I don't fucking know.
I
it's like a
thought
lot of like
fascists-
socialists on kiwi farms too. It looks like.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's just a trolling board, and I think
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
like, and that's why you get people like ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis saying that 4chan is just full of diet Nazis. They think trolling is fascism.
yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Does I thought talking to fascists though was like their bread and butter. I thought all they wanted to do was talk to Nazis all day long.
That's the thing. They have two types of fascists, right? They have the people that they know are liberals, and yet they want to call them fascists so that they can dunk on them in debates. That's like Sargon. And then
Right.
there are people who they think that are actual fascists, and which are almost never actual fascists. Like the third group, actual fascists, isn't really part of what they're talking about.
Right.
Well, I think they want to talk to actual fascists, and they don't want to talk to the evil crypto fascists like you, because like, oh, this dev guy, he's gonna just use his sly rhetoric to convert a bunch of good socialists away to fascism, and they won't even realize it.
Oh God,
Terrible.
this reminds me. I don't know why I was, but I was watching a Steve Shives video months ago.
That
Steve
guy's
Shives
still
is still
on-
like
he's still
alive.
around?
He
still
he's
exists?
still doing something, but he said that Batman, the character of Batman, was fascist.
Oh no.
Really?
And I was like, well, why is Batman fascist? So I watched the video a bit, and he basically said because Batman is rich and is using his capital to achieve whatever goal he wants to achieve, he's fascist.
Wow.
And everyone in the Batman mythos, the good guys and the bad guys, are all fascists because it's a rich man versus mobsters, and they're both using capital.
So Steve Shives is full socialist now.
Yeah.
He's trying to dip into that
use of
socialist money.
The use of capital in a non-socialist way is itself fascist, which is a ridiculous idea, but that's kind of where we are.
What the? He says the Snyder Cut is worse? That's a bold statement, Steve.
The Snyder Cut is worse than Steve Shives.
No, that the Snyder Cut is well, yeah, I mean, maybe, but the Snyder Cut
that
is
is a
worse
bold
than the
statement.
theatrical cut. He has a 30-minute video. We have to watch this. Maybe we'll get this with Mahler and Rags. A 30-minute Steve Shives video.
Steve Shives? Oh wow.
The Snyder Cut is worse. That's impressive.
Wow. That's
Yeah, he's still
crazy.
making videos. So, do you have any? What is your general thought on the super straight situation?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a joke, right? Like no one's
Right.
actually identifying as super straight.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But do you think it's fair for a person to say, well, I only want to be in a relationship with a cis person?
Well, of course, obviously, right? Like I don't think anyone's gonna.
We say-
anyone
he-
reasonable is gonna argue that.
Well, that's what we're watching a video that's saying that,
Yeah, the guy is
that you're a
arguing
bigot
that.
if you say that.
Yeah, I mean, man, there are so many crumb tubers out there now. I can't pay attention to all of them, and Thought Slime is one of the guys who's kind of slipped away from me.
What's
Mhm.
a crumb tuber?
A small bread tuber.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
He's-
That's a good.
he's
I
not-
like that term.
I mean, he's
Crumb
not so
tuber.
small anymore. He's like
Well, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't kept up.
214,000 subscribers.
Oh,
Yeah,
good-
he's
good
way
for him.
he's
He
way bigger
graduated.
than either of us. What are you talking about? Yeah.
That's right.
No, you're
We
right. He's
only
a full
punch
loaf
up
now.
here.
Yeah, we're punching. Yeah, it's a full loaf.
We only punch up. Yeah.
I mean, judging by his appearance, he's been eating too many full loaves, but that's
Well, no, like I started using CrumbTuber just to refer to a lot of smaller YouTubers that were
Right.
doing the bread tube thing.
gotcha.
It was a funny term. I haven't. This is one guy that I haven't watched that much of. I have to admit.
Well,
Cis
this will
only
be
is-
your introduction, I guess.
All right,
S-
let's see some of it then.
Cis only, I think, is a term that
Cis only.
is less offensive than super straight, right? Why not just cis only?
It's not as fun.
Cis only. But is cis only offensive? Can you say cis only?
I mean,
like,
could
can
say that
cis
you're-
only appear in a dating profile?
That's transphobic.
That's
you could say
transphobic.
that.
Why? Well, hold on. If you said heterosexual, is that homophobic?
No, but that's because Thought Slime is, again, his argument is that there's no categorical distinction between a trans woman and man and a cis woman and cis man. He's saying there's no categorical distinction between them, and if you say that there is, then you're a bigot. That's his argument.
Isn't that basically saying there's no categorical difference between a man and a woman?
No.
Oh, okay.
But the fact that you thought it was makes you a transphobe, Adam.
Cis only.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the whole trans woman or woman thing, right? Where sorry, we're basically like, okay, I think you mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream actually, but the idea is like there's different types of women, right? There's different flavors of women, if you want to use that that phrase, where you have like different bodies.
That's very objectifying and offensive.
Sexist. Yeah, that's
I'm happy to be
misogynistic.
sexist. You know what? Trans women are women because I objectify them.
There.
Yeah. There you go.
Perfect.
But yeah, like you have like different body types, different hairstyles, hair colors,
Right.
different types of women that you may or may not be interested in. And trans women are just another of the type. And it's like, okay, I mean, I can kind of see the logic, but there's still a few problems with that, I think.
What if you're not into like Asian women? Then is that racist?
Some people say that it is.
Yeah.
I've actually heard that before.
Yeah.
And actually, I've heard the inverse too, because at one point I was dating an Asian woman and I was told I was racist for dating an Asian woman because I was objectifying her.
Right.
Somehow,
like, oh,
I
okay.
think
You can't win.
No, there's no winning.
that's the whole point of this game. It's pretty fun to make you lose.
Who are we? Well, we are the member of this group. We are the SSLGBTQ plus community.
Here's Matt Walsh spreading it on his show, hosted by Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire.
Pretty edgy stuff. So the guy in the video, which that Yahoo article mentioned earlier calls a hate and disinformation campaign. That's what they said about that video. It's a hate and disinformation campaign. But he's really just making...
Notice how he slides the thing in there. That's not part of their video. Come on, that's deceptive.
Who do you think
right
had
there.
more influence on the super straight joke, 4chan or Matt Walsh?
4chan.
Yeah,
But
I'd
4chan
actually
by
say
a
4chan
long
too.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh.
I mean,
Walsh is only responding to it. They're the ones that got it on Matt
There
Walsh.
you go. So you agree with Thoughts Line. Matt Walsh is just regurgitating Nazi 4chan propaganda. Okay.
Actually, Sitch, you said you used 4chan back in the day.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Do you
Were
think
you a base trip code user?
Fuck no. What? That's. You mean I can't even say the word that we used to call they used to call the trip people, the trip F slurs. Of course not.
I can say it if you want.
You can no. We
No,
wanna get
don't
the
say it
channel
on
in
our
trouble.
show. What are you doing?
No, of course. No. Only the losers, only the wannabe losers who wanted attention were the trip code users. Okay.
I had a
Were
good
you
friend
a
who in
trip
fact
code?
uses. No, I didn't, but I had a friend who did.
Well, they're a
And who
loser.
was one of the more well-known trip code users
Oh,
actually back
God.
in the day.
Oh my god. So to explain to Adam, because he has no idea what we're talking about.
Mhm.
On 4chan, normally everyone's anonymous, but you could use the trip codes to give yourself like a name or something.
Mhm.
So people would know who you were whenever you posted something
Right.
on 4chan.
Oh.
So
Very cool.
people were trip code users were generally derided, but
Oh, you kids.
well, no, I mean, I remember because I used to look out for places to argue with people, and back in the way back in the day, when I was more in the liberal bubble, there was very few places you could find on the internet that had conservatives that you could argue.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had poll, or I guess it was new before it was poll, news before it was poll, but and that was a place that had a lot of conservatives and a lot of racists, but a lot of it was just trolling, and so that's why I used to go there, because it's just interesting to see this other perspective.
Arguing on the internet is like sacrosanct. God
I
damn.
know.
The American pastime.
Arguing
I've
on
done
the
it
internet.
on so many different platforms. Yeah. God damn, it's so much fun.
Who's gonna win in a fight? 100 Agent Smiths or Rurouni Kenshin?
I was thinking more like,
Dev, do you have
how
an
long
opinion
has
on
it
this?
been since Thought Slime has had sex?
I have to admit, I haven't watched that anime, even though
Oh,
it's a
no.
classic.
Oh God.
Sorry.
What does the chat think? 100 Agent Smiths or Rurouni Kenshin? Who's gonna win in this epic fight, guys? People are already saying kick Dev. I agree.
That's hilarious.
They've been saying get me on this whole time, and now it's kick me.
They want you on just to get you kicked. There you go.
Just so they can do that.
This is something that I've been working on a little bit for my channel. I'll do a video on it at some point. But this idea that there are people on the radical left that hate the capacity that individuals have to be anonymous. And I think that's why they view like 4chan or Kiwi Farms as being these fascist places, because they hate the concept of going anonymous for something.
Well, I don't know if they hate the concept of anonymity in the first place. They hate that they can't find out who you are in order to attack you. Like they want to be able to shame you. So maybe they do hate the concept of anonymous because their whole weapon is shame. And if they can't shame you because you're anonymous, then yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Well, I mean, they like it for them, though, because, for example, if you were to demask an Antifa person at a protest, they would lose their shit.
Of course. But, the woke leftists their entire philosophy is based on hypocrisy. So that doesn't stop them for a second.
Making the point that he's attracted to males, which means he's not attracted to males, even males who identify as female.
And look at this. It's Count Dankula, the guy who every time I say he's a far-right provocateur, people jump up my butt about it, spreading the meme that the Nazis wanted everybody to spread for them.
And it's a very good troll. It's a very good troll.
Look, it's well-known alt-right Nazi Count Dankula, everybody.
Well-known fucker of trans women, Count Dankula, in fact.
Oh, really?
I was gonna say,
interesting.
That doesn't even work here because he was pretty big into the chicks with dicks stuff or the trans stuff.
Really?
So.
Yeah.
That's his sexual orientation, huh?
I mean, he is both straight and super straight, I guess, because he got married to a cis woman in the end. But when he was single, yeah, he would hook up with him sometimes. He's open about it.
Interesting.
But you see, Dev, he's very open about it. It even came up in his debate with Vosh. It's like a meme for him. But you see, Thought Slime intentionally left that little tidbit out just so you can label him as a Nazi. So,
and he also says the clip of Dankula that he uses. Dankula says it's a good troll. He doesn't say this is serious or that I agree. He just says it's a good troll because it is a good troll.
It is.
Dank is like the nicest guy in the world. Every time I listen to him talk, he always has interesting things to say, and he was super respectful even when he debated Vosh. Jesus.
Yeah, he's actually a really friendly guy, even in private. He's really cool.
The patience of a saint.
It has exposed a lot of things, and it's worked absolutely perfectly. It's
weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Don't you think?
So wait, he has 4 examples of why this is Nazi. He has 4chan, Dequartering, Matt Walsh, and Count Dankula. This is the proof. This is the proof in the pudding that this is the Nazi rhetoric. Okay.
So crazy.
Kind of weird that this Nazi psyop seems to have been a profound success on the mainstream conservative dipshitosphere. It's almost like they were looking for an excuse to express their transphobic views as openly and cruelly as possible. But it's almost like the smallest fig leaf of ironic detachment or respectability allows them to loudly proclaim their bigoted views to anyone who will listen. And isn't that pathetic? Isn't it just so telling that he
still hasn't... He's saying it's bigoted. It's horrifyingly bigoted to Thought Slime to say that you don't want to be in a relationship with a trans person.
Right.
Yeah, this whole clip seems to be he presents these 4 people that he already knows his audience won't like, and then just kind of guilt by associates the whole thing to them.
Of course, yes.
And the problem with that is like a lot of those guys, they're like there's obviously no real fascists there. There's conservatives, and Dankula's a libertarian. But that's the thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed the wider discourse on the left. They straight up believe that libertarians are like blood brothers with fascists.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that the libertarians will allow the fascists to come into power somehow. And well, it doesn't even make sense. Maybe it's because they fall for that stupid socialism is the opposite of fascism chart. Because they think, well, if the opposite of socialism is libertarianism, therefore they must be aligned with the fascist, which couldn't be, that's like as far from the truth as possible.
Well, I remember a little bit earlier I mentioned Steve Shives and the idea that if you use capital, you're a fascist. Well, that's how they do it. Is they'll look at the libertarians, they'll ignore the small government versus big government part of libertarianism and how that is directly opposed to fascism, and they'll say, well, they both use capital, so they have to be fascist, right?
Right, of course. Oh my God.
That they don't want to come out and say what they mean. Kyle Royce, the shithead who started this whole thing, said, I know a lot of people have the same opinion as me, but they're too scared to say it, in fear of the backlash and the misrepresentations. I like to eat shit and drink piss. That last part was added for editorial emphasis, but he did say the rest. When I believe something,
it's so funny.
I say so.
He says the thing that Thought Slime has been doing through this entire video, misrepresenting people.
Of course, of course.
It seems like those fears were warranted.
Well, yeah. No, I mean,
here comes the well. Here comes the well, guys.
No. I agree. But that was the whole point of the super straight thing. It was to say, okay, I'm going to conceptualize this in a framework. I'm going to play by the leftist dogma rules. Okay, I'm going to beat them at their own game, and I think it does. I think it completely does. And Thought Slime has not been able to adequately explain why it doesn't, and that's why, after giving his paltry explanation of why it does it in the first half, his second half is, well, if that didn't convince you, I'm just going to call you a Nazi. So I win.
Nazi.
Right.
Well, I have heard from a few other leftists on this topic, and if you can actually get them to speak honestly, they'll generally say something like, if you actually want to refer to super straight and not be a bigot, you should call it genital preference. And it's like, all right. I guess it's the
preference.
Yeah. So just as you would have a race preference, or you would have a hair color preference, you would have a genital preference for your partners.
So
yeah, but it goes beyond that, because you could say,
how
well,
far
wait
can
a
we
minute.
go on this genital preference? Because
What if you have?
I mean,
what
can
if the
we
person
describe
says,
the genitals?
Yeah, but what if the person says, well, I don't have a general preference for cis genitals? I bet they get very mad by that.
Yeah, true enough. Like you could say, for example,
oh my goodness, holy cows.
Yeah, like if you have, let's say that you're into women with vaginas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be into women with penises, but that also doesn't exclude women who have had surgery.
Right,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So if you said, well,
Yeah.
I'm into cis genitals, you're saying, well, they got to be born with a vagina or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then at that point, it comes down to like being attracted to, I guess, genetics or gametes or something. And there have been a few videos on leftists who, like, where leftist individuals will make fun of people who would ultimately be attracted to different gametes. And it's like, okay, that's kind of funny, but you're still not addressing the actual core issue here, are you?
Right. Well, and that's the straw man diversion. Like, what are you attracted to DNA? You can't see DNA. Which, first of all, is not true. You sort of do see DNA because you're looking at someone. But
what's up with that T-shirt smell test? That's totally DNA related.
Right. But even beyond that is that you could, like, let's be real here. Okay, we all know. Okay, the bottom, the trans boobs and trans vagina don't look the same as cis boobs and cis vagina. Okay, that's why this is a bullshit argument. It's like, okay,
Are you sure? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to do. Adam will have to do a research.
I haven't done any research on this.
So everyone, make sure you send your pictures to Adam's Twitter so he can compare.
I'm cool. No dick pics,
so you can
please.
compare. But that's what they ignor. That does look different. We're not.
You've
again,
done
we're
the
not
research, Sitch. You know that
we're not.
You know for a fact that they look different.
I've. That's right, Adam. I've done a full survey. I've consulted 100 random trans women on the street, and I asked to see their vagina for every single one. They just showed it to me, and I took a picture to them, and I said, "Don't worry, this is for science. I'm wearing a lab coat. I've got a pen and a pocket protector."
What do they feel like? Was the texture?
Well, you'll have to read. I'm writing actually a research paper on it, so you'll have to read the research paper that I'm engaged in.
This sounds like penis inspection day.
That's.
I don't know.
You haven't heard of penis inspection day?
Trans woman vagina inspection day. Yeah.
No, I don't follow these memes.
Oh, that wasn't a day at your school back in 6th grade?
They're terrifying me.
Adam, you didn't have penis inspection day?
You guys got sexually assaulted. Okay.
What do you mean? It was just everyone had penis inspection. I think the problem is just no one
What?
wanted to see your
Just tell
jank
me.
ass penis. I think that
Tell
was the
me.
problem.
Was the penis inspection paired with a class photo? Did the photographer ask you to pull your pants down, Sitch?
The photographer, yeah, she did ask me. Yes, that's true. She did.
Oh my god.
Yes.
She? What?
Yeah.
What she?
She was very
What is
hot. Does that change the situation? She's very
What is?
attractive.
What is your
Very attractive
sexual?
nurse.
What does
Yes.
your sexual assaulter look like?
Well, let's just say it changed.
on a
It changed
scale
my
of 1 to
sexual
10.
preferences forever after that. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is why
be
you're the
fair,
MILF hunter.
That's right.
I
that's
did.
right.
I did have like a ridiculously hot grade 4 teacher.
There you go.
Did
there
you?
you go.
Yeah, you can also tell by this conversation that Sitch, you and I actually did use
Grade
4chan, and
4
Adam didn't at all.
Adam's a boomer. Okay.
4chan was after my time.
That's why I say you're a boomer. Yeah.
Yeah. Proud of it. Who cares? Let's move on with this video. I have
I'm so
wisdom
proud of it. I
beyond
want
the
us to stop
ages.
talking about it. Okay, and move on quickly.
I have wisdom beyond the ages. Okay. Let me tell you about my cool MySpace page.
Let me tell you about my cool fighting mantises. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. You guys want to learn where you can get some mantises? I get them off of 4chan.
So, I live my truth and I face the consequences of that because truthfulness is important to me like it is to most people. And
What? Oh my god!
I knew that was gonna get you.
Is this opposite day?
The truth is important to thoughts.
What happened? We just entered Bizarro world. Well, he did say my truth, which I would argue that we together here are living the truth.
Yeah, when you say my truth, that's just code for my lived experiences that I pulled out of my butthole. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I feel like every time you guys do a BreadTube video on this show, there's always a moment
mean
where
every
they
week?
plead. Yeah, every week, I guess, at this point. Yeah. But there's always a moment where in the video, the person pleads to the camera that, of course, they're telling the truth and they have to just convince their own audiences.
That's a good observation because
Is it essential?
I don't
guess
think
so.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think in a video I've ever been like, all right, guys, look at me. I'm telling the truth. I promise you.
Hell. Yeah, hell yeah. That's never.
remember ever
I've
doing
never
that.
put that in a video ever,
No.
ever. If anything, it's in the opposite direction. Like I probably fucked up somewhere along the way here.
That's right. Look at
Don't
that
hate
face.
me.
Is that the face of truth?
No, that's the face of genital preference, right there. That's the genital preference face. I'm going to tell you which genital preference is that face for.
That's the face that makes everyone have zero genital preference. They just want to lop them off. They go, oh my God, get away from me.
what are the consequences of spouting transphobic rhetoric, really? Being criticized, maybe losing your job at worst. Now think about the consequences.
At worst. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, it's not like you're being genocided, okay? You just lost your source of income.
Well, actually, as Chatter brought out, there's another alternative.
What is
There's
it?
being bullied into suicide,
Oh, true.
like
yeah.
August Ames.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's a worse thing than losing your job.
Yeah.
What was that story again?
August Ames was a porn star who found out that the person she was shooting a scene with was a guy who had also shot gay porn. And so she tweeted this out and said, I want to warn any woman replacing me that the person that, who you're going to be performing with has shot gay porn. Now, obviously she got attacked by this thing. Oh, she's a bisexual phobe or whatever, homophobe. And she said, no, I'm actually bisexual. However, I don't have sex with any men that shoot gay porn because she believes that they have laxer
Higher risk of
STD
AIDS. Yeah.
standards. And so she was not looking at it anything to do with sexuality. She's looking at it as a health issue. But people didn't believe her. And they just basically bullied her relentlessly. And then she ended up killing herself shortly after.
That's true, though.
I know.
Like,
but
at this point, I've actually known several porn stars, and they've all said pretty much the same thing. Like, if you cross
Oh,
over
look
from
at you! Look at this guy! Look at this big roll. I know all sorts of porn stars. They're giving me the lowdown on the porn. Jeez, look at
Really?
Dev. He's a fucking
Dev.
baller.
well, anyway,
I mean, no is. I mean, that's a.
as
That
in,
could mean
I've
a
had the
lot of
opportunity to
different
like
things.
to talk to several
I
times.
don't know any porn stars. Is there any of our fans porn stars? You want to talk to me and Adam?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, though, they've all said that there's actually a divide between straight porn and other in the industry, where there's differences in insurance, there's differences in like health qualifications and standards.
Right.
And so there's a lot of people where, like, if a guy has sex with a trans woman in porn, it will be much harder for him to get back into straight porn, just based on how the industry is currently set up.
Interesting.
Is that for health reasons, or just for like there's a lot of complicated logistical reasons too?
A lot of it is health related. Yeah.
Current
It's just
tests
the fact
and
that
whatnot.
there's a higher chance. Higher chance of STDs, and they have to do like different tests and paperwork. And there will definitely be some women. This is actually pretty common. There are women who will not have sex with guys who have been with trans women. They'll just refuse the job because of the higher chance of catching an STD.
Right. But see, that's so much the problem with Twitter. Someone tweets something out and there's not like context, because they're thinking it like, oh, obviously I'm tweeting this out to porn people who know what I'm talking about. And then a bunch of people that don't know the context, they'll jump down their throat like, oh, how dare you state this? But then once they've made that initial decision, they're not going to back down. They're not going to look at new information and have their mind changed.
People don't change their mind. Remember, guys?
MGS Komodo Dragon for $20. Thank you, Komodo Dragon. Says making a trans PP requires grafting skin from a large area like the thigh, which has hair follicles, means FTM people with bottom surgery have had to shave their surgically attached junk. Is that true? That's strange. But
I can't imagine shaving the shaft.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Well, there's
Daniel
also a guy
Bruce
who
says, I did some porn in college. I'll DM Adam some links.
Who said that?
Daniel.
What? Danimal, no. Please.
Do it,
no.
Danimal.
Danimal.
Do it.
So I do recall there was a guy who had to get like a skin graft on his palm, and they took it from his chest, and he ended up having hairy palms, or one hairy palm. So that's common. Yeah. Like
He's like,
yeah,
I swear I don't masturbate.
Consequences of coming out.
Dev's channel is Short Fat Otaku.
That's
I
it.
put his avatar up.
Right.
So
I'm almost at 100K. I'm like 3K away.
You'll end up getting your 100K plaque before me. At this rate.
Why don't you order yours, Sitch? I thought we were gonna.
I couldn't figure out. CT guilted me into it, and then I couldn't figure out how to. So I gave up again.
Out as trans. Think about the ridiculous murder rate of trans women. How people have used trans panic as a legal defense against murder.
You know, it's so funny
let's look
too,
that up. What
because
is the murder rate of trans?
I looked this up. I mean, I remember looking this up a long time ago. Actually, it's the opposite. Well, it depends on your ethnicity. As an entire class, being trans means you're less likely to be murdered than being cis.
Really?
Yes, actually.
Really?
Yes, statistically.
Wow.
But I think if you're black and trans, then it's like you have a higher potential to be murdered than a black cis person. It's weird, like how
really?
numbers work out or something.
Oh,
I think it's also that trans prostitutes have a higher chance of being murdered than cis prostitutes.
Yeah, but that's a different issue entirely.
don't all prostitutes have a higher probability of being murdered than
Yes,
non-prostitutes?
That too, yeah.
Right.
And also he mentions the trans panic defense, but I mean, is there even a time where it's actually worked? I know that it's and I think in some states it's on the books, and in some places it's been tried, but I think it almost always fails.
I mean, maybe in like 1950s it worked. I don't know if it's worked any times recently. I mean, I guess it depends. We have to know the exact specifics of the situation, right?
Why do they keep saying this then? That's like the huge thing that they always wave out. Trans people are getting murdered right and left. They're dying in the streets.
Whenever they want to stifle your thoughts or your speech, they always have to tie it into violence, because violence is always the acceptable no-go zone. So that's why they say, oh, well, by denying trans people that they're not the same as cis people, you're basically just saying that they should be killed. But you're promoting violence against them.
I was under the impression lying was the unacceptable no-go too. I mean, if you're literally having to lie to make your point, then what are we doing here?
Well, this comes up with the that interesting debate that actually Destiny was having, where he was saying it made no sense for people that if you're trans, you should let the person that you're going to have sex with or be intimate with know that you're trans before you engage sexual activity with them, right? And that seems like it should be very apparent, not only for whether they want to engage with that or not, but also for your own protection. Because but there were so many people so many wokies that were criticizing Destiny for that opinion, saying no, trans people should be able to like hide their transness, until the last second, or when they're already engaged in sexual activity or something. Which I don't know. To me, that seems pretty rapey. That seems pretty sexual assaulting if you do that. But
I mean, I don't think lying in the dating market is good or justifiable or any of that stuff, but it fucking happens all the time. Like,
of course,
people lie about everything,
right?
From where they work to where they have worked to how much money they make to like all kinds.
Well, that's the
shit.
counter argument they say. They say, well, it's not sexual assault. That's just lying, and everyone lies for sex. I'm like, I think it's a little different in the situation.
The sex, I'm talking just about. I would argue that you should disclose it before you even like go out on a date. But
right.
I mean, but there are people that lie all the time. There are people that get dates off of old pictures where they show up at the date and they don't even look anything like their profile picture. So
sure, right.
I mean, that's obviously lying, usually lying.
But I would make the argument that if they're so concerned about the trans panic killings, which I don't know how often this occurs, but if that's what their big concern is, then that's only that won't happen if you disclose immediately, because then the person is just not going to interact with you.
I've heard Vosh say that it's crazy not to disclose because you are putting your life in danger, and that's like. And
I agree with that.
So if even Vosh says that, then you think, okay, well, what happened?
Shocking.
Yeah, it's a reasonable take from Vosh. Yeah, right. Not disclosing and putting your life in jeopardy seems like not a good idea. Yeah.
So I looked up the data real quick, and the gay panic defense is used more often than the trans panic defense, to the point that there is no real data on the trans panic defense.
Wait, what is the gay panic defense?
Isn't
the gay panic defense? It's the same, but it's for gay people. So like if, say, a guy hits on you and then you fly into a panicked rage and kill him, that's the gay panic defense.
Does that happen? I feel like that doesn't happen too often.
So the defense was used 104 times between 1970 and now.
Oh, that's my God.
First of all, that's minuscule.
Yeah,
that's
totally
pretty minuscule. Yeah.
But also, that's like, just because someone uses it as a defense in court doesn't mean that that's their actual reason why something happened.
Totally.
Yeah. So according to the data, 32% of the time, the defense is actually able to lower somebody's sentence. And the rest of the time, it actually makes it more severe.
Hilarious.
And
they're going after him. What? You're anti-gay, homophobic. Throw the book at him.
It seems like it hasn't managed to turn a guilty verdict into a not guilty even once.
Oh wow.
So 2/3 of the time, it actually just makes your sentence more severe.
Yeah.
When you use it. And that's 104 cases in like 50 years. And the number of trans panic defenses that have been used is even less than that. So we're talking about something that is very, very minuscule.
Yeah, oh my God.
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's pointless to even really.
That's not gonna stop Thought Slam though. So
it's
who
like,
cares about facts? Okay.
We have to completely restructure society, Sitch, because there's these 104 cases that happened over the last 50 years. Sitch, let's get to work.
Someone says gay panic was a big defense used in a couple of high-profile cases. The Jenny Jones murder. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
That is basically how it got known, is that there's a few cases that got a lot of publicity. And so it kind of entered into the cultural lexicon, but it doesn't actually happen that often.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I would imagine that someone who, if their reaction to being hit on is to try to murder someone, that is an unhinged individual ready to go off at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
But I remember in college, we had a very strange situation where we pulled into the wrong driveway to drop a friend off, and this guy came out and threatened to murder us for pulling into his driveway. So there's just a lot of crazy people out there. You got like just ready to go off.
What happened? Did your car like leak on his driveway or something?
No.
You put
he just
tire
said, "Who
marks
are
on
you?"
his driveway?
No, we literally just pulled into his driveway because
You were there to have sex with his wife?
We thought that this was where our friend lived, but they lived next door.
Right.
And he was like, "What the fuck are you doing in your driveway?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? We're just dropping our friend off." And he's like, "I got a bunch of boys in the back and we're going to like fucking murder you." And we're like, "What's happening here in this conversation?"
Get off my lawn.
It's just very like, and it's funny because he looked like this guy's been in prison for like at least 10 years
remember
of
it
his
to
life.
this day. That's how bad it scared you.
It was not this. It's weird.
Oh no,
I remember
it didn't scare
weird
me at all.
interactions
This was
more than
25
scary
years
ones.
ago. Oh no, yeah.
We're like,
nice way to sell it.
There's you have those reactions with people that are just so incongruous. You're like, what is happening in this situation? Like this person's just insane.
Sitch was locking his bedroom door for a month.
Wow, look at Adam. Adam's all like, "Oh, if someone did it to me, I'd be like, fuck you,
I would have
man.
popped.
I
I
got
would
a
have
gun. I'm
popped
gonna
a
shoot
cap
you
in his ass,
face.
man.
I'm
I
gonna
would
pop
have.
a yo, boy. I'm gonna pop a cap in you. Pop, pop, pop. Look at Adam over here. Look at tough internet Adam guy. Oh my god, internet tough guy Adam's over here. Like,
I'm just joking around.
Gee,
Jeez.
look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I'm just joking.
He hasn't even
I'm
had
having-
his penis inspected. What does he know about anything?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Photographer tried to do that to me. I'd kick him in the nuts.
There you go.
What are you guys doing? Just flopping your cock out for some fucking high school photographer?
Well, she was hot. What am I supposed to say? No. If I said no, the other kids would have called me gay, Adam. It was the 90s.
No one's buying that the photographer was female or hot.
Are you kidding me? Have you seen all these fucking pedo teachers? They're all like hot chicks. It's very weird. You haven't seen
true.
that?
It is true and strangely disturbing. So
Yeah, I know. I know.
it's like,
very
oh my
bizarre.
god, this 15-year-old got a girlfriend hotter than any girlfriend I've ever had. It's like, what the fuck?
CT says, "Are we pretending Adam isn't a twink?" Yeah, I guess we are pretending that.
What do you guys? I don't know what that is. We need to move on.
Yeah, of course you don't. Jake's Tiny Cobb. That's right. Jake's Tiny Cobb for $20. Says, "Been watching your content for a year. Love it all. Thanks, Jake's Tiny Cobb. S
Yeah.
class is currently best class.
Currently,
But
I
18
like that. Oh,
May
okay.
reign supreme if he drops the UBI scheme." There you go.
Dropped.
That's right. Adam has dropped UBI for a jobs guarantee, right?
The jobs guarantee is still kind of up in the air, but I'm totally convinced that UBI is not a workable thing. Yeah. Yeah, totally
There you go.
convinced.
There you go. He's trying to get you, Jake, on 18. But Sargon is God and Dev rocks. Make more content. Short, fat otaku.
Mhm. Something happened to your mic, Dev. We can barely hear you. Pull it
Yeah,
out
it sounds
of your
like you're
butt.
a mile
Yeah.
away. You're like, guys haven't
Don't you can't use the
Can't hear you
microphone
still.
for that fun time thing that you do and the live stream at the same time. It's like it's one or the other.
You can't have a colonoscopy with your mic. Okay. You
Yeah,
gotta just
okay.
talk into it. So
The fun time thing has to go after the live stream.
Joey Not Nice for $20 says, "This whole thing feels like debating a flat earther is even worth the mental energy, even if you intentionally discriminate when dating. Who will know, and why is that anyone's business?" I mean, we do it because it's fun content. But
It
I
is
agree with you in
fun,
real
yeah,
life.
exactly.
I don't know if it's worth the effort. Sure.
Do these conversations really happen in real life? Do people like sit around and have
among
like
leftists,
moral
they
strife
probably do.
over the fact that, oh my God, I have to confide in you, Sitch. I'm not attracted to. I'm only attracted to cis women. Will you forgive me, Sitch? Will you? Can we still be friends over this?
Adam, I've had many a long, painful, hard tear-filled conversations where my closest friends have come out to me. They've said, Sitch, I have to admit, I'm super straight. And I'm like, don't worry. I still accept you and will be your friend, even though you disgust me on every level because you're super straight.
Even though you should live your life in the closet, you goddamn bigot. You should not be saying this in public. I will keep your secret safe. But you should
am I
kill
working
yourself.
now?
Hey,
There you go.
you're
Hey,
working.
you're back.
There you
I don't know.
go.
I don't know what the hell happened. It just
Sure you
working?
don't. Sure you don't.
Sure.
anyway. I sent you an image, Adam, to put up. Check that out.
Ooh.
I
What
think
is
you'll
it?
like it.
For you,
It's
it's
on-
a different avatar. I'm not going to.
It's on
this.
Twitter.
I'm too scared to click on it.
Oh my God, Adam! Don't
been
be
in this situation
weaselly.
before.
You're like Adam was all like, Sitch, why didn't you cap it? Why didn't you put a cap in this guy who looked like a crazy person's ass? Meanwhile, I'm too scared to click an image on the internet.
I don't want to get a venereal disease on my computer.
Oh my God, look at this guy.
Okay, am I supposed to put mandatory penis inspection? I'm not putting this on the screen, Jeff. This is not.
Yep, put it on the screen.
Attention all students and faculty. Mandatory penis inspection. Registry teachers, please read this entire announcement to your students. May 2014. What the fuck was going on? To all male students, facility, and staff at Lowell High School, the SFUSD, San Francisco University. Wow. District is required to conduct mandatory penis inspections on all male students, faculty, and staff at Lowe's High School in accordance with Health Code 9.5.1. This year's penis inspection will take place on Monday, May 12th, 2014 at 3:30 p.m. All circumcised males should report to the West Gym, and all uncircumcised males. What? What? Circumcision discrimination here?
There you go.
Males should report to the East Gym. There will be, I guess we know, and all you got to do is look at the line, ladies. You got your pick. There will be only one makeup date on Friday, May 16th, 2014 at 3:30 p.m. If you are unable to attend either inspection date on the district official can arrange to meet with you on your own time.
There
What?
you go. There you go,
Does it
Adam.
take place
See,
in
it's
her
official.
car?
I will say
isn't
something.
real.
I will say something. I think Adam read that better than I've ever heard him read anything ever on
Well, I'm
stream.
dying to get to the punchline. What is this all about? If you
Well, no, I was
have
gonna say.
any
So, see, this is
questions-
how emotionally invested Adam is in penis inspection day. That he actually forego his dyslexia and just read it almost perfectly.
Keep reading it though. Keep reading it.
Richard L. Dong, head penis inspector. This has like a real phone number on here. Oh, okay. Note to all male students: must attend the inspection, or there will be no graduate, or they will not graduate. A traditional Western pass or fail method will be used in the inspection. Please ensure that all penises are cleaned and orderly. As there will be no special circumstances, note that a failing grade will be given to any individual with an erection. If you have any okay, I read the whole thing.
There you go.
This is obviously a joke, right?
No, it's real. That's very real.
It's real, man.
No, this can't be real. No
Gemini
penis,
Semini.
no
for $5
penis left
says-
behind. It says in the bottom. Are you telling me Richard L. Dong, head penis inspector is this what they showed to you guys before they
Adam,
did the
it's
inspection?
a Mexican name. What are you, a bigot? You a Latinxophobe? Okay. Why do you hate Mexicans?
The only reason I'm still curious about this is you guys apparently fell for this. You know they can make this stuff up on the internet, right?
The internet didn't exist like when
In
I went to school, so I don't know what you're talking
2014,
about. In the 90s?
on May
In the
on
early
May
90s?
12th,
Was there
on
internet?
May
I don't know.
Hold on, the inspection took place on May 12th, 2014. We have to save these students where they were sexually assaulted by this Dawn character.
Gemini Semini for $5 says, "Don't worry, Adam. I'll give you your penis inspection so you don't feel left out."
First of all, I don't need a penis inspection.
I think you do, sir. I think you do.
What is the joke here? I kept reading because I wanted to know the joke. But other than, I mean, it is nice of them that they include the Richard L. Dong, so you know that Dick Dong is like obviously not a real name. So,
Well, did you notice that also there's a guy named Mike Hawk?
yes, I did. I caught that. Yes.
There you go. Sargon says, "Boo! This guest sucks. Bring on Sargon."
I'll send Sargon. I'll send you a link if you really want to come on. I'll send you a link anyway, and then you can come on if you want.
Yeah.
Let us continue the madness here.
What the trans youth who are made homeless upon coming out. Think about the staggering sexual assault statistics against trans people. Imagine how scary the world is for them and how much courage it takes for them to walk out in the world every day and fight to be recognized as themselves.
So there's two problems with this. The first problem is that you can't associate and conflate everyone's preference, sexual preference, with dating or being intimate with a trans person with every challenge a trans person faces in their entire life. That's completely insane. Okay. That's completely insane. That's like, you better go down on the female peen. Otherwise you're responsible for all the trans women that kill themselves. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. Fuck you. That's not how this works. The second thing is that that's not even necessarily true anymore. Lots of people are coming out as trans because they are receiving a lot more positive social support than they ever did as cis. Right? And so his entire argument is, it's like, this is an argument from like 20 years ago that he's making now.
Yes. Well, I guess I am, let's say, sympathetic to this argument just a tad bit. Because I think when in my 20s, like my dating life was the entire challenge of my life. So that's
because you're a simp.
What do you mean? You don't know that.
Just joking.
You don't know
You got to tell the thoughts off, Adam. Otherwise you're a simp. Okay.
Well, how do you know they're not simping?
You have to be a level 30 wizard. Don't you know this?
How do you know the line, like, from my bedroom doesn't like stretch around the block? how do you know? You don't know the situation here. But I'm just saying. That's not what
it sounds like when you say my life was dominated by trying to attract a mate.
Well, it's hard to choose. Sometimes you got a lot, like decision making is always.
That's right. Adam suffered from the was it the paradox of choice?
Yeah,
just had so many women lining up. There you go.
Do you come on without going too without making this a referendum on my 20s? Do you? I mean, isn't dating like a giant part of your life in your 20s? I feel like it is.
Sure it is. Sure it is. Yeah.
So the dating challenges would be like the dominant
well, first of all,
challenge
I don't want to use the word,
your life.
Okay, I don't want to use the word dominant, but would it be a big challenge in your life? Definitely. But the problem is that he's basically saying in a weird way. Now he would probably deny this, but what the argument he's making is that like, oh, well, if you don't go down on the female peen, or if the woman doesn't, eat out the male vagina, okay, that you not engaging in that behavior is is causing like all these trans people to kill themselves and have all these problems with this or life. That's the argument he's making, and that's insane.
I think this entire video is the argument that, hey, trans people have a really small, limited mating market, and wouldn't it be nicer if we opened that mating market up and just we all jumped in and made them feel more comfortable by
fucking male gingers have a small, dating market. What am I supposed to do about that?
Well, I'm not saying is this not the argument that he's making?
Who has a small dating market? Ugly people. Okay. I don't, what is this? This is a bad argument.
I agree. Like a hot trans person and an ugly cis person, there's probably a discrepancy there that's in the trans person's favor.
That's right.
I don't disagree.
Right.
I do not disagree. Yeah. I do not disagree.
When you put it like that, I can kind of see where they're going, because let's say we lived, 30 years ago or so when being trans wasn't as accepted as it is now.
Oh, it's got to be 10 times worse. Yeah.
let's say that you were a guy who was on the fence about being interested in a trans woman. In that scenario, you wouldn't be, but today you might be. So like there are edge cases you can kind of open the door a little bit, but I think most people just aren't going to be interested, and that's that.
Right, but this is what the problem. It's not
edge cases open up the market though.
Yes,
You
but
don't
he's
know
not,
how much by though.
I don't have a problem with someone saying, "Oh, you should be open to experience this. You should be open to date trans people." I don't have a problem with any of that. What he's trying to do is trying to like bully you into saying, "Well, if you just decide that you don't want to date a trans woman or a trans man, you're a bigot."
Rapey,
like
man.
it's weird and gross.
Dude,
like what is happening here?
It's super rapey. It's super non-consensual.
It
It's
is,
like
it
I'm
is.
gonna shame you. This is toxic masculinity at its finest, man. He's like, I'm gonna shame you into bed, bitch.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. This whole video's aimed at that.
A leftist not understanding consent.
What are you, a bigot?
Shocking. Right? No, but no, that's exactly what it is. And now he's using guilt, right? He's using guilt. It's so funny because not only is toxic masculinity, it's like beta male toxic masculinity. It's like, let me guilt you into sleeping with someone. They're gonna kill themselves. They're gonna have a hard life. You should pity them.
Coercion.
Isn't that gross?
Yes.
You should pity this class of people. So that's why you should have sexual relations with them or date them. That's really fucking weird.
That's why people are up in arms about it. That's why it's such a flashpoint, because it's like, wait a second here. You guys have been bitching about consent for the last 5 years. What's going on here? Boy, you really did a 180 here. I'm in a neck brace. You turned around so fast.
Yeah, but that's why everyone sees this as like the insane gaslighting it is, because it's like, okay, for so long, the left has been talking about consent. For so long, the left has been talking about, you don't choose your sexual orientation. For so long, the left has been talking about how, you have to make sure you have like consent signed in triplicate, whenever you engage in any sexual activity. And I've been saying this from the beginning, there's going to always be this weird situation because a lot of trans issues, kind of the way they argue them, go against all these pre-established things they've been arguing for the last 30 years. And this is just another one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's crazy. See, this is what I was telling you about principles, Sitch. It's so nice to have them. When we have principles, we can just stick by them.
No, I disagree. It's easier when you don't have principles, because then you just go, "Oh, what does my gut feel like? Where's my gut telling me to go?"
No. I believe in the principle of consent. I honestly do.
I don't know why. Some kind of bigot.
So bad.
Some kind of trans.
You're so bad.
You must be a transphobe, Adam.
You're so bad.
Ugh,
look at you.
disgusted.
So bad.
I'm going to look at some pictures of Tifa cosplays to clean my mind of this conversation.
Do it. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Is this how we solve the incel problem? We just have them all transition.
Ooh, there you go.
Well, I don't know. That might be taking place. That might actually be happening. We need to do a study.
Them are so being criticized for it that they have to hide behind phony moral posturing about the imaginary nuances of their sexuality before they'll even speak their mind. They have to play some "I'm not touching you" style word game, because if forced to actually defend their bigotry,
wait a minute,
they would.
Yeah, who's defending bigotry? What's going on?
Well, even beyond that, his argument doesn't make sense. He's saying these transphobic bigots that simultaneously make up the majority of the population, simultaneously have power over all these trans people, also have to hide their beliefs into more socially acceptable ways.
Yeah.
This is a complete nonsensical argument.
They're not hiding their beliefs at all. They're basically saying, I'm not into trans people.
No, but he's claiming they are hiding their beliefs.
No, they came up with a joke term. Their beliefs are so in the open. They don't
right.
Like, yeah.
But this is the constant weird argument that the leftists make. They say, all these fascists are hiding their fascistic beliefs, but meanwhile, they all control society. Right? Mm-hmm. All the racists hide their racist beliefs, but they all control society. Racist, how does that make any sense? We live in a white supremacist society dominated by white supremacists and racists, but all the white supremacists and racists feel like they have to hide their white supremacist racist beliefs, even though they control everything.
Right.
How does that make any fucking sense?
The thing is, it actually makes sense from their point of view because they believe in Chomsky's manufacturing consent idea, but that actually completely flips that on its head. If you guys know
What
what
is the manufacturing
consent
consent idea? Yeah.
Okay,
fill us
so
in.
this is a very sky high view because he wrote like a full book on it. But basically, the idea is that those people in power will make you consent to something by only giving you half of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense, you know, like if you have if you're powerful and you have an agenda you want to push and you want it
They
to be.
did it with Iraq. They only gave gave us half the story on weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, so the people in power, they will have certain things pushed in the news, certain things pushed in pop culture, and then eventually people will see, they'll believe they're getting an informed opinion, and then they'll consent to something. But if they were actually told the whole story, they would have consented to something else. So that's basically the idea of manufacturing consent. And the left really believes in this, and I think there's something there sometimes, but the left believes this applies to pretty much everything. So if we're talking manufacturing consent, we have a minority of people who are trying to push down on the super straight thing and tell everyone that they're all transphobic, and the majority of people they're not buying it. So who's actually pushing the manufactured consent right now?
Right. That's what I was going to say. From how you're describing this, it sounds like the manufacturing consent thing applies to the leftists, not to the normative, not to what they believe.
Yeah, this whole video is trying to manufacture consent. Literally. Like sexual consent.
Would have nothing to offer. They see a world leaving them and their beliefs behind, and rather than stand up for the terrible things they believe,
this is like so bizarre. I'm sorry, I keep pausing it, but
it's no, but I was about to pause it too. Not only is it so bizarre, but it's destroying his argument. He's saying, "Oh, there's all these transphobic bigots, and they're existing in a world that's leaving them behind." If the world's leaving them behind, and they're all cowards and outnumbered, first of all, why does it matter if these tiny minority of coward people don't want to date trans people?
Because they're the majority.
Okay.
Sitch,
Yeah, but then also, how can they simultaneously be cowards who are being left behind, but also they're the ones that are getting trans people to kill themselves? Like, this is complete nonsense.
Yeah. I just don't understand this argument that like people are perceiving the world as leaving them behind and that they're upset about it. I just like, come on. No.
That's their theory. They're like, oh, they're all these reactionaries. They're reactioning to things because, oh, you know, the world's leaving them behind. It's changing. There's too much change and it's scaring them.
That's some people. Yeah. Maybe like a small minority, but yeah, I don't think
so
it's the majority.
Whenever somebody online, whenever a leftist online talks about fascism and how they qualify all these people that they talk about as fascists, I'm sure you guys have seen Umberto Eco's 14-point list at this point.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
No?
yeah.
14-point list.
Yeah.
Do basically, I have to read that too?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't want to.
But basically, it's 14 points where if you fulfill most of these points, you're a fascist, and the left stands by this, like solidly stands by this.
Is it like you have blue eyes?
It applies to fascists, but it also applies to them, and you actually read it.
Oh, you're really
yeah. And one of the points is point 8. The enemy is simultaneously strong and weak.
Oh yeah,
which is exactly what you're describing right now.
Right, I am familiar with this. Yes.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're describing right now. The enemy is both strong and weak. By a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening.
Terrified of the changing world. I mean, I guess there are some people, but I don't know. Like, are they losing sleep about it? It's kind of cool. I mean,
someone in the DM says, incest is wincest. If you can't keep it in your genes, keep it in your genes. Genes.
Oh my God. That's bad. That's terrible.
There you go.
Terrible, but funny.
To spend their time sticking their tongues out saying, nah, I believe a bunch of bullshit and you can't stop me. They're a bunch of small-minded, privileged, and smug schemers, operating in secret to fight the influence of an outsider whose courage they despised. So they're not super straight. They're Sex Luthor.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my, the virtue signaling here. Oh, there's just a brave legion of trans people. They're just so brave and virtuous. And all these super straights, they're just the most cowardly, pathetic losers who also control society, but they're also loser, pathetic cowards.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But didn't he cast himself as like the trans Jesus too? He's like, and the one character who will stand up to them. I think he did. Who's that one character? Is it him?
It's him. He uses trans Neo.
Hold on.
In secret to fight in their time, sticking their tongues out saying, nah, I believe a bunch of bullshit and you can't stop.
Okay, so that's the people who are worried about society leaving them behind, the Nana people.
Yes.
They're a bunch of small-minded, privileged, and smug schemers operating in...
Schemers. Operating in secret. Operating in secret.
Hold on. Is it a scheme that you won't have sex with somebody?
No, he's saying the label of super straight is the scheme.
How is it a secret? It was on the Daily Wire. The fucking Daily Wire. Where is the secret scheme?
I don't know.
I don't know if you know about this, but
no. He's saying the fact that they want to promote transphobia is the secret scheme.
Oh, that's the secret part. Okay, yes. I got you.
This
secret to fight the influence of an...
Hold on.
This is from chat, and it's really funny. Sex Luthor and Red Skull Peterson will soon be allies.
Oh my god. Enforce monogamy for all of you.
Of an outsider whose courage they despised.
Okay, that's the one that I want. Is the outsider with the courage they despise? Is that him?
No. He's saying, and also this is like the dumbest thing you could say. Okay, I don't.
What's he mean by that?
He's saying that anti-trans people despise the courage of trans people.
Oh, really?
Like that's what's motivating them.
Oh, the trans
like,
people are the outsider with courage that they despise?
Right. Like there's like a legion of transphobic bigots that are like, oh, all these dang courageous trans people, their courage, I despise it. Their courage, that's what motivates me to hate them. Oh, they're just so courageous.
Well, what he's doing here is he's appealing back to trans panic, because a core of the trans panic defense is if you're a straight guy and a trans woman hits on you and she's really hot and you have no idea, and then you find out later, and then you fly into a temporary insanity and kill her. It's obviously a bullshit legal defense, but the underlying idea is that you are not secure enough in your sexuality, which is why he's referring to courage here. That's what he's appealing to.
Maybe
it's probably just raw disgust. It's not like I'm not sure
doesn't understand human psychology.
He does. He marched out those Nazi. He marched out those Nazis right before. He does. He understands it enough level.
Right. Yeah. He understands it enough to be manipulative. He doesn't understand it enough to understand
this whole complex major manipulation.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, I want to see. I kind of want to see Thought Slime on a date just to see if the same kind of manipulation tactics are being employed.
You know, people that don't like me are generally Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just saying.
I mean, would you date a person that just called people Nazi willy-nilly? I wouldn't. I'd be like, oh, he's going to be...
I'm sure lots of wokies will only date you if you call people Nazi willy-nilly.
Oh, really? Okay, maybe you're right. They're like, he doesn't use the word Nazi enough.
If you don't suck my dick on the first date, then you're definitely a Nazi. It's just how it works.
Yeah, what are you, a Nazi?
Awful.
It's right there on the 14-point list.
Hold on, I'm backing it up a little because I want to hear the full courageous part.
They're not. You can't stop me. They're a bunch of small-minded, privileged, and smug schemers operating in secret to fight the influence of an outsider whose courage they despised. So they're not super straight. They're Sex Luthor.
So why didn't he say outsiders? Why did you just say an outsider?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Is this in reference to a specific trans woman, maybe?
I don't know. I thought
maybe
it was
the one. Maybe it's the one that he knows who promised to suck his dick if he made the video.
Oh. Are you saying this itself is actual coercion? Or is it I guess it's not. Is it coercion if you're like, gifts aren't coercion. I mean, they're obviously a type of coercion, but it's not involuntary.
Someone says So it says, my penis is anti-fascist. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Gets them every
Yeah.
time. Humpty Moo for 50 pounds. Thank you very much, Humpty Moo. 50 pounds. That's 50 free units of free will.
Mm-hmm.
Says Michael Jackson was the pioneer with pronouns. Hee hee. There you go.
Hilarious.
Very funny.
Something changed about your mic just there, but it sounds good now. Yeah.
Well, probably because I screamed hee hee very loudly. So
there you go.
Pete.
That line had more gravitas in my head. I thought that would be a good ending, like it conveyed the seriousness of the situation, but in hindsight, it kind of wasn't a good idea. Kind of shouldn't.
Imagine writing the line, "You're not super straight, you're Sex Luthor," and thinking that's like a powerful line to pwn the Nazis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sex Luthor.
Because of Lex Luthor and Superman.
Yeah, that's so pathetic.
He's making the connection.
Yeah.
Between superheroes.
And the video. Hello and welcome to the Eyeball Zone. Here in the Eyeball Zone, we save Matt from awkward situations by
Matt. I kept wanting to remember his name.
Unleashing eyeballs upon small leftist projects. Falun Gong, the Chinese cult that loves Trump by Kyle Anderson, is an introduction to the new religious movement Falun Gong and their shady connections to the QAnon movement. What I love about this video is that Kyle spends so much time going over how difficult it is to get accurate information about the Falun Gong.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
that might be good.
Is the left now anti-Falun Gong?
I don't know. I don't know anything about them. Are you familiar with the Falun Gong?
Yes.
I've never seen this video.
Tell us
about 15 years ago, the left loved them.
Oh no, really?
Because they were being like really persecuted by China's government.
Oh.
And now they're back because they apparently like Trump. Is that the issue?
maybe. Like when there's a lot of organ harvesting happening in China, China's usually rounding up Falun Gong members.
Oh no.
Because their whole thing is like they follow very strictly a traditional Chinese idea of health.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll do yoga and they'll eat well and they'll get exercise, and like some of it's just cultural nonsense, but some of it's actually true. Right. And so they generally have like, I guess, higher quality organs, but they're also anti-communist as well because they're traditionally Chinese.
Right.
So they often get rounded up and they get their organs harvested.
Oh my God.
And there was like, I recall, because I was a young leftist, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I recall that there was a lot of international solidarity with the Falun Gong, with the left back then.
Yeah, but that was before the left became socialist. So now that they're anti-socialists, they're like, can't be unfair with these guys.
We missed Not Gay Ben last week.
Oh, did we? Oh.
But he's returned. Now he's identifying differently.
Oh my God, Not Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben for $1.99 says, I now identify as super not gay Sex Luthor 9000 version 2. Thank you. Not Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben, everybody.
Nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you. We're always wondering with bated breath, will this be the week? Will this be the week? Will the change occurs?
Yeah.
Find out next week. But it's funny because one of the other, going back to the China thing, I gave Adam like 3 video choices, and one of them was a second thought video where he was going over, all the anti-Asian hate that's going on in America. And of course, despite the fact,
did he leave something out?
Yeah, and despite the fact that a lot of the hate crimes are committed by Black people, he still obviously puts this at the hands of Donald Trump and white nationalism, blah 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 blah. And but it gets even crazier because the second half of the video becomes like this full defense of China and China's like global economic policies. And then he sort of like skirts away the whole Uyghur thing, like, well, regardless of whether China does that or not, America does all these bad things instead. So America can't criticize. I was like, oh my God.
What aboutism? My God.
And he didn't even get into any of the fucking organ harvesting. And I'm just thinking, like, imagine comparing anything bad America has done in the last 20 years with an actual cultural and physical genocide of a group of people and organ harvesting. Imagine
it's out of
America
a movie.
Doing anything like that in the last 20, 30 years.
It's out of a fucking horror movie.
I know, it's insane.
My God. Not only that,
insane.
I had heard that when they take the people away, sometimes they leave like a soldier to sit there and fuck your wife.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, here's your new husband. Guess what? He's a party member. Oh my God. It's fucking horror show.
Yeah, but you see, Adam, America had the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, and it's like the same thing. It's exactly like the same thing. Okay.
Where's that happening in America?
Oh, okay. Well, George Floyd died because he had a knee on his neck from a white police officer, so it's like the same thing.
Yeah, the white police officer didn't move into George Floyd's house and start fucking his wife, okay? There's levels of fucking degeneracy going on over there that just they're not even taking into account. It's ridiculous.
Yes, there's levels of fascistic, authoritarian, disgusting insanity that's going on there that they just hand wave away because America bad though. And it's funny because while I'm watching this video and I see Second Thought fucking licking the Chinese boot, as much as saying that like, oh, when China makes deals with African countries, they do it because they want to help the African country. But when America makes economic deals with other countries, it's because America's evil and they want to, ingratiate them with debt. I'm like, okay. But I'm watching this whole thing. I'm thinking, Second Thought literally couldn't make these videos criticizing his own government if he was a Chinese citizen.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no.
And yet here he is licking. Yeah, and yet here he is, an American who can freely make these videos, is licking the boots of fucking China here. It's just
there's that video of the guy who posted something derogatory about the government on social media, and they fucking rounded him up and interrogated him.
Yep,
it's like, oh, ouch!
It's
Can
insane.
you imagine people knocking on your door? Hey, we don't like what you posted about the government on social media.
So
it's like,
that's China
shit.
and also the UK.
Yeah.
Well, I know. That's scary, man. That's totally scary. They need to
happen.
Like every bread tuber seems to do this. They'll talk about how they're not tankies. They're libertarian socialists or whatever. They don't approve of the Soviets, and they're not Stalinists. Yeah.
I was looking.
I don't know that we're actually back yet.
Oh shit. Okay.
It seems like OBS is still.
Dev, how could you? Yeah, I think this was Dev's fault. This is a problem.
Oh no.
We're back. We're back.
Okay.
We started talking about China, and then we mysteriously.
Oh man, what's happening?
Uh-oh.
Are people working in secret here, or
the Chinese government's out to get us? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard all of that, Adam, but basically I said that all of these bread tubers who claim to be libertarian socialists and they're not tankies and they don't like whatever, they don't like Stalin. When it comes to China, they all simp for China. And China is just as bad, if not worse, as Nazi Germany.
Yeah, that's where you dropped out right there. The Nazi Germany of our time. Yeah. Which
that's why we dropped out, I guess.
That we're doing absolutely nothing about, which is
right.
I mean, people have this idea in their head that during World War II that we jumped in to fight the Nazis. No, we put off getting in we didn't get involved in the Nazi thing until Pearl Harbor, until they ended up bombing us. We tried to stay out of World War II. Like, we weren't the good guys in white hats racing over to help them. We were like, Hitler's their problem in Europe.
I think one of two things happened. I think either the Chinese government cut Adam's internet briefly, or, as Automata said, I think the fact that you never got your penis inspection is catching back up.
The penis inspection. I'm going to call that number later today. Thank goodness that Dick Dong's number is on the thing there, so I can call him right up and say, Mr. Dick Dong, I need to get my penis checked.
Call him on stream. Call him right now.
There you go. There you go.
I'm not.
Is that against YouTube's TOS now? Like making prank calls on?
Probably is.
Probably.
I'm sure.
Do you guys remember in April there was a guy in California that got a visit from the police for criticizing AOC on Twitter?
Really?
No, I didn't hear this.
Oh, okay. And it was like a very mild criticism. And I was curious as to anyone ever followed up on that.
He got a visit from CIA?
Yeah, like the police showed up.
Really?
And they said that he was accusing him of threatening AOC on Twitter.
Because AOC felt, oh my God, I
Well,
hope
and so
she doesn't
she-
see my laser ta-ta thumbnail. I'm going to jail, guys. Holy shit.
And well, that's why I was curious if anyone ever followed up on this, because AOC claimed to not be responsible for this whatsoever. But I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what the tweet was. I remember it was very innocuous. Whatever
The
it
laser
was.
thumbnail's innocuous.
So,
Guys, I'm going to jail. Help me out.
but the problem with all this stuff is it's sort of like I don't believe it until I ever get confirmation.
Yeah, that's
You know,
smart.
it's like the Nick Fuentes kicked off on the no-fly list thing. Like I don't believe that till there's ever any confirmation about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know at one point Sargon mentioned that the "I wouldn't even rape you" tweet he got a visit from the cops from.
Yeah, but he's in the land of no freedom. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
They need
And-
to work on that.
And even then, like, nothing happened. They talked to him about it, and he said it was a joke, and they said, "Oh, okay," and they left.
There's Danimal the Bruce sent us a book, or it's a report by 2 researchers that's all about the Falun Gong genocide commissioned by the NGO. That's very interesting. And it's all about, and it has a whole thing about the organ harvesting. It says it's called Bloody Harvest: The Killing of the Falun Gong for Their Organs.
That's so
insane.
fucking crazy.
But look, America's just as bad as China.
That's so crazy.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's so crazy that it's happening, but it's also equally crazy that Americans are just like carrying water for this shit.
I know. This is craziness. This is craziness. Disgusting.
Or it's persecuted by the CCP. Both groups put out so much contradictory propaganda that it's really hard to get a grasp on what is and is not happening. Like, you don't know really what to think. I mean, everybody thinks they understand what's happening in these other parts of the world, but when you really look into it, there's so many groups that are trying to control the narrative in all these different ways that it's really hard to tell what's actually happening, and that's just really interesting. And
now, maybe
at the end of the video,
yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe
go
I'm
ahead.
being very uncharitable, but this really sounds to me like the teach the controversy evolution tactic. It's like, well, we just want to teach both sides of the issue.
Well, do you think he's got a huge sarcastic tone going? Like, maybe
I don't think he's
it's
being
the opposite.
sarcastic. I think that's his normal tone of voice.
So you think he really means that it's hard to tell because there's so much different conflicting narratives out there?
Look, I haven't watched the thing, but without the context of watching what he's referring to, it sounds sort of like he's trying to carry water for China, like we were just
Okay.
talking about,
Yeah.
by saying, "Oh, well, you don't know who to believe because there's just so much propaganda on both sides."
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's just also funny on the level that he's engaging in the propaganda war so vigorously over here in the
Right.
United States. Like, this
Right.
whole video is basically misinformation. So
Right.
you don't know what to believe. There's not a single fact in this video that couldn't be disputed. I don't know. Do you have a small leftist project you'd like to see featured here in the eyeball zone?
we got to do the eyeball zone.
Here, hold on a second.
We should
Okay,
do
so
that.
imagine this situation, okay? Imagine this situation.
Okay. I'm imagining.
Yeah, me too.
You've got Nazi
Tifa
Germany.
Lockhart. Oh, okay. Tifa
got Nazi
Lockhart
Germany.
as a Nazi. Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
You've got Nazi
is
Germany.
She trans? Is it a trans Tiffany Lockhart or?
Are you inspecting her penis, Adam?
Well, I'm debating. Does she have something hidden in there
The
that I need to
inspectee
find?
becomes the inspector.
Tiffany. let me-
Okay, so you have Nazi Germany, and then you have this fringe religious movement called Jewishness. All right, and then you have Thought Slime, who's saying, there's a bunch of propaganda on both sides. Who really knows what's going on here? Like,
Yeah,
who understands the truth?
Right. That's how this came off to me.
Yeah,
That's
me
exactly how
too.
this came off to me. Yes.
The thing
But,
with the
but I
Falun
did
Gong
know
is like
I did know if he was being sarcastic because we all know that like the Nazis are to blame.
He was not being sarcastic. He was being serious.
I feel like maybe he was being sarcastic, but I don't know. Seems like context might be missing here for us.
Well,
But
the thing
anyway.
with the Falun Gong, they're like, the reason that a lot of leftists back in the day sided with them is because a lot of what they do like really just overlaps with like hippie spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there was like some kind of solidarity there.
Mm-hmm.
But then as soon as China's government declared them to be illegal, things kind of rapidly switched around.
Right.
And now now leftists look at them as like a far right cult.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially if they like Donald Trump, you know, they just go
Yeah, they were like,
Yeah.
Donald Trump is gonna. Donald Trump goes on the TV every day and says China is fucking a bitch.
Yeah,
of course they're gonna love Donald Trump.
Of course.
They're like, they're harvesting our organs. God damn it, he's right.
Right. No, definitely.
But Thought Slime is like, nah, you can't like Donald Trump. What the fuck?
No.
We abandoned
He's a
you.
fascist.
Yeah.
And no more than one email to thoughtslime@gmail.com with the word eyeball somewhere in this video. It's me, Thoughtslime. I go there, and that's
Look at all
This
those
patron.
patrons.
I know. I'm so jealous. I
All
had to
that money.
stop it. I
Is
couldn't
that
take
it?
it.
Is that the end of the video?
I stopped it because I couldn't take it.
You couldn't deal. Look at all these names. It's just like
I know. It's
3
content
minutes of
all over
names,
it.
Adam. How does this make you feel?
It makes me feel very sad about life. That
Look at
many
this
people are
good,
like,
good socialists, you know,
they're like,
capitalizing.
I'm
Wait.
paying to be deceived.
Yes. There you go. There you go.
Misha.
I hope that his editor I hope his YouTube channel is a co-op, and that his editor.
Erica. Wait.
Every good socialist
Hold on, you
capitalized.
passed. One
did
says
you hear-
Hot Mommy Tits? One of
There
the
you go.
names was Hot Mommy Tits.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, did you see what went down with ContraPoints in the past day or so?
I saw you made a video that got a bunch of views on it. What was? But I didn't watch the video yet. What was it?
I don't know,
what
that was on the Lindsay Ellis thing.
Oh, okay.
Something just happened.
Oh,
What
something
just
new.
I saw
breaking
a
news.
while
I love
ago
it.
that Contra made the whole tweet about being free speech, which was like, okay, well, I'm glad, now you're finally getting into the free speech game, Contra, but
No, she made a tweet that she deleted, but it was basically her making fun. Well, I don't think she meant to make fun, but it definitely sounded like her making fun of poor trans people who can't afford to transition.
what did she say?
No. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Here, I'll yeah,
That
Adam, I'll
is
link you.
crazy on so many levels.
I'll link you what's currently up, but the main tweet was deleted. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it.
That's crazy on so many
There's
levels.
an archive.
Well, yeah, we got to see the tweet to see if we feel that that's what was actually happening or not, right?
Going after the little people and going after trans people. How do you survive that? Incoming cancellation. Must cancel.
Give me a second. I have a bot I can look through, so give me a second.
You have your own
ContraPoints.
bot? What kind? What gender is it? Just out of
Is it a
curiosity.
mommy bot?
Yeah. Well, what's what is the what's the makeup of that bot?
Here, I think. Can someone explain why there are so many tweets claiming that Tamisha, this is not ContraPoints. What the fuck, Google? Who the fuck's Tamisha? I don't know who this is.
Yeah, you guys are typing. Type.
I know.
That's
Okay,
okay. I'll
anyways.
read some super chats.
I'll read some super chats.
No, I'm good at reading. You acknowledge
You can't,
that my
can you even
reading
see?
ability was.
You can't even see where they start.
I can see where one starts. I can see this.
I know
one.
which one you want to read.
Samurai Flak. Is that it?
Oh, go read. Go for it.
$5. Adam, read Pat Buchanan's book. FDR wanted to crush Germany's economy and was eager for any excuse to declare war. Oh, okay. So Pat
That's good,
Buchanan.
right? That's a good thing.
Well,
There you go.
there was a fight over. Well, was Pat Buchanan around during World War II? I guess he is kind of ancient.
Mhm.
Was he around during World War
No,
II? Okay.
I don't. Wait, I don't think so. Maybe he's like a small child, right?
FDR wanted to crush Germany's economy and was eager for any excuse to declare war. Okay.
He was born in 1938, so he was like a baby.
So maybe FDR, maybe we didn't get into. Well, there is sort of an unverified conspiracy theory that they let them bomb Pearl Harbor that we had
they knew it was
intelligence.
going to happen. Yeah, right.
That we had intelligence, and FDR let him bomb Pearl Harbor so we could get into the war.
So we get in the war, yeah.
Yes.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, Sitch, we have to cook. Breaking Bad Man. Badum. There you go.
Yeah, totally.
Do your best Walter White impression, Adam.
I have only watched a couple of episodes.
Oh my God.
I mean, give me something to say. I mean, I can't try. Like,
Jesse, we had to cook.
We have to cook. No, that's just me doing social
That's
justice
just you doing it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, how many times have you cooked speed, Sitch? I'm just curious.
Let me think.
Wait, what's the statute? We better look at the statute of limitations first.
I've cooked speed exactly 0 times, Adam. Okay.
Now ask me.
I'm afraid to the answer.
Ask me.
I'm afraid to ask. I don't want to.
Ask me. Come on, ask me.
Zara Richards here. I'll ask you this, Adam. Zara Richards for $5 says, I've got a stupid fuck. Okay. Fuck, marry, banish for everyone.
For the week of heart.
So we have Gemini Semini, Zara Richards, John Smith.
Oh my God, this is sorry, Gemini. Banish.
Look at that. Boom! He just did it. Usually, every time Adam's like, I can't banish someone. I can't banish someone. And now he's like, Gemini, you're going to the fucking shadow realm. You banished.
Banished.
You goddamn.
I mean,
that's another Walter White.
I can't. This is no. I feel now. I actually feel bad for banishing.
You should feel bad. Okay.
Gemini, because we can't. You can't. First of all, I'm married. Okay. I don't know why you guys are doing this to me. And second of all, these are our fans. What are you talking? We can't do this. This is not right. This is the power differential here. Okay. This is not. This is like using your power for evil. No, I can't do it. No. I'll let you go ahead. You go, Sitch. You do it.
Well, I don't know what any of them look like, so I can't answer that question. So.
You.
Got him! Zip, 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 zip.
No. Oh, you objectivist.
Oh, shit.
You
tapping into that weasel energy.
You shallow piece of shit.
Bing bong,
you
boom.
shallow piece of shit. I cannot believe people are more than their looks. Do you objectify women, Sitch? Sitch.
Here's the even beyond that. With the exception of John Smith, we've never talked with Gemini or Zara either. So
we haven't talked to Zara
once on Discord. It was like a long time ago.
I think I've talked to Zara on Discord. Okay. I think Zara's popped in when I've been on Discord. Yeah. So. Yeah.
There you go. I fucking weaseled that shit. Bing bong.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm really glad that my spirit animal is weasel. I mean, I gotta tell you, it comes in handy on some of these.
I didn't weasel. I was a hedgehog. I was just too fast for you. I just fucking nothing personal, kid. Adam. I just like teleports behind Adam. Nothing personal, kid.
The weasel works. Feel the power of my weasel. Feel the ever presence of my weasel.
There you go. Adam's going up to people, telling them to feel the power of his weasel.
Speaking of weasel, where's FSO?
He's looking up the Contra tweets.
Yeah, my bot has failed me. Sorry.
Oh my God. There's not like a thread on BearTube complaining about this.
So Mary banish. You're gonna banish the bot. Obviously, that's going to purgatory.
There you go. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says A team is 40K team now and forever. The Adam protects.
I actually looked up my Audible account because I heard people were fucking I saw people talking shit in the chat. I got Xenos Eisenhorn, Warhammer 40K book 1. And I also got Horus Rising, the Horus Heresy book 1. Yeah, and I started reading the Xeno one first because that's the one they said. And this was Horus Rising is Cullivar's favorite book suggestion, one of his favorite book suggestions for me. And the other one was Vox's suggestion, Xenos. So Yeah, I'm digging in. And the Xeno is already started good. Like, he's already fucking kicking ass and taking names. Battle from the very beginning. I was like, okay, good.
Well, here's a more important question. Grassroots Dictator for $2 says, Adam, fuck, marry, kill, Sargon, Dev, Sitch.
What? You guys are... This is... No. Power of the Weasel.
Do it, Adam. No, it's too late.
Power of
Adam.
the Weasel. Well,
we all know that, Adam, we all know
I'm
we're getting
already
married.
to Sitch.
We all know that we're getting married, Adam. Okay, so who are you going to fuck?
I'm
and who are you gonna
I'm
kill?
already married to Sitch.
Are you gonna are you gonna fuck Sargon? Or are you gonna fuck Dev? Okay, come on, just lay it out on the table there.
Oh my god!
Listen. I have something above Sargon.
Have I
I've been
mentioned-
inspected.
Have I? Did this check come with an STD test? Okay, I'm fucking Dev. It's
There
over.
it is. There it is. Sorry, Sargon. Adam is kicking you.
Yes.
There you go.
We don't banish around here. We're good.
That's true.
We're good libs. We don't believe in capital punishment unless you haven't paid your taxes or rape. Both are a capital offense around here. Tax evasion or rape is both, in my book, electric chair material. So,
Mr. Tickled. Oh, I read that one. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, hope you guys are doing okay. I'm glad Aiden's okay. I brought some Doge during the dip. Things are looking up. High A team, high S class, high rags.
what's your Doge doing? Did either of you guys watch the Elon Musk monologue? I was surprised it was actually pretty funny. On Saturday Night Live, I should say.
No.
Yeah.
No. I heard that I saw a graph. Someone said that after it, Dogecoin like dropped very strongly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is that not true? Or I guess that's what the person was talking about. They bought it during the.
Yeah. Dogecoin was down before Elon Musk went on.
Oh shit! Look at this.
I don't know if he talked it up, but
This is amazing.
what happened?
So, I typed in ContraPoints on Reddit and I put posts from like the previous week to try to find this thing. The dev game of fine, but so
Oops.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So I find
My
two
bot
posts.
is looking for it right
I
now.
find
Sitch.
two mirrored posts. It says parentheses content warning transphobia. Sitch and Adam show. Adam friended and PSA Sitch make. That's weird. It says Sitch and Adam show parentheses Adam friended and PSA Sitch. Even though it's called the Sitch
notice
and
what
Adam
they
show.
did there. Notice what they did there.
Not only they swapped. Well, why do you even need to You just said our names again, but whatever.
It's called the Sitch and Adam show. We did this so that you guys could give us a hard time without using our names much.
I know. It says make the longest and most dishonest response to ContraPoints video. J.K. Rowling. There you go.
Longest and most.
I mean, it was
dishonest.
probably the longest. That's true. That's true.
That's like a record. I really wish they'd point to our dishonesty in there.
I know.
I mean,
And they posted this in the r/enough J.K. Rowling and r/Vosh V. There you go. So there you go, guys. Got the haters.
yeah. Well, okay. I'm super sad now. Why'd you have to bring that up? I don't like.
I know. You're so sad.
There's people on the internet that dislike me. I don't even Google my name for this reason.
I just want to find this ContraPoints tweet. Someone DM me this tweet. Someone has to, or tweet me this tweet. Someone has to have this tweet.
ContraPoints didn't say that about us, right? It was just some Redditor, right?
Yeah. No, but I meant the tweet about the thing that Dev was talking about.
Dishonest. That's the one that gets me right there. It's
I'm
like,
starting to think that this tweet doesn't even exist and that Dev just made this whole story up.
I didn't make it up.
I think
Dev, you
he just made it up.
dishonest.
No, that's not me. I didn't make it up.
I think you just made it up. I don't see any evidence of this. I feel like this would be front page Reddit news, but I don't see it. So I think you just made it up.
Oh, I like this.
Yep.
Grassroots Dictator says it's friend Mary kick. I like that. We can do the
Friend Mary
That's not
Kick.
as
That's
funny.
pretty good. Yeah.
That's not as fun though.
What?
Wayward Spoon for £10 says, can't make it through the whole thing tonight. We'll listen tomorrow up in the rolling hills of Scotland. A-Team makes the MILF scream. Sitch watches unseen. That is hurtful. That is hurtful. Wow.
God. Oh my God. Read that $20 super chat.
Before I read that, I'll read Dr. Diller for $5 says A-Team eats steak well done and has an expired forklift operating license. S-Class is best class.
Oh my God, he updated it. How did you know my forklift license is expired?
There you go. There you go.
Man, A-Team is a fucking player. You think I drove a forklift with a license? Fuck!
He's
Fuck
a rebel.
no.
He's a forklift.
I was an unlicensed forklift driver.
That's right.
Come on. I'm getting paid. I'm not using my paycheck on a license.
You're like
Fucking
Robert De Niro,
square.
and you're like Robert De Niro in Brazil. You're an unlicensed repairman.
I was, definitely,
right.
yeah. Fuck yeah. Last day of work, I broke the key off in the thing. It was accident. It was accidental. But I was
Sitch have
thinking, God damn, look, it's my last day.
Does Sitch have a forklift license? Sitch, being a Boy Scout, is always prepared, and of course has a forklift license.
You have a forklift license? Jeez.
Of course I do. I'm always prepared.
Driving that forklift was fun, man. That was
I know
a fun
it was.
job.
It's very fun. It's very fun to do it
Yeah.
properly, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When your friends
So
come
I've
and
actually
you let
done
them get on
some-
the forklift and you
I,
go all
I've
the
done
way
some
up.
forklift driving, but I've also done some dump truck driving.
Oh, really? Nice.
And driving a dump truck is how I lost my license in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I forgot to lower the back, and I drove through an intersection. And
Oh
tore
my
out,
God!
I
you
tore
took
out
a light out.
No, not a light. I tore out a bunch of electrical
Oh
that
man,
basically took an entire area of the city and rendered it without power for a day.
could have been worse. Could have been a
Only-
bridge.
Only Dev could boomer an entire city's electric grid.
Could have been worse.
Impressive.
Could have been a bridge,
Impressive.
man. Those bridges.
I was going to read it, Grass. Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, it's friend Mary Kick, you degenerates. Also, Adam, get the Cephas Kane 40K books about a suave, cowardly political officer that fumbles to victory.
Nice. I'll put it on my list. I have
There you go.
another suggestion too. Yeah.
There you go. That sounds kind of like what was that? What was like the only good character in Battlestar Galactica? Gaius Baltar. Gemini Gemini for $20 says, my heart is broken. I can't take it anymore. Adam is so heartless, so cruel. He just banished me with no hesitation. So much neglect and apathy, which is why I love you, Adam. You hurt me so good. A-Team forever.
You bastard. That's pretty funny.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Fall the Emperor. Cypher Kane 40K Warhammer 40K book 1. There we go. It's in my wish list.
There was some art that you could put up.
Sure, I'll do that.
Do you know
Someone, I
where-
think someone said in the chat you can send us art anytime. Anytime before the thing. DMs on Twitter are usually easiest.
Yes.
I don't know how.
Okay. My Dumb Movies. Your name is very apparent here. Starbuck is the worst character in all of human history. Starbuck is a toxic, self-destructing psychopath. I mean, maybe some people are into that, but oh my God, I fucking hated Starbuck. I hated her with a burning passion. That character was so awful that the show writers had to keep putting her in terrible situations so you'd feel bad for her. But then as soon as she got out of the terrible situations, she would continue to be an awful person, and you remembered why you hated her in the first place.
Starbuck, huh?
So
They
now-
gender swap Starbuck.
They gender swap Starbuck. I would highly recommend that nobody watch Battlestar Galactica because it's actually awful.
Yeah. got
Okay.
Mixed
It has the
reviews.
worst. It has one of the worst endings of all time.
Worst ending. Oh, you put all that time into a series and they can't even get the ending right? Motherfucker.
Oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. Well, fortunately, I didn't, because my friend of mine wanted me to watch it because I didn't watch it when it was on TV. I can't imagine watching it for years on TV and then getting that ending. I would have been so upset.
The ending of our book fucking is amazing.
right.
Like we're working on the book and I'm going through like roughing out the last pages. I'm just like, this ending is so fucking solid. So amazing.
That's true. That's
Amazing.
true. It is amazing.
It is. You guys are going to freak. You guys are going to go, oh my God, no, no. It's going to be worse. Your feeling is exact like the feeling Jim and I had when I just banished him without even thought or hesitation.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, are transsexual tags on porn sites transphobic?
Yes. Of course they are.
That's funny.
Anything they can label transphobic is transphobic. That's the whole war, is to label as many things transphobic as possible. So there are all these landmines in the environment that you can step on, and they can. The worst thing that can happen is, you get fired forever. Your kids go hungry. You can't eat or anything. Girls will shun you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have to make a tier list of awful endings. Okay. Game of Thrones. Battlestar Galactica. Lost. The Sopranos.
All these are TV shows, man. I'm
well,
not
that's
a big
usually what we're
TV
talking
guy.
about.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay. We can throw movies. Brazil would be a movie with a terrible
Brazil ending's amazing. You're totally high. Why? You didn't tell me when I asked you how many times you cook speed. I didn't know today was one of them. I didn't know you were just.
You just
doing
pretend like the ending of the Brazil is
before.
good to trigger me. You're like contrast with Watchmen. Okay.
No, I mean I'm into that.
John Smith is screaming Attack on Titan. I've never seen Attack on Titan, but I'll take John Smith's
Yeah,
word.
it's got a pretty bad ending. I'm kind of disappointed about it. I loved Attack on Titan. It was my favorite anime for years, and the ending sucks.
Bad endings are the worst.
That's actually why I never got into it. I could feel like that was a show that was going to have a bad ending.
Especially when you're like in love with the movie, when you're like, oh my God, this is a 5-star movie. And then the ending completely leaves you feeling hollow and rejected.
It was high quality for 90% of it, and then the ending just sucked.
Oh, thank you, Dexter. How could I forget Dexter? Oof, that was a bad ending. Yes. Deep Space Nine, definitely, I agree. The final couple episodes, really stupid. Ducat fighting the lady from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and they both falling to the pit of hell is pretty silly for a Star Trek TV show. Mr. Burple was very upset with my trash talking of Brazil. No, the Brazil ending is literally garbage. Literally garbage. Worst ending of all time. You know what? Liking the ending of Brazil is like? That's like being a cuck. If you like the ending of Brazil, you also like watching your wife get plowed by another man. Okay? That's my equivalent.
Not true. Yeah.
It's very true. It's very true. It's a cuck ending. Brazil's a cuck ending.
I feel you're using a bit of an emotional argument.
I feel you could be right.
This is not logical.
I feel you could be right.
Shape or form. You're like, here, let me just call you a cuck and see if I can get you to bend the knee. If I can put you on your knees, bow to my will, my subjective opinion about Brazil. You must submit to it.
Nope, I'm sitting there. The ending of Brazil. If you like the ending of Brazil, you also like cucked. Being cucked.
No.
There you go.
God, this is CT. CT sent me a great picture. Oh my God,
she
this
did.
is.
Andrew Clark for $2 says he's arguing against turnoffs and being aware of them. True. There's which version of Brazil did you see? There's multiple versions of Brazil?
Yeah, I think there's probably a cuck ending for you.
I saw the one where the main character gets cucked at the end. That's the one that I saw.
Oh my God.
Grassroots Dictator for $5 says Thought Slime and other activists are sacrificing trans people like on a blood-soaked altar. Mass mutilation of the mentally unwell. Wow, strong words. Strong words.
It is pretty bad when you're using people for your own political ends. I think that's like the worst, most detestable thing to do.
It is. It's
one
disgusting.
of the reasons why I can't stand the Democrats now. Why do you laugh? I mean, I'm serious.
Because that's what everyone does. Whenever you say, the Democrats do this shit, it's like, okay, that's like literally what every politician in America does, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the Republicans aren't tearing the country apart to do it.
Okay. Are we going to get into the whole election thing again, Adam?
Well, I have here on my list, and Dev, you can duck out anytime. Obviously, if you got to go.
Is this an invitation?
No, you're more than welcome to stick around as well. I just know sometimes you get caught on these live streams, and I feel like Sitch and I are probably going to argue for about 4 or 5 hours about this. There's this Tucker Carlson thing on my list with Frank.
Well, that's nothing to do with the election.
And housing crash, and however far this goes. I got a few things here.
Are you guys on opposite sides of the election fraud debate or something?
Not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that like the way Adam conceptualizes these things. He's like, oh, well, that didn't tear the country apart whatsoever. It's just the Democrats that are doing it. So I'm like, okay.
What are the Republicans doing to tear the
the election fraud claims.
Well, that was unfortunate.
Okay. Well, that was unfortunate, Sitch. Let's move on the conversation. Okay. That was a little tiny unfortunate thing. Okay.
The fortified election guys.
Oh my God, we never talked about that article.
No.
And I personally know the audience would be abhor.
Which article?
The Time article. The audience would be.
Oh.
Your take on that article was just
correct.
What is your take on it?
I made a super long Twitter thread about this. Okay, where I said that article is a fucking trick, because in the intro of the article, it primes you with all this emotional language and words about, look, this is what these people did to fortify the election, to change the outcome, blah, 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 blah. It was all these people across all these industries that are working together. And you're like, oh my God, this sounds horrible. But then when you read the actual examples they give you, it's like fucking nothing. It's the biggest nothing burger ever. And so that's the problem with the article. The article fucking tricks you.
Did you do a video on that article, Time article?
I have not, no.
Oh, okay.
See, you're trying to get Deb to fight your own batters.
I was actually off the internet during the whole election fraud situation.
I'm trying to include our guest in the conversation here.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's use one specific example. Okay, let's use one specific example for you. Let's use one specific example. Okay.
Look at this beautiful picture that CT did. This is amazing.
See, Adam brings this up, and then he doesn't want to actually get into the details. Kind of like a weasel. Would you say it's a weasel-like behavior? I don't know. Is this weaselly?
Well, as it turns out, my wireless headphones are about to die.
Oh my God, you are. After giving me such a hard time for giving you an out, you're like, I'm gone. Bye, guys.
Yeah, I do actually have to go. Well, listen, they
oh
kind of
my
beep in
God.
my ears when they're about to die, and now they're beeping, so I do have to go.
Is this an invitation? Are you throwing me off the show,
you don't
guys?
Have a plug-in headphone stuff? Jeez.
No, they're just wireless, and they just like sit in a dock all night and charge up. But it's the end of the day, and they're dying.
Are they
Bluetooth?
Bluetooth?
Bluetooth cancer next to your brain?
Yeah, that's like frying your brain, Dev.
They are radio, actually, not Bluetooth.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Bluetooth is radio. What are you talking about?
Jeez, I've never had them on this long after the beep. It sounds like they're gonna explode.
That's
are you
there's
sure
like a
that's
hissing
not,
in my ears now.
Are you sure that's not the cancer meter? Are you sure it's like they're actually dying? Okay, well, take care, Dev.
Yeah, we'll do this again later. I'll see you.
See ya. Oh, you're right. It says Bluetooth uses UHF radio waves. I thought it was a different carrier band.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, sorry. Radio. It's technically a microwave, so low frequency microwave.
Wait, I thought radio waves and microwaves were different.
No, all waves are part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
I can't. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Fucking Christ.
I
know that.
This picture's by CT. Obviously, I don't want to shrink it down until.
Yeah, no, I don't know. When I'm looking at this says that microwaves are a different frequency than radio waves, which I thought. Yeah, I thought radio waves were far less intense. They'd have to be. Because microwaves literally heat things up. Radio waves don't create heat.
So they say. So the weird propaganda says,
So I say we're not talking about the Times article. That's fine if you want to bring it up, and then
I just haven't read it in so long. I mean, I
see. So there you go.
People
Adam throws the gauntlet down, and I picked it up and I smacked him in the face, and he's like, "Oh, we'll talk about something else." Sitch.
People were like wanting us to talk about that for a long time, and I was like, "Oh my God, Sitch's takes on this are just so
correct."
Incorrect.
So horribly correct. I'm sorry. I don't apologize for not being led around by my elephant. I'm sorry for cashing in my free will bucks when it bothers you, Adam. Okay. That's why they're there.
What I was looking up things on the internet. I wasn't paying.
There's a great picture that CT made.
Yeah.
It's got Adam's doing the think Mark think thing with me on the ground there.
Is that what's going on? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, you haven't seen the meme that's been going around from Invincibles?
No, I haven't. Maybe we should do the meme side-by-side comparison thing.
Okay. I assume most people are I assume most people that watch us aren't boomers like you, but maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I could be wrong.
Oh, here's another one. Well, here's the meme, but it's different. It's with CT. Here, I'll bring it up. It's close enough.
Well, I'll send you the actual picture. So.
I've seen the meme.
Yeah.
I've seen the meme.
But that's a great picture, CT.
It's amazing.
Even though I think I should be the one telling Adam to think. Okay. So I guess it depends on the issue. This is Adam trying to tell me about abolishing the voting age. That's what's happening in this picture. Think, Sitch, think. Voting it's a poll, okay? To take whatever your argument is. I can't even say it.
Yeah, because you don't know the argument.
That's true. That's true.
You're just always used to straw manning it. So
that's true.
You just know the straw man version.
That's true.
Who wants to see a picture of my weasel? It's right here. It's white and hairy.
Gemini, and Danimal the Bruce are really on board with that.
Look how cute he is. Oh my God, he's adorable. Why are you laughing? You're laughing because he's so small and adorable.
He's so small and adorable. Yep. Zara Richards for $2 says, Thought Slime is saying traps are straight. Yes, that is what Thought Slime is saying. Traps are straight. True.
Is trap a gay man that dresses like a woman to entrap you into having sex with him? Is that kind of the thing? Is that the meme?
I feel like it's better for me to never explain anything about it to you.
It's
I feel it's so much better if I just never explain anything.
It's not exactly a trans person. It's not a person that identifies as the opposite gender. They're just.
People are saying it's Weasel Inspection Day, so thank you, Adam, for showing us your weasel.
Okay, good. I hope you like it.
You have to make sure it's not a stoat. You gotta make sure it's a weasel.
It's really soft.
I don't know if that's something you want to brag about.
Soft and fluffy.
If that's something you want to brag about.
I have the picture right here. Look how soft and fluffy that is.
Backer the Hacker for £5 says, other examples, unattractive girls in masks, girls who look better from behind. Thought Slime's a eunuch. True.
Oh, yeah.
True,
girls that do look. I've been in that situation before.
That's
when you're
right.
like, dang, look at that. Oh, what happened? Holy shit.
Got the butter face. I know. It's sad.
Yeah. Yep.
Bogan Vila for 5 Aussie says, I hope Slime Boy is going into Evo Psych literature on attractiveness cues that cannot be modified with surgery/hormones. No. Of course he isn't going to go even remotely into that whatsoever. I don't think any of these bread tubers believe evolutionary psychology is a legitimate field. They'll think it's just bigotry and fascism and racism. That's what they think.
That's so sad.
I know.
That's so sad. The book that I read, I told you about it last week, the David M. Buss book, something about toxic masculinity. It sounds totally SJW, but he's an evolutionary psychologist. And most of the stuff in that book, SJWs would just run from. But he does make a ton of compelling arguments as to, how toxic masculinity exists, the evolutionary origins of toxic masculinity. And it's really a narrow set of men that fall into this category that feminists are basically painting all men as. And the majority, when 95% of men are, well-behaved gentlemen, and they're all being thrust into this category that's being propagated by 5% of men, you realize, okay, well, that's why we're getting fucked. Mm-hmm. But all the stuff in there, I mean, man, it makes a lot of the feminist arguments that they could make with through an evolutionary lens. It would be far more useful.
Yeah, but feminism, as a study and a theory, it's all based on socialization theory and blank slate. They can't accept any of these evolutionary psychology arguments.
It's sad. It's super
sad. It is
sad.
sad.
There's the best argument in there for rape jokes. Why rape jokes?
Sam Bardens for $9.99 says, just to clarify last week, A-Team is for the children like Wu-Tang is for the children. But that's all irrelevant now because A-Team is for weasels. There you go.
Really?
A-Team is for the weasels.
I don't push my weasel on the rest of A-Team, just so you guys know. The weasel is my spirit animal.
I think you do. I think you do.
No.
I think even if you don't push your weasel on the rest of A-Team, I think many A-Team members want you to push your weasel onto them.
No. A-Team is the Chad team.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Chads want your Chad weasel on.
Oh my God.
Winter Fire for $2 says in a whiny voice, you guys, sex is a spectrum.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
basically.
That was a perfect Matt. You did Dot Slime perfectly.
Thank you. I was actually doing Scuba Steve's whenever he does his voice.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Steve's funny.
Guys, checkmate, libertarians.
We got to have Steve back on, man. Steve is hilarious.
We do.
What's going on in this picture?
I don't know. What picture am I? I can't see whatever you're looking at.
It's you sleeping with a little doll of me.
That's right. Oh yeah, it's a Zofats drew this. It's me sleeping. I got a little Adam doll. Keep me company. Look at that. I'm hugging little Adam. Isn't it cute?
I love this. This could only be defined as a smirk. She's got like the perfect smirk on my doll face.
That's right.
I'm like, hey, look.
This is me recovering from the COVID second vaccine.
Let me go, you pervert. Let me go.
That face is not saying let me go. Okay. That face is saying hold me tighter, Sitch. Hold me tighter.
Zofrats, I need a redo here. I got some notes for you. You got to fix the face.
She's gonna give you a big weasel face.
It's got to be.
Zofrats, give him a weasel. Make Adam a furry.
I have to run. I need to get out of there. Give me the please don't rape me face. Please don't rape me.
It's not rape if you want it, Adam. Okay.
Please don't rape me, you bigot. You bigot.
We do have to have a character in our comic, the White Weasel.
The White Weasel.
The White Weasel. That have to be a background character.
We got some crowd shots going. We can put
the
some
White
weasels.
Weasel.
Is this us inside Vosh's mouth?
Yes.
That's a little weird.
It is a little weird.
I like strange art though.
David Aragon drew this.
Yeah, it looks great.
I'm trying to remember. Wait, let me check. Who sent it?
Was
Someone
it a
else sent it to me
commission?
though. It was a commission. It was a commission by. Let me find who commissioned
the
Vosh Vor piece. Zombie chick commissioned this.
Well, thank you, Zombie Chick.
Thank you,
That's awesome
Zombie
of you.
It's both awesome and terrifying.
Yeah. That's why I have this terrified look on my look at me.
Yeah, we both do.
I am definitely terrified here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hanging on to Sitch's leg. Sitch is hanging on to Vosh's wooden teeth.
Fedekajisk for $2 says, let's get into the video. Thank you, Fedekajisk.
Yes.
Fedekajisk. Baba for $10 says, the problem wasn't a shortage of houses. The problem was that the market was oversaturated and there simply wasn't enough people that could afford mortgages. Banks didn't care and gave bad loans. Ooh, how do you respond to that, Adam?
So you're saying that the price of housing drove people from the market? Because the price of housing got as high as it did because there was not enough supply to meet demand. Obviously, the price would move lower if there was.
But there were more. Well, no, not necessarily, because there were two factors that were influencing price of housing beyond normal supply and demand.
Yeah, and the bank was a huge one, definitely.
Yeah, one was, as you were saying, zoning laws, and the other one was banks creating basically artificial demand.
I was in the housing market at the time competing against people who were financially illiterate, who were getting as much money as they. I'm like, this house is not. What the fuck? How is that possible? Who's paying this money for this house?
Right, right.
What's going on? And that's when I really started digging in, and I was going, oh man, this thing is gonna collapse. This thing is like, housing prices are gonna drop like 20 to 50%. And I thought, I want to buy a house for, 20 to 50% off. Real estate agents really don't like to hear that when you start telling them, hey, guess what? The market's going to drop 50%.
No, of course not. Of course
and
not.
I want to start putting offers in on these houses really like 20% below market. They're like, you're fucking crazy. What are you doing?
Derek Drummond for $5 says, a puzzle. Ooh. Sitch gives wrenches for super chats because he's a sellout. Adam gives wrenches if his elephant tells him to. Who has more free will? That's easy. That's super easy.
Neither. What are you talking about?
No, me.
Well,
I'm making the free will decision. Okay.
Yeah.
I say I want more money, so I'm going to tie wrenches to getting more money. That's a free will choice right there.
Really? I mean,
being
I
a
feel
sellout
like
is free will. It's bad. Maybe it's bad free will, but it's still free will.
I mean, the going rate for wrenches is $100, and that guy gave us two $50 super chats. So
I gave him a wrench.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah.
nice. So you
Art Stoka, my Art Stokian brother. Yes.
Yeah, you kept.
We served time on the wall together, Adam.
You kept the market at $100. That's good.
There you go.
Yeah. This is the thing. Like when these people, the labor theory of value people come in, I think, what the fuck are you talking about? Like every time, as an artist, my whole life, you think about, okay, we're developing art for people are interested in this because it's fucking scarce, not how much time you put into it. At what they're like, this is, there's only 3 of these in existence. If you do a print edition that's 100, each one is worth less. Everyone knows this intrinsically.
That is true. That is true.
I don't get the communists at all.
Benny the BJJ bum for €5 says, why you always have to stream in the middle of my night? Kind regards from Germany. Oh, sorry.
What's up, man?
But thank you for the kind words.
What do you mean, kind regards for Germany?
No, sorry that we're always streaming in the middle of the night.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying.
But yes, thank you.
Sorry, you have to live in Germany. I'm like, Sitch.
Oh, no.
Why are you so mean to her?
Oh, no. Kind regards from Germany. Oh, and by the way, S-Class is best class.
Well, I'm sorry you have to live in Germany, okay?
That's Adam. I didn't say that. I'm sorry you have to live in Germany because then our stream is in the middle of your night.
Yes.
So there you go. Gaming Ranger for $4.99 says bills in the 90s forced banks bills like laws in the 90s forced banks to give out subprime loans. Fannie then incentivized banks via quotas to bundle these subprime mortgages with AAA loans. False.
That was that was the bank's idea, is to bundle them together. That was how they decided that they were going to make it so they were super safe. They had their own orientation going. It was called the Super Safe Assets orientation.
Right. And Fannie and Freddie, they had a minority market share in the toxic MBSs anyway. So
God, I would love to have conversations with everyone in the comment sections who says Adam doesn't know anything about economics. It's like, what the fuck are you talking
Adam,
about?
you don't.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You don't understand. You think we can just print money infinitely, Adam.
No,
okay,
come
you
on.
don't
Don't do
know
the
anything
straw
about
man
the
version.
economy.
I had Academic Agent on my show. First of all, I did a baller stream. I started a baller stream.
I'm just joking, Adam.
Yeah, but no, let me tell my story.
Now
I started a baller
triggered.
stream.
Yes.
Called Academic Agent Should Read Basic Economics. Academic Agent came on. I had a conversation with him that showed I knew exactly what he was talking about. He knew exactly what I was talking about. I mean, so many of these people I think are, I don't know, that maybe they're just delusional. It's like economics is pretty easy.
Okay, you understand this when someone says you don't understand economics, that's code word for saying you disagree with my theory of economics.
Oh, is that what
That's
they're
what
saying?
that means.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they're saying.
Okay. So you're saying I shouldn't get so triggered over it?
I'm saying you shouldn't get so triggered.
I get triggered. What am I gonna do? That's me. What,
I
are you
know.
denying my lived experience?
So you have to. So CT made a comic about you being her mom.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want me to bring that one up? I brought.
Well, that's what this is reference to.
Oh, okay. Here, hold on, guys. I fucked up.
So there you go.
Here, let me bring the other one up.
Mr. Ubercross, hey Ubercross, for $10 says housing crisis was caused because of several issues. 1, changes in the SEC accounting / bank redemption. 2, fraud in loan applications. 3, a market flooded with products. The crash was caused by over leverage. True. I mean, 4, you have to throw in the repo market, but yes, definitely. That's always been my point. The housing crash was caused by bank over leverage. Yes. Mm-hmm. Very true.
Yep. Yep. Except there was some other things, but never mind.
Well, of course, but that was, I would say, that's the primary cause.
Sure.
Big cause. Lemon Drop for $5 says, let these people who take steroids play sports with the steroid-free people. Also, I would like free will. # S-Class is a team. Well, there you go, Lemon Drop. You get 5 free units of free will.
Free will.
Bam.
Man, I don't know where I'm going to use my free will this week, but I'm going to make it good.
The Expert Layman for $5 says, the biggest part of my attraction for someone is their attraction for me. A sexuality that includes uninterested prospects shows apathy for consent. Interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird. Why would you want to pressure someone into like accepting you, liking you, wanting to be with you? I don't know, it's just weird.
I don't know. Ask Thoughtslime.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. This will show up next week on Reddit. Content warning: transphobia. Listen to 8-hour transphobic screed by Sitch and Adam, parentheses, Adam friended and PSA.
I suspected as much, but I mean, I honestly feel like we are as respectful as possible and still having the dialogue. Obviously not respectful to Thoughtsline because obviously he's calling everyone Nazis and being mean to people. But I think we're pretty respectful considering the circumstances even there. But I mean, how are we not respectful to trans people?
Yeah, I don't think we are. Yeah, no, I agree.
They're trans people are in a, like I said, I think anyone in their 20s is interested in having a relationship, a romantic relationship. Like that's when usually I want to have a romantic relationship intuition blossoms in people. And if you're in a situation where you don't have a large dating pool open to you because people are not that into you, then that's fucking sucks, dude. That's awful. Yeah. I mean,
so CT made this comic.
Yeah.
And it's got CT and Adam in it. And CT says, if anyone who's wronged me ever tries to come back into my life, can't say I already told you. I can't. Wait, sorry. Let me start over. If anyone who's ever wronged me.
This is CT. What do you.
CT tries to come back into my life.
That's not CT's voice.
I'm not doing a CT impression now. Okay. CT says, can't.
Whoever's wrong, ever tries to come back into my life.
That sounds nothing like CT.
Can't. Well, it's a girl's. I'm trying to do a girl's voice.
Well, you know how much CT gets triggered when we do our girl voices. So, if anyone who's wronged me ever tries to come back into my life,
can't. Sorry, I already told my mom what you did.
And she's pointing at you.
Oh, am I trying to come back into her life? What's going on?
No. You're her mom.
Oh, I'm her mom. Okay.
Yes. And then you say, "Yep." Wait, what? And you're wearing a moth shirt. And then CT says, "Happy Mothra's Day." There's like a big Mothra going on. You're one of my favorite talking moths.
Okay.
And then Adam says, how did you manage to get so many things wrong in so few sentences? And you have this look of disgust and horror on your face. You also look kind of like Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah, that's a good.
And she's making a little heart sign with a little heart inside. Oh, look at that. Adorable.
I like that face there. What's happening here? This, right, she's captured. We've talked about disgust this whole stream. I think she's captured the perfect disgust face. Look at that. There it is.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
I just noticed in the second panel, she has like a little moth antenna on her head. Happy Mothra Day. That's hilarious. That is very funny. Well, there you go. Adam is CT's mom. It's official.
I always wanted to be a mother. Finally. Finally,
So-
one of my dreams has come true.
So then I responded to this saying, A team is mom team.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
then
yeah.
CT says, Sitch likes MILFs. Sitch says A team is mom team. So Sitch is A team confirmed.
Yep. We
So I
got
said
you.
blasted red shorts.
Technicality, we got you.
That's where the meme comes from. CT made the little Scooby-Doo meme.
Okay.
I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those blasted red shorts.
Right here. Look, we got you.
There you go.
You got the
There you
face.
go. What the hell's going on with Fred's face in that picture? He's like blazed out of his mind. You
Oh
see
my
that?
God. He just smoked the biggest fatty. No, wait, his
Jeez.
edibles are kicking in. He's like, holy shit. I'm so glad we solved this mystery before I got wasted.
John Masters for $5 says he's essentially arguing that your attraction based on face or shape are legitimate, but genitals isn't. Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot
Someone in the
of
chat says
sense.
modern mommy theory. There you go. MMT, modern.
Perfect.
Or actually, yeah, there you go. Mega mommy theory.
Mommy
milkers theory.
I
Why are
knew
we doing
it
this?
was coming. I knew it was
There's
gonna, we were going to get there
MMT,
sooner or
mommy
later.
milkers theory. Thank you. I thought we did that last week, but we're doing it again. That's what Stephanie Kelton should use to really get people on board.
Yeah, mommy milker theory.
Mommy milkers theory.
I'm sure that'll work. Gangbusters.
Mm-hmm.
She's so serious, and everyone always talks about her appearance. It kind of makes me think, okay, maybe.
Who's
so-
ever talked about her appearance
did a
except for
live-
us jokingly that, or no, actually no, it was you. I heard
I
that
did a
stream.
live stream when you weren't even on, and
I
everyone was
heard that
talking
live stream
about it.
with you and Anna Post and someone else, and you guys
Yeah.
were going off about whether you were gonna bang her or not. It was so disrespectful.
I didn't do any of that stuff.
I couldn't believe how disrespectful.
I was good and
were at.
respectful. I thought, oh my God.
But you're the host. You cultivated this conversation. Okay.
Well, Art was drunk, so I mean, I didn't have a lot of control there.
I can't believe it, Adam. I can't believe you're such a misogynist. Terrible.
Oh my God. Okay, I got to share this.
Grassroots Dictator for $5 says bottom surgery is a moral crime. I don't agree with that, and should be a legal one. Castrating abnormal people railroaded into therapists and activists. I don't agree with that, but
What do you mean?
I don't think bottom surgery is a moral crime at all. If it prevents someone from killing themselves,
Yeah, I don't.
I'd say it's worth it.
Preventing them from killing themselves. I don't buy necessarily into that argument. And I mean,
You don't buy
obviously,
into that. Wait, you don't buy into that transition that can prevent people from killing themselves?
it can in certain situations, but don't
Okay.
a bunch of people who actually transition go on to kill themselves?
Some people do, yeah.
So you don't necessarily know if the transition, like, what if those people would have lived if they didn't transition?
I don't know. There had to be a
Maybe-
lot more. That's the problem, is that there's a lot of, I
Maybe
would
they
say,
had trans
not
regret.
good numbers available. for
Yeah,
this.
there needs to be studied a lot more.
I agree completely.
Hold on, Eddie's Last Stand sent me this.
I don't
This is-
see anything.
This is my new favorite meme right here. It says, "Time for your penis inspection, Adam."
He sent you a penis inspection meme?
Yeah, he did.
Amazing.
But it's like a super cute nurse.
There you go.
who's
Oh,
ready?
are you just looking at it? You didn't post it?
No, I posted. It's up right now. There's
Oh,
a
there you
20
go.
second delay, but
There you go.
What do you think?
There you go. Adam is finally on board with his penis inspection now.
Is this what your penis inspector looked like?
She was wearing a much low cutter like scrubs.
Oh yeah, my penis inspector had cleavage for days, Adam.
Well, my abuser was way hotter than your abuser.
I know. Jeez. Way to abuse or shame me.
I know. Look, Sitch, we don't pick our abusers, okay? Don't you, Adam? Don't you?
I guess. I mean,
Damolus for $5 says, I almost left A-Team over what Adam said about Hades a month ago.
What? What did I say about Hades?
If Sitch's favorite weapon in Hades is the same as mine, I will switch sides. Ooh.
God, all these Benedict Arnolds here. Jesus Christ. What's going on?
What's my favorite Hades
Switch
weapon?
sides. Come on, guys. We need to shame this traitor.
Let me think about this.
No.
The problem is there's like
I
remember I hated the gun at first until I started using it with lightning, and I was like, the gun's fucking broken as shit. And then if you get like the OP bomb on the gun, it's just like, oh my god, it's ridiculous.
We should do another game stream. We haven't done a game stream in a long time.
Favorite Hades weapon.
We played Borderlands, which was a lot of fun, and Sitch basically, I mean, I was like I was in a wheelchair, and he was like,
I was just wheeling Adam around. He didn't know what the fuck was happening.
He was getting me weapons and all kinds. I mean, I was pretty good at like this.
You know when you have like your little brother playing video games and you just kind of like carry them.
Yeah,
on your
I'm like
back.
the little brother.
Exactly. Adam was like Master Blaster. He's like this little midget like on my back, and he just shoots things, and I just carry him around.
Yeah, Master was the smart one, and he was named Master.
So I don't know if I have favorite aspects. My favorite sword aspect is Arthur. My favorite spear aspect is the damage one. The damage throw one. I forget what the name of that is. The one that increases your damage after you throw it and you dash through it. That might be one of my favorite ones. I really like that one. I think it's Achilles. My favorite gun is the bomb increases your damage. I do like the Captain America shield. The final shield one with the Captain America shield is fun too. I don't know. I think maybe spear. Maybe spear or sword is my favorite. So there you go. There you go. Hopefully that got you to S class. I think the fact that I just know all this stuff should get you to S class.
I know all this stuff. I just don't like to show off online.
How many runs did it take you to beat Hades, Adam?
I'm not, like I said, I'm not a show off. I'm not a showboater.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No showboating here.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, so if your answer changes upon learning more information, does that mean not wanting to do something with super AIDS means you're not straight? Oh yeah, I read that one. Yes.
Yeah.
That's true. Tickleson for £2 says, hey Sitch. Oh, I read that one. I'm a cute girl that loves your videos. Just kidding. There you go.
What?
I read that one.
Sitch.
Hey, I'm a cute girl that loves your videos. Just kidding. I'm a dude. If reading your last super chat made you smile, you're now officially into dudes.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
You got him.
John Smith for $5 says, why can't females refuse to reproduce with someone with a small penis, but they can't? No, why can females refuse to reproduce with someone with a small penis, but they can't with someone with no penis? That's a great question. Also, YouTube censorship is completely ridiculous. Yeah, I don't like this. I can't change the super chat censorship, which pisses me off. Like, I'm assuming John Smith couldn't write in penis because she had to use the little like 3 = D sign.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. YouTube super chat censorship is ridiculous.
You want to hear the title that I advocated for, that Sitch was too afraid to put in?
Oh. So I text Adam, or DM him, I say, I want to name the stream Thought Slime Take the Peen Bigot. Stop me. Okay. Because Adam, this is the thing, whenever I come up with a stream name, Adam's like, Sitch, what are you doing? You're going to get the stream taken down and shadow banned and canceled. Why are you doing
Are we
this?
shadow banned right now? I didn't even.
This is how Adam usually responds to any title I come up with.
Yeah, okay. I'm scared.
Yeah,
they're out to get us.
So, so you can read your response back to me. What you wanted me to name the stream?
I said, "Take my big juicy trans cock, Nazi scum."
There you go.
I was going for maximum naughty words.
There you go.
What do you think?
There you go. Wonderful.
You didn't use it though.
No, I didn't use it. Can't imagine why.
That would have. That's like, that's clickbait gold, man.
Mm-hmm. Filthy Casual for $5 says, "I'm sure he changes his mind when he gets a software update." Sitch.
Ooh.
There you go. Classic NPC.
Oh,
or Thought Slime. No, Thought Slime.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you too, Adam. Sometimes I'm not sure whether you're really NPC or not. Sometimes
it's true.
I wonder.
You should wonder. Sometimes I wonder.
There you go. The only thing I know is that I could be an NPC. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, "Okay, it's in a D&D world. Someone has been transmutated into a super hot lady. Are you homosexual if you bang them, or are you a bigot if you don't? How dumb is this question?"
Yeah.
I don't even, you say it's pretty dumb, Mr. Ubercross. I think your question gets to the root of what Thought Slime thought he was getting to easier than Thought Slime was presenting.
He couldn't just come out and say that though.
Well, actually, he doesn't want to say that.
No, he doesn't.
Because
it makes it obvious.
Right. I think most people would say yes. Mm-hmm. If they magically transformed into a woman that was hot, they would bang them.
Yeah, of course they would. They brag about it on the internet.
Right. But then Thought Slime couldn't, call people transphobes. So the John Smith for another $2. Thank you, John. Says Thought Slime isn't trans, but he wishes he had that excuse. Ooh, that is oof, John, oof.
How do you know Thought Slime isn't trans?
John is saying that Thought Slime needs an excuse for why people won't date him. So there you go.
He's probably got a super hot girlfriend. Like I don't know. It wouldn't. I
thought
surprise
he was
me
married. Actually,
yeah.
I thought he mentions his wife.
It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me.
I mean, it would surprise me if she was attractive at all. But
really,
that's a different question. Why do you say really? Like,
he's like a big brain. Well, obviously.
I mean, big is one word. Sure.
He's a big brain YouTuber, man.
You really think that gives you like real power on the dating market?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't. Hey, I've got 200,000 YouTubers. I talk about trans issues, communism. You want to go back to my place? Also, I look like this.
Well, I mean, at least the girls know what they're getting. I mean, that's true. That's the thing.
That's true.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Apparently, according to FandomTube, he says he's married to a woman of color who he does not expose to his audience because he loves her too much. So that's probably good. That's probably a good idea.
Good for him.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, because Sitch would immediately start rating her on the objectification scale.
Hey, I'm not the one. If I was, it's a little curious though. Why did he throw in the person of color?
As a human shield.
Yeah, he's trying to bank points off of it.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, "Oh, I'm married, but I'm not. Want her to be involved in my YouTube channel at all." He's like, "Oh, I'm married to a woman of color. See, I'm the good ones.
I'm protecting. I'm protecting her, and she's protecting me."
Right. There you go. There you go. It's like the meme with the woman's like holding the guy, and she's like protecting him from the knives. There you go.
Little does he know, though. Bigots, slavers, they usually get wives of color because it gets them,
That's true. They want to have power over them.
Yeah,
that's true.
Doesn't mean
I'm not saying Thought Slime does that.
Yeah.
Wink, 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 wink. I would never imply anything like. No, I'm just kidding. Bob, if anyone, Thought Slime's definitely on the bottom. Bob for $10 says, They bring up the trans question because they subscribe to William Reich's sexual identity position, where if you aren't attracted to trans people, you are actually sexually repressing yourself. I'm not familiar with that. That sounds really crazy and stupid.
Yeah. Sexually repressing yourself.
Well, it's funny. If you type in William Reich, the first picture you get on him, I would never trust anything with that hairstyle. This guy looks like obviously a crazy person.
Yeah.
You don't trust anyone who has Dr. Seuss hair in real life, okay? That's a bad.
What about
a bad idea?
it's so weird. They're talking about sexual repression as if it's a bad thing. I mean, I would argue. I mean, people don't jack off at work because it's like.
There you go, guys.
Don't jack off at work.
Adam's
okay?
in favor of sexual repression. What a bad
sexually repress yourself, okay? Who was that comedian that like would jack off in the planner and shit? Sometimes you need to repress yourself, guys. Don't jack off in the planner box.
Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. Is the white bald guy?
Yeah, what was his name? I think he's a ginger too.
He is a ginger.
Those
yes.
gingers always jacking off in the planner
ginger box. Comedian, male. Let's see if he comes up. Totally blanking on his name.
Yeah,
it's the third picture. There it is. Louis C.K.
That's it, Louis C.K.
Louis C.K.
I mean, at least he asked first, right? He probably told them, well, don't sexually repress yourself. I just want to jack off into the planner.
Can you imagine asking someone that? Excuse me, can I just I'm your boss or coworker. Can I just whip my dick out and start masturbating next to you?
The horrendous thing about it is he's a fucking comedian. They're gonna think he's joking. I would think he's joking.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I would have assumed he was joking. Yeah.
And then when he's not joking, you're like, oh my God, this went from the funniest joke in the world to the most uncomfortable situation I've ever been.
I know. It's disgusting. Totally disgusting.
It's awful. Yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with him?
Well,
Come on, Lewis.
Lewis.
Wasn't he like really woke too at some point? Or am I thinking of someone else?
I can only like speculate on celebrity lives, just the kind of weird just psychology that it has to be super difficult to stay grounded if you're in that situation.
In what situation?
If you're a celebrity.
I mean, that's definitely true. But I would think that being a comedian, since you kind of have to make fun of yourself, it'd give you kind of like an extra level of protection. Maybe not.
No, I'm talking about the power.
I see.
I mean, obviously with Louis C.K., it was a power thing, right? I mean, it's the power. It's the power that like everywhere you go, like faces are turning and going, that's Louis C.K., that's Louis C.K.
True.
Yeah.
Well, now they're doing it for other reasons.
What's that?
Now they're doing it for other reasons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, that's Louis C.K. Hope he doesn't jack off.
That's the guy that jacks off in front of like people. What the fuck?
Oh, that's got to be such a switch. Everyone looking at you with adoration to all of a sudden looking at you like you're some sexual deviant.
That guy's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Strange world. Very strange world.
CT posted a bunch of memes and she's yelling at us.
What, are we supposed to share them?
I don't know. Are we supposed to share these, CT?
No, don't do it. We got a bunch of super chats.
There's an age. We have a bunch of.
You haven't said anything.
She made a bunch of
Tucker Carlson or Frank Luntz.
And she made a bunch of voting age ones. We'll have to look at that.
Specifically asked me to remind you.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that now or later?
Sure. Go ahead.
So.
Hit me with your best shot.
Okay. Well, I thought it was relevant to because we've talked about Frank Luntz a handful of times on the stream already.
I've read his
book. I don't remember why. You read his book, yes. Yeah. So for those of you that haven't heard us talk about this in the past or don't know, Frank Luntz is a mercenary for hire. Mm-hmm. He's a wordsmith.
Such a terrible word, mercenary.
Well, how would you describe him?
Mercenaries are paid killers. Like I'm gonna
He's a
go
paid
out on
wordsmith. Okay,
I'm gonna
he's
go
a paid
out on a limb
emotional manipulator.
I'm gonna say that Frank Luntz is innocent of murdering anybody. Okay, okay. That's just
fair. That's fair.
Principle of charity here. He's not a murderer.
You're right. He's not a mercenary. He's a prostitute. Is that better? He's a whore. Is that better?
Frank Luntz Just look at Frank Luntz's face and tell me he's had sex with people for money. Okay, come on. Let's get realistic here. Let's get realistic here.
Adam is very big on defending Frank Luntz. I am not big on defending Frank Luntz.
His book is great. You're just mad.
It might be. So Frank Luntz is a guy who has done a lot of work with companies and politicians, basically creating
rebranding things.
Yes, basically rebranding phrases and words to be more emotionally effective.
Yes. He turned the estate tax into the death tax. He turned gambling, which sounds seedy and something that happens into back alleys, into gaming, something you do that's fun with your family.
And so the thing that was weird is because he has been for a long time, a lot of his notable wordsmithing changes have been Republican Party. He's been hired a lot by the Republican Party throughout the last 30 years or so. And as you said, you know, it's changing the estate tax to the death tax.
Yeah, that did hurt a lot. That might
hurt a lot.
Maybe that is murder.
There you go. Here's another one. He got the Obamacare to be referred to as government takeover of healthcare.
True, he did do that. Yeah,
remember that one? Yeah.
Government takeover of healthcare.
Government takeover of healthcare.
Hard to argue that it's not, but
well, not Obamacare. Obamacare wasn't. Obamacare wasn't a public option even. So.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a lie.
Yeah. That was, he actually got the Lie of the Year award, I think, from some organization for
I'm sure he did. Every communist in the country gave him the Lie of the Year award.
There you go. All those communists that really in favor of Obamacare, which was fucking the Republican Mitt Romney plan, Adam. Yes. He also got the Bush administration to rebrand global warming to climate change so it would sound less scary. Other Frank Luntz rebrandings were he got oil drilling to be rebranded as energy exploration.
Ooh, that's a good
one. That's a good one. He has tax the rich was taking money from hardworking Americans. Government spending was rebranded as government waste. That's a good one.
Oh yeah,
it's powerful.
That's good.
He got, you've probably heard this one too. He's rebranded entrepreneurs to job creators.
Oh, I know. Creator.
Yeah,
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. We are the creators.
There was a phrase, if you guys remember, if you guys were cognizant enough during Occupy Wall Street times, that was repeated. I didn't realize Frank Luntz created this. Was don't blame Wall Street, blame Washington. That was a Frank Luntz concoction, and he even helped Donald Trump. If you recall, Trump started by saying we need to fund the border wall, but at some point that changed to fund border security. That was a Frank Luntz rebrand. So Frank Luntz, from my experience, has been very heavily noted for his work with the Republican Party, through all the examples that I just gave you guys. Okay. So Tucker Carlson, for some reason, which I'm not exactly privy to why, I have some theories, hates Frank Luntz.
Okay. What? Really? That's a twist.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about this
story. I don't know that.
Oh.
Hearing it for
Tucker
the first
Carlson
time.
Hates Frank Luntz.
Wow.
Now, the only theory I have a theory about this. Frank Luntz hasn't been a big Donald Trump fan. Frank Luntz is not a populist. So I think Tucker Carlson views Frank Luntz as like a neo-lib, neocon, Bush era Republican. Right. So Tucker Carlson has this whole segment where he's like doing the Tucker Carlson thing, which is where he puts on the bewildered face and says, why are so many Republicans taking advice from Frank Luntz?
Wow.
Okay, so he asks this question, and then he goes through this whole long list of, well, Frank Luntz works for Google, and he works for American Airlines, and he works for all these big corporations that are very anti the Republican Party. Okay. Then Tucker says that Frank Luntz is basically a Democrat.
What?
He says Frank Luntz is basically a Democrat.
Oh my God.
He goes on his entire segment questioning why Republicans listen to Frank Luntz, why Frank Luntz is so influential. Okay. He goes on this entire segment Not once in the entire fucking segment does Tucker Carlson bring up Frank Luntz's long history of political rebrandings for the Republican Party that Frank Luntz has been doing for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's creating this total fucking lie to his audience that like, oh, Frank Luntz is like this Democratic operative that these fake rhino Republicans have been listening to. Okay. So he creates this whole fucking insane narrative that's just like blowing my mind as I'm watching this, because I've been familiar with Frank Luntz for years before I seen this piece. And then it doesn't end there. Then the next Tucker Carlson show, he brings it up again and says, oh, well, we found the real reason that they listen to Frank Luntz. And it's because Frank Luntz is good friends with the House Minority Republican leader. And actually, he rents the House Minority Leader a room in Washington, D.C., and that they're roommates. And that's why the entire Republican Party listens to Frank Luntz.
Fascinating.
And I was just listening to this, and I'm like, this is so disgusting. This is so disgusting to me. And it's so weird because I don't fucking like Frank Luntz. I think Frank Luntz is a really bad person. I know you disagree with this. Okay. But I think he's a bad person. I think someone whose job it is to emotionally manipulate people, to me, is morally wrong. So if Tucker wants to call out Frank Luntz for being bad, I am totally on board with that. But the problem is he doesn't just do that. He's like, he has to concoct this whole fake history of Frank Luntz as if he's some sort of secret Democratic operative and lie to his audience about Frank Luntz, about the reason why Republicans listen to Frank Luntz. It's because they've been listening to him for fucking 30 years.
Yeah.
And so the only reason I could figure for why he would do this is that if I'm Tucker Carlson and I want to get my audience not to like Frank Luntz, I can't tell my audience
all the good things he's done for the Republican Party.
Right. I can't tell them all the things my audience would probably agree with.
Oh my God, he's the one that got rid of the death tax? Holy shit.
Right. Or even if they didn't, right. But even if they didn't like all those things, they would still have to, all the people that watch Tucker, well, not all people, but a lot of the people who watch Tucker Carlson, he has a very like, a lot of old people watch Fox News. Okay. They are all people that loved George Bush when he was president, who loved Ronald Reagan, who loved Pat Buchanan, who loved all these people that fucking Frank Luntz worked for.
Yeah, and helped. Yeah.
And so the people would have to admit to themselves that, oh, I helped create a Frankenstein monster who now Tucker Carlson is saying is bad. And so this is what I was talking about when I say Tucker bothers me, because I feel like even when I agree with some of his points, he always frames them, not always, but very often frames them in incredibly dishonest ways. And to me, this was just one of the most apparent examples of him just lying, totally lying to his audience about Frank Luntz.
He's done some stuff like that has bugged me. He mischaracterized rank voting terribly.
Yes.
There was something else he mischaracterized too that I don't. Oh, it was MMT. He mischaracterized MMT.
I'm sure he did. He said just printing free money.
Yeah, exactly. Why do we even need taxes? Doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. It's like, oh, good. You got your confused face on. Yeah.
And then after that Frank Luntz thing, he did a thing where he was like, did you know that 300 people or so have died after taking the COVID vaccine?
Oh my God. Brent
and
Weinstein was doing that shit.
God.
I was like, oh my God, I already took the shot. Please don't tell me I'm going to die.
Right.
I don't want to hear that stuff, guys. I'm fully immune on Monday.
No, but it's so brain dead. It's so brain dead because like obviously that number doesn't mean anything unless you compare it to the amount of people that die every day. See if there's some discrepancy.
Yeah, no, it's like.
But I think the thing that really rubbed me the wrong way with the Frank Luntz story is because I know with 100% certainty that there's no fucking world of existence where Tucker doesn't know Frank Luntz has a long history of working with Republicans. He knows he's lying.
Maybe he rebranded bow ties as geriatric neck apparel. And Tucker Carlson is still bitter about it to this day. It's
Maybe.
like, God
Maybe
damn
you're
it.
right.
I had a lock on the bow tie, and this Frank Luntz came along and made me seem like a senior citizen. God damn it. I want nothing to do with this fucker. Destroyed my entire brand. Maybe
That's right.
Maybe he had
Maybe.
Sex, maybe he had sex with his
Maybe.
girlfriend in
Well,
college or something.
Actually, there's another issue I forgot, which is probably why he doesn't like him, which is apparently it came out. I don't remember when this was. Maybe it was like 2014 or 2012 or something. There was some thing that came out that was either being recorded that Frank Luntz didn't realize was being recorded, or someone just took notes, where he was saying that he felt like people like Rush Limbaugh and these talk radio show hosts were making it harder for the Republicans to win, not better, not easier for them to win seats in the Senate and the House.
How are they making it harder?
I don't remember what his logic was. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that was Frank Luntz's opinion. He thought they were damaging. No, I'm sorry. He's saying he thought that the talk show hosts were damaging the Republican Party's brand or something.
Okay. Could be.
So I'm assuming that same thought appeals to Tucker, because he's basically in the same vein as all those people, as Rush Limbaugh and Hannity.
Well, Rush Limbaugh is going on, well, when he was around, just, he had that whole calling like women sluts and shit like that for like being on government.
What do you call a woman who gets paid to have sex? You call her a slut.
I know. I was thinking, that's not good for the Republican Party.
No.
You realize Republican women can vote, right? Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, no, it was, if I recall correctly, it has something to do with abortions, right?
Yeah.
Calling women sluts. I don't remember the exact how the logic worked there, but it has something to do with being paid for abortions or something. I think if I recall correctly, he was saying if government healthcare funds abortions, then that means the government's paying you to have sex, which means that you're a slut.
Yeah, the logic.
I think that was the logic.
It was very
the line
tortured
of
logic. Yeah.
Yes, there's an interesting logic train on that one. So, but whatever. Anyway, so that was my long.
That was a really good Rush Limbaugh impersonation you had there.
Thank you.
That was good. I'm going to send that one to Vosh and say, listen, I think my conservative co-host is turning liberal on me. What do I do? He's making fun of Rush Limbaugh now. Help me, Vosh. Help me. What do I do?
There you go. And he went on a long...
I think he might have voted for Biden in secret.
That's right. He went on a long screed on why Tucker Carlson's a liar. So there you go.
I know.
Conservative. Well, that reminds me. Someone on Twitter called me an alt-right Nazi.
Really? Holy shit. For real?
Yes.
Oh my God. What was it over?
Let me bring up the tweet.
It wasn't ContraPoints, was it?
No, it wasn't ContraPoint. It was some nobody.
Nobody? You're so...
So Blacklist Kami on Twitter was arguing with this guy about something too long about identity politics and definitions and arguments, and they brought up Sitch's law about most arguments about definitions,
and they said, Sitch is an alt-right Nazi, you can't listen to Sitch's law.
The person said they said PSA Sitch is a fucking loser with zero credibility outside of alt-right circles, so maybe next time don't cite a Nazi.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And here's take the cake of it too. They spelled cite S-I-T-E instead of C. Don't cite a Nazi. So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So I said, hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here, the well-known Jewish alt-right Nazi coming at you.
What'd they say? Did you have to accuse them of
they blocked me.
anti-Semitism?
What do you mean? They blocked me.
Oh.
They blocked me. They called me a Nazi and then they blocked me. That's the move.
I've popped in to hold you accountable for your anti-Semitism. Please report yourself immediately.
I know.
To the ADL. we want to turn you in.
Shogun ejects for $10. Thank you, Shogun. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, long-time viewer, first-time super chatter. Thanks. I always hated this argument being a trans woman and all because I don't want to be with people that aren't even attracted to me. True. You see, that's what I don't understand about this whole thing in the first place. Anyway, wouldn't you want to know that like up front? Like, why would you want to even like waste your time with someone, right? Who's not going to be interested? Like, what's the logic there?
I mean, there's logic there. Just for the attention to hang out with somebody. Like maybe you're not necessarily, I mean, girls do this all the time. They go out to dinner with guys they know they're not interested in to just
but that's the inverse of what we're talking about.
What do you mean?
There's a difference between a girl hanging out with some guy because she wants a free dinner or whatever that she's not interested in, with a person who says, well, I'm going to spend time with this person, and then maybe at some crucial point in our night, they're going to suddenly reveal they're not interested in me. Like, you don't want to be on the receiving end of the not interested.
No, you don't want to be on the receiving end, but I'm just saying.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, I could see like a trans person saying, you know, I don't want to disclose that I'm trans just because I'm passing, the person will go out with me. They're probably, you know, even if they're not into trans people, who cares? It's not going to come down to sex. So I could see that being
maybe
a common occurrence.
I guess that's possible.
Yeah. So I think people are, I mean, a guy doesn't want to go out with a girl that's not interested in some kind of relationship anyway. I mean, most of the time guys are like, you know,
let's bang.
They want to bang. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just bought you dinner. Let's bang. What the hell?
I just buy you dinner. Let's bang.
God,
also,
it's so
Shogun
weird.
Jex.
Why do you have to dance? The people who don't believe in biological sex differences between men and women are fucking bonkers. Bonkers. Like, how, not only that, it's so bizarre that these people have cooked up a bachelor's degree called gender studies. You learn less about fucking, these people know less about the difference between genders than most people do, just
and the average
sense.
Person.
Yeah.
It's not very good for, if your field, you learn less about it than the person that hasn't learned anything from your field. That's true.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. And if you just accept these things, you'll do so much better in the dating market. You'll have so many better interactions with people. I mean, just, it's why are we fighting for people not to know this information? It's all over the trans stuff, isn't it? It's so weird.
Shogun Jex also says, S-Class is the best class.
Oh my God. Were we ranting in the middle of a super chat? I feel so bad now.
It's okay. I purposely left that out so I could just bring it back at the end.
Nice. Well, I apologize for ranting during your super chat.
Soupy the Tailpo for $10. Tallypo says, imagine you see a beautiful woman and she asks you to get busy. You say, yes, of course. When she takes off her yoga pants, instead of wonderful lady parts, it's Thought Slime's face. Would you still be into that?
I'm going for it then. Guess what, Thought Slime? Here's what you're getting. I joke. I kid, obviously.
My God. Adam says, gets even more erect. He gets even harder.
Come on. I think the appropriate response is, how did you get Thought Slime in your lady parts?
There
you're having a Thought Slime baby right now.
My God.
We need to rush you to the hospital. I would call 911 immediately.
I would kill it with fire, but that's just me.
Luckily, Sitch always carries a flamethrower with him wherever he goes. He's fully ready for this situation.
Scout motto, be prepared. You never know when you're going to have to take out some sort of eldritch horror, Adam. Okay, yes. They're out there. They're waiting in the shadows. Tickleson for £5 says, Adam, Amber Heard is more attractive than Scarlett Johansson. Me, how do I swap teams? Well, it's very simple, Tickleson.
Is there a mass exodus from A team?
You just declare it. You just say, I'm S-Class now. S-Class is welcoming all Scarlett Johanssons. Okay.
Yeah. I like this. I like the fact this is a good capitalist system here where we have to compete for team members every week.
Zara Richards for $2 says Sitch isn't into Fuda. Sitch. Oh, Sitch. I assume that's a mispronunciation. Sorry, no. Sorry, Sarah. No, I'm not into Fuda.
Fuda?
Not really. Yeah. Chicks with dicks.
Mm-hmm. Is that what it is?
That's what Fuda is. Yeah.
Huh.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
All these different.
Adam's learning. He's learning.
Yeah.
I should have just let Adam Google it. I said, I don't know, Adam. You Google it for me. What is Fuda? F-U-T-A, Adam. You Google that. Let me know what you get.
Not going to do it.
John Smith for $2 says A-Team stands for Amber Heard Team. Ooh. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Sweet.
The A in the A-Team stands for abuser.
Oh, my God. No, it stands for abused.
Amber Heard was the one doing the abusing.
Yeah, but we're the abused.
Oh, you're abused by Amber. Everyone at A-Team was abused by Amber Heard.
Basically.
It's not your fault, Adam, that you find her attractive. She just abused you. Okay, you're damaged. It's fine.
I'm damaged goods. What am I going to do?
Bob for $10 says sexual expression is an important part of leftist praxis. By flaunting sexual identity and promoting sexual appetite, they effectively dissolve argumentation. Sex is fun. Who cares about thinking? That definitely seems true in lots of ways.
Sex is fun.
This is what you were saying. You're like, oh, they act like all sexual repression is inherently bad, which is not the case.
Yeah.
You need to have some sexual.
Yeah.
You need some sexual repression in society.
Yeah.
The Ed Boy for $10 says, as someone who has been sexually harassed by a trans woman who used this same logic, it's gross. Wow, that's crazy.
You've been sexually harassed?
Apparently. Especially when said harasser gets to call you a bigot because you don't want them to, because you don't want to sleep with them.
Yeah.
It's peak gaslighting, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. I'm curious. I mean, I'd like to know what the dating market is like for trans people. I feel like, I mean, it can't be terrible, right?
Well, Adam, you just got to get out there and find out for yourself first.
No, I'm not going to do it. But if you want to, if you want to investigate and report back like a good investigative journalism,
there you go.
I'm fascinated. I am.
Genos Kuhn for $3 says Lindsay shot Mara down when she crossed straight lines. That's right. She sure did. She sure did.
That's the best joke ever. That's from last week. Lindsay Ellis, her friend came out to her as
Mara Wilson.
Mara Wilson came out to her.
Matilda fame.
Yeah. Came out to her with the I think I'm bisexual line, and she just kind of brushed her off. She shut her down when she tried to cross straight lines, basically.
Yep.
So, and Sitch believes that this was a pass at Lindsay Ellis that they wanted to. No,
you said that. What? Don't attribute your assumptions onto me. What the fuck?
Well, she wanted to bang her, basically.
Adam always does this. He has like some sort of controversial take or something that could be considered insulting, and he's like, Sitch once said, like, what the fuck?
I learned that trick on Fox News.
It's
a great. Actually, Frank Luntz had that trick in his book. I've been using it ever since.
There you go. Turns out Tucker Carlson's actually like memorized Frank Luntz's book and is using all his tricks against him. There
Start to finish.
There you go.
I'll teach
you. And
you.
now the student becomes the master.
Yeah, funny stuff.
Utter nonsense for $1 says suck the grid dick, the girl dick, suck the girl dick, bigot. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Paradox for $2 says, or $4 says, if transgenders in social contagion exist, then a proportion of trans. Wait, let me read this on the page that doesn't cut off the end and isn't stupid. Oh, I can't. Thank you, Streamlabs. Okay. If transgenders and social contagion exist, then a proportion of trans is indeed a choice, but not on all the cases. Yeah, true. If that's true, well, I don't know if it's a choice. Is being confused about something a choice?
Yeah, is being gaslighted into having sex with someone you don't want to have sex with a choice? I mean, come on, not really.
If that's true, perhaps gay trenders also exist, gay by choice. There is political lesbian also by choice. I can chop, oh my God, I can chop off my tits or dick or hand at any moment by choice, but somehow if I even wanted to myself, I am not free to choose conversion therapy, whatever its outcome. Right after the wave of trans regret, we're going to see a wave of gay regret, and we better be ready. I don't agree with that last part.
I think you can choose conversion therapy. There's a guy on YouTube who...
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, I guess.
Yeah. There's a guy on YouTube who is like a Christian who claims to have done conversion therapy like for himself, like voluntarily. So,
well, here's why I don't think there's going to be a wave of gay regret.
mm-hmm.
You can tap out of being gay at literally any point.
Yeah. Why?
And all you have to do is say, I'm going to bang
normal life.
I'm going to bang the opposite sex now. It's very simple. There's no buy-in cost to being gay, right? So you can cash out at any time.
Yep.
You can't really do that when you're trans. There's a high buy-in cost. And I think that's why you have this. I think that's why the trans regret is a specific issue.
Yes. Yeah. You've made the argument many times that this is why society needs to change around gay issues, but not necessarily about trans issues.
Yeah. So I don't think there's going to be a wave of gay regret, but I guess we'll find out. Jeffrey Carey for $5 says, thank you, Adam, for introducing me to Height. I've been binging him for the last 3 days. A-Team has the best memes.
Yep. And that's great. That's awesome. Yeah. I read that book. I've read that book multiple times, obviously. He has 3 books, but The Righteous Mind is really the book that will make you smarter than most people in your life.
Guess what?
What?
I got my dad to read.
No way. Really?
The Righteous Mind. Yeah.
What was his feedback?
He likes it a lot,
mm-hmm.
but he's like, I don't know how this applies to Donald Trump fans.
What does that mean?
Well, it's because we kind of going back and forth, and he's like he would like highlight specific parts about, Height's talking about Republican, moral foundations, and he's like, this doesn't apply to Donald Trump for XYZ reasons, and then we get in kind of an argument. I'm saying, well, it does, or there's some specific populist issue that is not exactly what Jonathan Haidt's talking about. So it's funny because he's still stuck in that bubble where everything sort of like revolves around Donald Trump. And
oh my God. So that's probably a big part of why you voted for Biden, just because it was driving your dad insane. I got to admit, man, I was funny. Like, Donald Trump was driving a lot of people in my life insane, and I was like, oh my God. You're just like, oh, please make it stop. Why CNN?
Okay,
why
look, I'll be honest.
To me?
I'll be super honest. You guys want to know the real reason I voted for Joe Biden?
Mm-hmm.
It's so that when someone calls me a conservative Nazi on the internet, I could say, bitch, I voted for Joe Biden. Bam! And just wipe it in their face.
Well, that's a good reason.
That's the real reason.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
At least you didn't go on a live stream like Vosh did wearing a Biden hat. Oh,
that's
my
right.
God.
That's pretty simpy. That's pretty simpy.
That's the worst, yeah.
Well, he had to. He was actually trying to convince his audience.
To vote for Biden, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad? Like, when did we try to convince you to vote for anyone? I don't recall us saying.
We never did. People asked my opinion and I gave it to them. I never tried to convince anyone.
Yeah. We're not here. You make up your own mind, okay?
Yep.
Especially me, a person who believes in selectorate theory. You vote for who's good for you in your life. Who's going to make your life better. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Francis Board Coppola for $2 says, he's implying if you don't sleep with a trans person, you're bigoted, as if dating and sex aren't the few things you can be discriminatory towards. This whole point of sleep with trans people, else you're a bigot, screams of entitlement. True.
Yeah. Big time.
Paradox for $1 says children have to try a new food up to 20 times before they get accustomed to it. Interesting. And supposedly not disgusted by it.
Really? Even ice cream? I feel like ice cream the first time I was like, more.
Well, I assume he means accustomed to things that you're not
like
naturally
broccoli
inclined.
and
yeah.
squid.
Well, I don't know. I remember
eyes.
I remember trying green beans and peas more than 20 times as a kid and never really growing accustomed
Never
to it.
stuck.
Never stuck, no.
Man, I liked weird food when I was a kid.
Like dick?
No. Like, no, I won't. You're just gonna make fun of me.
I am. What?
That was a super homophobic thing you just did.
I know. I was going back to your penis inspection sexual assault story. So
You don't know I could have been sexually assaulted. You could be like legitimately triggering me. You don't know. I've had a lot of girls try to sexually assault me.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
You don't know.
I'm so sorry.
You don't know.
Oh, I do know. You see, because we've actually have real arguments off air about the comic, so I can tell when Adam is a serious upset voice and joking upset voice.
No, we're just playing around. Obviously, we should. Well, I would love to record some of our story meetings, but we've talked about it before. We can't really do it because people will say, "Oh, those ideas were better than what you put in the book," and we'll be like, what the fuck?"
As long as they said all my ideas were better, I wouldn't care. But that's about it.
Working on the comic has been a lot of fun. I can't wait to get I can't wait for you guys to read it and tell us what you think and all that stuff. Yeah. And I'd love to do another one, man. It's so much fun.
But anyway, the super chat continues.
What? Why do you no? You have to finish the super. You can't start over. Do it right.
Why do I have to start over?
Because we can't talk in the middle of a super chat.
Well,
I guess you
do it.
can.
This is you. You're the bad man. Okay.
Well, I thought it was done. You paused.
I know. I paused. Paradox. I know. How dare I take a breath like Lindsay Ellis? Paradox for $1 says children have to try new food up to 20 times before they get accustomed to it, supposedly not disgusted by it. At try 10, it might look, I don't know what that means. At try 10, it might look like they were born not liking the food. Oh, I see. At try, yeah, okay, gotcha. Adam is right about music too. It takes training to appreciate metal.
Hell yeah.
That's not true. I just naturally liked rock and metal. I don't remember having to be trained to like specific types of music.
I think I told you before I switched my music taste because I liked goth girls. I was like, I'm going to get me a goth girlfriend. And
That's so insane.
My music taste is, no, I trained myself to like The Cure and the Smiths and Erasure and all that stuff. I was not into that shit at all. I was like, this is garbage. I even started listening to Howard Jones. I went like full.
There you go. That's the power of the sex drive. Adam literally changed his music tastes just to,
I did.
To simp for the goth girls.
Yeah. I was like, I'm into Iron Maiden. And the girls were like, you like Iron Maiden? What are you? What are you, a dork? And I was like, I don't want to be a dork. What?
Yeah, I didn't simp out to girls, Adam. Sorry. Didn't simp out to the ladies.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I know. I guess that's why you're married and I'm not.
I know. Well, guess what? It works. Sorry.
Yep. Whatever, man. I'll take my integrity.
Girls like. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit.
What?
Oh, I thought we were going down again.
Oh.
Your integrity. What do you hold on?
My integrity.
That's
I ain't sipping. I ain't sipping to no ladies.
That's such a cop out. That's such a cop out.
Says the simp. I literally, Mister, I literally changed my music taste so I could try to simp for goth girls. Jesus, Adam. Jesus.
Well, you're not even asking me the results.
Did it work?
Of course it worked.
Well, there you go. Total simp. Total simp.
I don't. Sitch, someday you're gonna have to simp for a woman. Someday, that's how you get them to marry you.
Is that the trick?
That's how you get the full time.
No, they simp for me, Adam. It's one way simp straight. Okay.
I've seen some girls kind of throw themselves at you.
There you go. See, it works.
Sitch will never talk about the follow up though.
I know. I'm a gentleman. Death by Sloth for $5 says, since humans evolved mimetically as well as genetically, leftists who dismiss things as social constructs often don't consider that. In the same way that changing one gene can have an unintended effect elsewhere, so can changing one deeply entrenched meme. It's a very good point.
Yeah.
A very good point.
Memes are important.
Utter Nonsense for $3 says, but guys, the fallen gong symbol has a swastika, so China is the good guys. There you go.
Really?
I didn't even know that, so there you go. Must be. Good guys confirmed. Sanity Now for $5 says, replace terms cis and super straight with the old term normal. And then view this as the product of abnormal minds. No wonder it's like from a madhouse. I don't think they would like the terms normal and abnormal. No.
Yeah, they hate those terms. They're trying to get rid of those terms anyway.
I don't think they'd like that.
They would abolish the word normal from the English language if they could do it.
Isn't that interesting? I didn't even think about that. So the guy, Thoslime's all in a huff because it's super straight. But the guy, if he really wanted to be transphobic, he would have said, this is normal. He didn't say that. He didn't even think to say that. That's how unbigoted he was. He didn't think to say this is normal. He said super straight.
Yeah.
So interesting. That really shows how the values have shifted.
He dodged the landmine.
Yeah.
I love these people in the chat. They're like, I'm glad Adam got married before streaming. Like, is it that? Like, I'm a romantic. Is like falling in love and like being, in love with girls. That's simping now, right?
Adam is an S-class psyop. True. I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, what's going on? I mean, you guys don't, come on. You guys aren't in committed relationships. You guys haven't fallen in love with people. I'm a little disheartened that there's no, what's going on? Is S-class just all heartless?
Look at him. He's trying to throw it back.
Are all heartless? No, are you?
What was the name? There was like the alpha male, the beta male, and then there's like the gamma male, right?
Chris Hill says romance is dead, Adam.
There you go.
My God, that's so sad. That's so sad.
No, it wasn't gamma. What was the one that was like the going your own way male?
Oh yeah. The MGTOWs.
Was it?
I did a stream.
It was the Sigma male. There you go. The Sigma male. S for the S in S-class stands for Sigma male.
I did a stream with one of those MGTOW guys, and like halfway through, they discovered I was married, and it was like, oh my God,
really?
What
That's
the
hilarious.
fuck are you doing?
That's funny.
There's a married man on your stream. I was like, what? Yeah, that was real culture shock for me.
CT says, you're fine, Adam. They're just jealous of you and Sitch's relationship. That's true. That's true.
What?
Baba for $5 says, don't worry, Thought Slime. You'd have to be concerned with trying to reward me with your body.
Which is Sigma? Someone pointed out that A team is Alpha team. Isn't Alpha?
Yeah, S-class is the Sigma team, apparently. So
what is Sigma?
Sigma is, I told you.
It's not before Alpha, right? Alpha is the first.
It's parallel. It's parallel to Alpha.
I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last.
A Sigma male is a male within the socio-sexual hierarchy who chooses to live his life outside of the normal social dominance hierarchy structures of society.
Oh my God.
And thus attracts women by being a fucking badass lone wolf. There you go.
Outcast, basically.
There you go.
Yeah, I know all those women. Yeah.
See, Adam pretends like he's like the rebel, but apparently it was S-class that was rebel the whole time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
There you
Have
go.
fun.
Traits of a Sigma male: non-conformity, self-sufficiently.
Oh, self-sufficiency. I got it. Yeah.
They assimilate
you know what that
into
means,
social
Sitch?
dominance
You know what that
hierarchies
means,
without
Sitch?
becoming dependent on them. I'm not going to let you finish talking because I know what you're going to say.
Sigma males make their own sandwiches.
Adaptability, self-priority. They forsake the trappings of companionship because it slows them down.
I'm telling you, nothing is better than a sandwich made by someone else.
There you go. There you go.
Nothing is better than a sandwich made by someone else. Sigma males make their own sandwiches. That's just sad.
Famous Sigma males. Doctor Who. Really? Not familiar with Doctor Who enough.
Doctor Who always had a tag along. What are you talking about?
But I guess he wasn't concerned with
Doctor Who picked up a new sandwich maker at every stop.
No, but Adam, you don't understand. The Sigma male will have women or companions. It's that they don't give a fuck, okay, about fitting into the hierarchy.
The fuck is the best part, man. What are you talking about?
Okay. When I said fuck, I didn't mean it that way.
Oh,
okay.
You worded it inappropriately.
Okay. Adam just doesn't get it.
I guess I don't. That's why I'm like, what's going on?
Sigma centrists are the real rebels. True. Gemini says, I make a good sandwich. There you go, Adam.
I saw that.
There you go.
Poor Gemini.
Zach M for $5 says, I think Adam was using attraction in the sense that magnets can either be attracted or repelled by other magnets. I guess that's true.
That's a good one.
True. Huh. I guess that's true. John Smith for $2 put a bunch of chicken legs and said Accio Sargon.
Oh no.
I don't know why I used chicken legs, but it worked because Sargon showed up. So good job, John. Good job.
Summons Sargon.
Yes. 95 Keat for $5 says Adam reading 40K. Sitch, you need to step up your game. I feel myself slipping towards the dark side.
There you go.
There you go.
Right there.
There you go.
40K.
Adam's finally increasing his nerd cred.
That book began with the perfect balance of like alpha male and romantic. I was like, this is great. Yeah.
Liam Cooper for £5 says, not only do you guys make me haha funny squee, but you also make me feel like I'm smarter than I actually am. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks, guys, and good night.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Thanks for the compliment.
Happy Mother's Day. Sean Sullivan for $4.99 says, I see you have not changed the name back to Sitch on Daily. You have lost my support.
What? I did. There was one person in the comment too, in the comment section that was like, ugh, Adam. Does Adam really need to be here? I'm like, dude, we're 134 shows in. It's a little late now.
I cannot stand for the Sitch and Adam show. Get canceled. There you go. I don't know. Sean makes a compelling argument. I might have to change it back.
I know. I was like, geez.
I can. What if I name it Sitch's Sunday Show?
With special guest.
Special guest, Adam Friended.
No, not even just with special guest.
Just with special guest.
It's like
that makes it sound Asian with special guest. Hey, look at that Sitch's Sunday Show. That's an SSS. Then people really think I'm a Nazi.
Well, there you go. Perfect.
There you go. The SSS show.
Wash will be doing response videos every week.
Oh, or you could just say the SS show. There you go. People really think I'm a Nazi.
We should.
The SS show. It's perfect.
Happen?
It's so perfect. I think we need to do it now, Adam. I'm so sorry. We have to rebrand the channel to the SS show.
First of all, you're not allowed. You can only you have to wait 2 weeks before you change the channel name again. You can't.
Well, in 2 weeks we're gonna be Nazis. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, no, I don't know. Super Nazis. That's a good name.
Eric of Aowick.
We never teased next week's show by the CRT.
Yeah, we did. We totally did.
Did we in the beginning?
Yeah,
okay.
You just forgot.
Okay,
yeah, we're gonna do the Vosh CRT video next week.
I can't
say that
wait
in the beginning.
to do that.
Right, chat?
Yeah.
Didn't I say that in the beginning? I'm not making that up.
I can't wait to do that video. That video is insane. It's insane.
It is insane. It's insane.
I'm like, oh my God, he knows nothing about CRT.
Oh, I like. There's some good names in the chat. We have the Sitch and the Other One show.
Oh my God.
We have the Sitch and the Regular Call-In Guy. Oh, I like that one. Sitch and
Regular Call-In Guy. That is pretty good. I'm taking names here for my shit list, guys, just so you know.
Well, CT is one of those names.
Oh no, CT at 2 CT at 2. Oh, can I reach the knife? Oh, can I get it out? Oh, it's deep.
She on Mother's Day.
I know. Oh my God.
She stabbed you, her own mother, in the back on Mother's Day.
Terrorizing.
Eoric of Aowick, Jesus, for 50 Donkey Kong dollars says, Sitch, please stop breaking your own law. It's my own law, damn it, and I can break it as much as I want to, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Sitch Unfriendly. I like that one. Sitch Unfriended. There you go. Sitch Unfriended.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Sitch
That
and
is
Deplorable Show. Sitch and Red Shorts Man. I like that one.
Red Shorts Man.
The Sitch and Allen Show.
I'm going to get me.
You like that one? The Sitch and Allen Show?
It's now that it's getting summertime in Los Angeles, I'm like, I'm going to get me some cool red shorts.
Yeah, you better.
I want like red velvet. I want something fancy.
Sitch and His Girlfriend Show. Oh, that's a good one.
What?
Sitch and Abuser in the mornings.
Sitch and Abuser.
Lemon Drop for $10 says, Adam, I've been looking at the JSC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the... We talked about that before the stream, right?
Yeah,
we
we
talked
did.
about that on stream.
Yeah.
The, what's his name?
J. Scott Campbell. Yeah.
J. Scott Campbell stuff. And as someone who wasn't into comics, Comicsgate seems pushy to get people on their team. Seems JCS just doesn't want the label, not just to slam Comicsgate, also free will, please. Well, there you go. 10 free units of free will.
I just saw there's been a lot of controversy around J. Scott Campbell, and I just saw 2 hours ago he did another clarification.
What do you say?
That, and I haven't read because it's big and long, and
okay.
But a lot of people seem to be happy about this clarification. So supposedly he realized, you know, putting Comicsgate in a big long list of nasty things was probably not a good thing to do. So hopefully that clarification is out there and he's more amicable. The thing that's discouraging is he's the perfect person. Literally, people have been lying about J. Scott Campbell, calling him a like objectifier of women, a misogynist, a pedophile, like all kinds of nasty shit for weeks now. And Comicsgate people have defended him. And then he basically does this statement saying, you know, I'm not a member of the Ku Klux Klan, the fucking the Nazi Party, and Comicsgate. It's like, what? So hopefully this clarification, so people seem into it.
The story, for those that aren't familiar, the breakdown. I would ask Adam to give it, but he'll talk for like 10 years.
I'm doing a bad job of the breakdown. Thank you for taking over.
So there's a famous Spider-Man cover you may or may not have seen that features Mary Jane sitting on a couch with her boobs kind of pressed up. She's holding a drink, and Spider-Man is leaving through the back window. So
she's
drawn.
Yeah,
delicious. She looks very, very hot.
Yes.
And she's drawn. This cover is drawn by a comic artist named J. Scott Campbell.
Yeah.
And so this has always been. There's a bunch of wokies that have always been attacking comics. They're like, oh, look at this. You know, they always draw women with no proportions. Where are her organs? They're all anatomically incorrect. Blah 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 blah. And someone. It was actually funny. Someone said, "Oh, I'm going to draw this cover and I'm going to fix it."
The fix thing happened.
Yeah, so they drew this fixed, quote unquote, fixed version of the cover.
So they made her a dumpy fat girl.
Right. They made her dumpy and not very attractive, but also it wasn't very well drawn. And so J. Scott Campbell, who I think in a very Chad move, he fixed the fixer's drawing.
Yes. Yeah.
And made it look actually good while retaining the same position and he was pointing out all the little notes of anatomy that were wrong.
Yes.
Which the fixer had done for J. Scott. Or they believed they had done. So I thought it was a very Chad move. So J. Scott had been having lots of fun. J. Scott Campbell had been having lots of fun on Twitter, sort of dunking on a lot of the wokies and all this stuff. But then, as Adam said, suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, turned around and kind of threw Comicsgate.
Okay, now you're missing part of the story.
I'm missing something.
So he was doing this Chad move. A bunch of people in Comicsgate made videos about this Chad move.
Supporting him.
Yeah, because fucking that.
Of course.
You've seen the S-Class cover, okay?
Yes.
we're definitely in the J. Scott Campbell getting accused of objectification camp over here. Like a lot of people in Comicsgate constantly share new images from current Marvel and DC comics that you're going, oh my God, like, is that a woman or a man? I'm confused here. What am I looking at? So Comicsgate is very much for sexy ladies in the comics. So, but he shared 4 videos from these Comicsgate people, and then that's when people, we assume, started sending him emails, texting him saying,
how can you be associated with comics?
Yeah, exactly.
These people are Nazis and bigots and
Yeah, exactly. Do you know that you're sharing videos from known white supremacists? Oh, Jay, please stop.
Right.
So, and that's when he made the statement saying, I'm not affiliated with white supremacy. But he's saying it was innocent because he's like, this is what all the people are accusing me of, and I just wanted to hit every base.
So, yeah, so then he kind of wrote a message where he was like, I disavow Comicsgate or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you said he kind of labeled them in with the KKK or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, of course, a lot of Comicsgater rightfully felt
Me too.
betrayed. Like, what the fuck? We're totally defending you. Now you're fucking just throwing us under the bus as racist. Yeah. Super fucked up. And I'm not even I don't consider myself a Comicsgater. I support Comicsgate, but I'm not really involved or anything. So I thought that was super fucked up. So now he's kind of walked that back, sort of.
Did you read the statement, the new statement?
I read the statement, yes.
Okay, good. How'd you read it when I was talking? You must not have been paying attention to me.
I can do both sometimes.
No, you were not paying attention.
I was paying attention. Well, it's true. You weren't saying anything very important.
What is the gist of the statement?
Well, I just want to point this was bad. So he says, the reason I specifically referred to this group Comicsgate is because it was the only specific group that kept coming up by name. Honestly, from what I've read and seen in documentaries about Gamergate, whole fiasco, anything with gate in it probably gets an instant recoil from me. So this is the problem.
This is totally the problem.
Bullshit media patrol has completely won the war on Gamergate.
Yeah.
They completely won the war on Gamergate.
This is a thing too, because they won it on multiple levels, because the Comicsgate people hate the fucking Gamergate people. Which I'm like, what? Why?
Oh, really? Why? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they look at Gamergaters like huge fucking failures, and Comicsgate is like the winners.
Well, yeah. Gamergate didn't really accomplish anything, so I guess that's a fair criticism.
Well, it is a fair criticism, but why would you hate the people who tried and failed?
I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
I don't know why you'd hate them. Yeah.
Rub their dick, they fucking tried and failed. Rub their dick in the ground because they fucking tried and failed, or what?
That's true. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
And they're not still hammering at it. They've given up the ghost, basically.
Right.
You just said they failed.
And it's not like Gamergate didn't have an avenue of monetization the way Comicsgate did.
Yes.
So I'm not even sure. And part of the problem, and this is what I've always said from the beginning, Gamergate's biggest problem is that this was before people knew what woke shit was.
Yeah.
So they didn't. So
they were the first wave.
Yes. So Gamergate had to rush to define itself before it was being defined by its enemies, so they had to fixate on games journalism, which was the wrong issue to fixate on. But they didn't know that because they didn't know about this woke shit that was happening, because this was the beginning. So.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can fault them for that. But anyway, so he continues and says, I stand by what I said. I don't tolerate any sort of hate speech, bigotry, racism, woman hate, and I always push back on any association with any individual who acts this way. However, if individual members of this Comicsgate community adamantly insist that's not what they stand for, I feel I should give these folks the benefit of the doubt and take them at their word and not paint the entire group with the same brush. They insist they're not a hive mind, as they put it, which probably is why their messaging is very confusing to someone in my position who doesn't really keep up on all the noise. Several have interacted with me very, very respectfully, and we openly engage our mutual concern about art censorship and exercising our artistic freedoms of expression, and they've been very civil, reasonable, occasionally even delightful. So there you go.
Well, that wasn't me,
he kind
obviously.
Of continues on and on. But.
That wasn't me. I was calling him out and shit.
But yeah, so there you go. What's the problem? And this is what people don't understand, is that most people are so unaware of like the internet culture war. So even when someone gets embroiled in it briefly, like
Yeah, they
J.
don't.
Scott
They
Campbell,
don't
he
even
doesn't
know.
understand what the fuck's
Yeah.
happening.
Totally.
Yeah. So he just hears, he's like, oh, what? I read some article from Vox News saying confiscators are bigots. Oh, that makes sense.
He
And
was
he
doing.
doesn't understand.
He was responding to really like bad liars and saying,
Right.
"Oh, that's what I've read too." They're like, "I'm like, oh my god." Yeah, no, it's one of the things that fascinates me about Comicsgate is just it's the same as the Jordan Peterson stuff. It's like the media just picks a target and they're gonna fucking destroy them.
That's very true.
And it bugs the shit out of me. We're truth seekers here.
A lie travels
We want
around the
truth.
world while the truth is still putting on its shoes.
We're Tom Cruise. I want the truth.
You can handle the truth.
We
Did you order the code red?
Yeah, we can handle the truth here.
That's right.
A-Team can handle the truth.
That's right.
I don't know about S-Class, but
That's right.
A-Team can definitely handle
S-Class
the truth.
is Tom Cruise all the way.
There we go. Good. We can agree.
Yes.
S-Class is A-Team. We all want the truth.
We all agree. A Few Good Men. It's a good movie.
Yeah, that is a great movie.
That's a good movie.
So much about human nature in that movie.
Mm-hmm. You want us on that wall. Yeah. You need us on that wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
God.
Monsters Monthly for $5 says, honest question. Is it bigoted to want to have biological offspring with your spouse of choice? No. Also, sorry, Sitch, but A-Team rules the silver screen.
Yeah, true. Until you do your social justice detective, A-Team's
That's
like,
true. That's true.
we've got but Sitch did help me a lot with social justice detective, which is, I mean, that's kind of really the first thing we worked on together.
That's also true.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
Adam did all the
indeed.
heavy lifting, so that's fine.
But he gave me some great feedback. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been near as good without Sitch's feedback. That's for damn sure. Yeah.
He's too kind. Too kind.
Well, no, the whole intro, you were like, you're not going to, like, you're going to go with that intro. And you really forced me to, like, rethink the intro, which the intro is, like, fucking so tight now. So perfect.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Sitch doesn't pull punches. People.
No, yeah.
How many
we
people,
don't.
when you ask them their opinion, they're like, they give you, like, the brush up. Like, that's great.
We don't.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Is knockdown, drag out as the fights we've had on stream, like the fights off stream have been bigger. Have been way bigger. Like not in front of an audience. So you know that we're not. You know that we're like fighting for what we want.
That's not true.
We're not just hamming it up.
I think the biggest fight we had was the no BS fight. That was on stream.
Oh, that did happen on stream, yeah.
Yes.
Really, you think that was bigger than over some details of the comic? I'm not sure.
Definitely.
Oh, maybe. Well, I'm so glad that that's like immortalized online. So many people have given me shit for that.
Well, you deserve it. I mean, yeah. No.
I don't give a fuck. I honestly don't give a fuck. It's like,
Look, at the end of the day, it made for great streaming. Okay?
Oh, it did make for great streaming. Yeah. I like, you have to be able, you have to go out there with the attitude that you're going to make mistakes. Otherwise you're not going to do anything in life.
That's
You're
true.
not going to do anything. You got to be able to forgive yourself. You got to be able to fucking make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's half a dozen things in there I wish I would have done different. There's dozens of things I wish I would have done different or said different in streams and debates and stuff like that. But life is short. Move on. Get it right the next time.
The courageous man goes out there and makes mistakes.
Fuck yeah, and gives himself
the coward
permission. Yeah.
Doesn't do anything for fear of making mistakes.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Do it.
Do it. Automata for $5 says, I would have thought that Thought Slime would know that a person can cease to be attracted to, for arguments, let's say him, after seeing him naked.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch. Automata, always with the oof.
I mean, there's all
Utter
kinds of
Nonsense says,
things.
no BS was my first time watching your stream. Now that's an interesting
Really?
first stream to watch.
Holy shit.
That's an interesting
crazy.
first stream to watch.
They were hooked.
Dr. Cataclysm for $10 says, here's 100% quality that I apply to all the women I date. Can you have kids? If not, I'm out. So therefore, according to him, I have achieved the impossible. There you go.
Yeah, see, that a lot of guys don't want to adopt. I mean, you said you can adopt. Sure, you can. I mean,
I know it's not always the same. Sure.
This is, I mean, a lot of gay couples want to have their own kids. They use surrogates. They want to have a biological kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
That's the great experiment. You're like, is this kid going to turn out to be as fucked up as me? Let's see. Yeah, people love that.
Jake's Tiny Cob for $5 says, I purchased the second variant cover package today. Excited to see the end products. Thanks, Jake. Or thanks, Tiny Cob.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're working hard on it.
Stug for $5 says, serious question. If I, as a man, am exclusively attracted to trans women, am I heterosexual or homosexual or what? I am invoking Sitch's law.
That's a good question. I mean, I have.
We would need more information, though, wouldn't we?
Why?
Like when you say, like, is it trans women who have full surgery, or is it trans women with penises? Doesn't that change the equation?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, there are people. Yes, I have friends that are attracted to trans people. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we need a third orientation.
Yeah. Exclusive only to trans people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not heterosexual, not homosexual.
That's why I wonder just how many guys are into that.
Well, judging by the amount of Fuda porn, I assume a lot.
Okay, well then like me, obviously the bleeding heart. It's just I think the dating pool's small for them, which has to suck. But maybe the dating pool is gigantic for them.
Maybe not.
You don't. And not only that, it's like supply and demand. There's so few of them and such a large dating pool that they're like, oh my God, we're worshipped.
Vladis Golambiaskas for €10 says, I'll take 10 units of free will for the lazy days to keep working on my novel. Ooh, it's a good use of free will.
Yeah.
S class is best class.
Yeah.
I love Sitch voicing that line, but it's actually A-Team in my bloodstream.
Oh my God.
Tricked me.
That's
Got
awesome.
me with a trick. Greetings from Europe. Well, despite your trick, you get 10 free units of free will.
Isn't it weird? Isn't it bizarre? S class is best class is more fun to say, but A-Team is more fun to be. It's just, that's like
doubt.
That's
Total
like
doubt.
life.
That's
Life
the
is
gaslighting that's happening.
That's life. That's so unfair. Right
That's
there.
the gaslighting that's happening right now.
A-Team takes responsibility. We know we're the no frills.
Gus of the Dorks for $10 says, super straight have a term for what Thought Slime is trying to do. It's called shame. Insert word for not enjoyed sex.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, shaming.
Shame rape.
Is that what it is?
Insert word for not enjoyed sex. How do you call it?
Okay.
I don't know. Shame sex, shame rape. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no, that seems what it is.
Yep.
They talk about that in the bus book, like sexual coercion. There's a half. I got to reread the beginning of that book because there's half a dozen terms that he has that made me laugh out loud. Because it's like something you know, but you never think, like it's the most clinical term for something that's like so, like, strange. Yeah.
Backer the Hacker for £10 says, but Sitch, children are valuable. They represent both your investment and a means for your genes to live on. Obviously people don't think of this consciously, but it translates into our conscious minds as love. No, I agree. I'm just, again, it's just definitional. For me, I always associate the term valuable with being a conscious choice. So that's my contention. But I understand that other people don't ascribe consciousness to the term valuable. So
Gotcha.
there you go. Gabbles for 20 knock knock says going to the dentist first thing tomorrow. Please
Oh my
end me.
God.
Well, look, as long as you don't have a dentist like Adam, she'll be fine. Okay.
Yeah, if anyone needs any dental advice, feel free to DM me. I'll explain the real world to you.
I mean, I got lucky. I've had lots of dental work throughout my entire life, and I don't think I've had any particularly negative dental experiences.
You probably have and just don't know it.
Don't know it.
They're awful people. Dentists are the worst. Yeah. There's so
Look at this
few.
bigotry, this dentist bigotry. Jeez.
I'll tell you something, like the nicer the dentist office, the more they're probably fucking lying and cheating people.
Well, that makes sense because if it's really ritzy, you know, the charge is very expensive. But
yeah.
There you go. According to Adam, you should only get dental work done in like a back alley somewhere.
Yeah, ratty office. You want to make sure there's at least 5 or 6 holes in the curtains.
Yes.
Check for dust on surfaces. If there's like a good level of dust in there, you're safe.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like that scene in Minority Report when he gets his eyes changed. Yeah, that's where you want to go.
That's exactly what you're looking for. Bring pictures from Minority Report and
look for that.
Test them against the surroundings. Yeah.
Crack Rock Steady for $5 says super gay, super lesbian, and super bi are also supposed to be a thing. I wonder what his argument is for them.
Oh, really? That's fascinating. The lesbians
I'm not familiar with these terms. Super gay?
Yeah.
Biological. Oh, well, super gay makes sense. What the heck's super bi? Super bi says you only want to fuck the cis men and cis women, but not transsexuals. That seems a little strange to me. I'm not sure I can conceptualize super bi. It's making sense, but Soupy the Taily Poo for $5 says he's making the argument that your gender identity doesn't count without outside validation and consensus.
Wow. Yeah.
He is. Yeah, that's true. Utter nonsense for $1.99. What?
The complete opposite of what the whole trans movement is advocating for.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, this has always been the left's, especially leftists' problem, is they always want to tie self-worth into outside validation as opposed to coming from within.
Yeah.
Which is weird because that used to be the left's perspective, was that, oh, your validation should come from yourself.
Yeah.
It used to be a left thing. So I don't know what happened.
You're a stunning and brave person. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Utter nonsense says super gay is when Sitch doesn't make the housing crash video.
True.
Utter nonsense for $1.99 says, wait, so is he claiming sexuality is now a choice? He sort of was. He sort of is and isn't at the same time. He's trying to do both.
With this extra helping of the Nazis said so.
Right. Just to hammer it home. Brian for $10 says, I watched Shrek and he was into Princess Fiona no matter how many times she transitioned. This proves that true love conquers all and that Shrek is into bestiality. Well, technically, Shrek being into bestiality would be when he's attracted to human Fiona, right?
What were her genitals like? I need to Google. Hold on. Did she Did her genitals transition?
Oh my God. Adam's going to type in Princess Fiona genitals. See what he gets.
No, I'm not.
Frost9221 for $5 says conversion therapy can now be on the right side of history and convert the gays to like trans people the way God intended. Wow. Dark. Bob for $5 says conversion therapy isn't or shouldn't be about burying sexual desire and praying the gay away. It's about being chaste despite the desire. Yeah, for some, I've heard that for some of them, that is what it is. I've seen both because I'm trying to remember. There was some documentary I saw about some place in like Central America that was like really fucked up that they were sending it had a very Jonestown vibe to it. They're sending their kids to this like pray the gay away camp. Super fucked up. But I've seen both. Some of it is pray the gay away, and some of it is the exception that you're going to be gay, but you just have to remain chaste despite it all, which I think they're both equally wrong. But that's because I don't buy into any of that dogma nonsense. But that's just me.
What if they come up with a pill that changes your sexual attraction? So if you're gay, you could literally take a pill and become straight, or if you were straight, that would be super controversial.
Of course it would be. That'd be very controversial. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the point of that pill would be.
Well, if there are people who voluntarily check into conversion therapy,
right?
Like if there was a pill that you could take,
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess, I think that'd be a very small amount of people, at least in today's society. Back in the day, I think a lot of people would be. I think acceptance of gays and homosexuality is pretty broad in America anyway. So you get Milo Yiannopoulos and a couple other people. I mean, most Christian sects are pretty fine with homosexuality, I thought, in modern times. So I don't know. You have to let me know. Automata for $10 says that these sexualities aren't a choice, aren't what makes them permissible. Wait, quote, that these sexualities aren't a choice isn't what makes them permissible, end quote. So that's going to be a yikes from me. Declaring what is permissible necessitates coercion. Consider that here. True. Thoughtslime was nesting a lot of moral premises into his claim without explaining them or validating them. And he didn't even realize it or care. So, Dominique Serena for $5. Thank you, Dominique. Dino Tatos. Dino Tatos. I'm going to say Dinotatoes. It's like a potato, but a dinosaur. Dinotatoes. For £5 says, I'm like Seinfeld. I'm not attracted to women with big hands. There you go. You remember that episode?
I don't know.
They're real
Seinfeld
and they're
has
spectacular.
a
That was a different
laugh
episode.
track, and I can't stand laugh tracks, but Seinfeld is a great show.
There you go. Mr. Phalange for £5 says, I love musicals, but I think the movie ending to Watchmen was better. So I assume that makes me part of the B-side. The B-side with a little copyright logo. There you go. There you go.
Definitely sounds 18.
That's fine. That sounds, well, nobody likes me. He loves musicals. So
Oh yeah, that's tricky.
yeah. So
18
he's the enlightened centrist between S-Class and A-Team. The B-side. I like it.
There you go.
I like it. Or shouldn't it should be the C-side, right? Because it's centrist.
Maybe.
Well, no. You have to figure out what is the letter between S and A. That would actually be. You have to figure that out.
Between A and S, you mean?
But Sitch comes first, so. Stuck for $2 says this $2 is just to tell Sitch that he's Florida man. How dare you? I am not.
Florida man.
It's rude.
Wow.
I'm not Florida man.
Isn't that the guy who like hid out in the porta potty?
There's many Florida men, Adam. Many a Florida man.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All in porta potties all across the state.
That's right. Now, there's many different types of Florida men. Okay.
Okay.
Prince Charming for $10 says, Transam. I don't know what that means. Transam is neither man nor woman. You can't become a woman the same as you can't become black if you didn't have the lived experience. So if you have an attraction for transams, tranams, that is an orientation.
I do. I like my Trans Ams with a big golden phoenix on the hood. How do you like your Trans Ams?
There you go. I like the Firebird.
That's it.
You know, with like the big, like the muscle car engine thing popping out the front.
What do you think a phoenix is?
Oh, I thought you meant like the little bird logo.
No.
I don't know anything about cars.
Phoenix is a firebird. Phoenix from the flames.
I know. No, I understand that. I thought you were referring to the little bird drawing, not the actual engine.
It's in the good Trans Ams. It's like all across the hood.
Gotcha. Yeah. Automata for $5 says, try this for a question. Should a black woman who only wants to date black men and says she's only attracted to them be permissible? That is a good question. I was thinking that question too when people were arguing about whether it was rape to conceal your genitals. And I was like, yeah, it seems pretty rapey to me. I don't know. If you're
Yeah,
like
you said
if you're
that.
like mid sex with someone and you're like, surprise.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's pretty weird. And I was thinking it'd be the same thing. Like if you're like a white guy and you try to hit on this black girl and she's like, oh, I only go out with black men. So then you like put blackface on.
Oh my god.
Okay. And you go to like a dark club so she can't really tell.
Oh my god.
Okay. And then you have sex with her. And then in the next morning she sees that you're just a guy in blackface.
Oh
That's
my
pretty
God.
rapey. I don't know. That seems pretty fucking rapey.
How
to
can
me.
people hypothesize that this is not non-consensual sex?
Because they have to twist themselves in the circles, Adam, to make this insane argument.
It is insane.
Yeah.
That's so obvious. Like, so many levels of deception. That kind of gives it away, right?
I know. It's crazy. It's totally bonkers.
Oh man.
Contrast for 5. Aussie says the Watchmen comic ending is better.
Well, that's S-Class right there.
Better at making me cringe.
Got us.
Sitch, I'm willing to be convinced if you make a video on the subject, be a squall. Ooh, okay. There you go.
Sitch
I actually have.
Sitch is not making any videos, guys.
And actually, first of all, I'm actually working on 3 videos simultaneously.
3 videos?
3 videos.
Oh my god! If you drop 3 videos on the same day,
No, they're not going to be dropped on the same day.
Why?
That's stupid for the algorithm. That's actually really stupid for the algorithm.
Who cares? Who cares? Just
I care.
do it.
I'm a view horse. Okay.
Jeremy, the quartering does 3 videos a day. What do you mean it's stupid for the algorithm? He's
but
got
that's because
like
he
millions of subscribers.
No. That's different. He uploads like 10
Why is
videos
it
every
different?
day. That's completely
No,
different.
he uploads 3 videos a day.
He uploads like 6 videos a day.
Maybe you trick the algorithm and you think, oh, the algorithm goes, oh, this guy's like Jeremy. He's a player.
I see.
3 videos a day. Oh my God, these videos
I see.
Maybe.
I do have my Watchmen video. I like made 50% of it and then I just stopped working on it. So I'll finish it.
Yeah, Watchmen.
I'll finish it.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, that was a problem. No one cares. But it was very complicated. And I need to kind of simplify it because it was way too long. But
Doing our live stream has helped us in really figuring out what people care about. So you could really do videos on things that are better.
I'm not. The videos I'm going to do them on are subjects that I don't think people would care about. But
housing crash. It's like, oh, Sitch made it. Like that's going to be like, oh, I got to do my homework. I got to watch Sitch's housing.
Yeah,
crash
exactly.
God, this is more boring than Blythe's book.
Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, Sitch, bring Short Fat Otaku on the stream.
No.
Well, good job.
He's banned from the stream. He's not on here. He doesn't even know how to charge his goddamn headphones.
That's right. Doesn't even know to charge his headphones. Adam, fight John Smith. 1-on-1, no words barred. A-Team Dreams Supreme. There you go.
John Smith can come back on. I think Nathan Margolis, our Clips channel guy, is going to come on Thursday. I watched a Jordan Peterson video this week, and I think he wants to say something about the Jordan Peterson video. So
I saw in chat, I think John Smith was saying she wants to argue with you about selectorate theory or something.
Yeah, 12-year-olds voting. Same
So
stuff.
there you go.
Yeah. She's going to come on and strawman me for 2 hours. It's going to be great. You guys will love it. Everyone's in love with John Smith. She's like got a cute voice. Everyone's like, oh my God, she fooled us.
There you go.
Yeah.
Prince Charming for $5 says, any artists out there willing to draw Sitch as Omni-Man and Adam as Invincible, telling them to think? CT.
There you go. Sounds like
CT. We need the same meme you had, but reverse. So that way the S class and the A team has like their own versions.
But when I'm lying on the ground there, I want you to make me with giant boobs. Just totally giant breasts.
That way when people think Adam is right, it's
I want
him.
to be perky.
It's him doing the think meme, and then when they think I'm right, they'll do the think meme for me. So
Think. The think meme. Think.
CT says, I bet Dev uses Raycons.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's crazy because one of the videos we could potentially watch was Cody had a second cancel culture video, and he's still shilling the Raycons in that video throughout the whole video.
Yeah, that Ben Shapiro tweet I did blew up. I think it got like 1,500 likes.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good
Everyone
one.
was like, they're even making like the same, they're holding the Raycons in the same way.
CT says absolutely not to your boobs.
What? Why not? Make them press up against Sitch's face.
That's a different, that's not even possible. They'd have to be so big, like, for that picture to make sense. That's a different picture.
It'll be great.
It's a different picture, okay?
Think.
Can someone explain to me the lore behind S-Class and A-Team?
No, there is no lore.
There's no lore.
It's totally stupid. It's just A is for Adam and S is for C.
There is lore, because the lore was originally who's the sidekick and who was the main host.
But that none of that stuff stretched over into S-Class versus
No,
A-Team.
that's where S-Class and A-Team sort of evolved into
no,
that.
No.
Yes.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It never did. It never did.
It totally did. Okay, whatever.
Just on one
Adam doesn't
stream,
even know his own lore. It's fine.
On one stream, I was like, oh, yeah. Actually, someone who's listening to our back catalog should tell us what the lore is.
I'll be honest. I actually don't remember the origin of S-Class.
It was just one stream. I was like, I'm A-Team. This is the A-Team. I started calling people A-Team, like my supporters. And S was like, Sitch was like, well, I got to come up with something.
That's right.
He thought through a couple things, and he was like, oh, S-Class, that's good. And it was like a 5-minute thing. It wasn't even like a long discussion. That's how these things happen. Like that dude didn't. The guy who did the super straight thing in his car, he didn't think about it. He was like, "Oh, I have 15 minutes before my dentist appointment. Here, let me make a video in the car." It's like that's how these things go.
Right. The God of Gravy for £9.99 says, notice how Thought Slime is. He doesn't believe this stuff. This is fun and games. He's unironically being just as much of a douche as those he's accusing of being 1930s Germans.
True. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. I think he does believe this stuff. I
think he believes. I just believe. I'm saying true to the douche part.
Well, yeah, he's 100% douche. But
I mean, this is horrible.
What a douche!
Can you imagine, like? We don't want to tell you who to vote for. He's telling you who you can fuck. He's telling you who you're allowed to have sex with.
Yeah, who's the Nazi here? Okay.
Yes.
Is it us who are saying that we're not even going to tell you who to vote for?
Yeah, vote for
or
whoever
is it
you
the
want.
guy who's telling you who you have to have sex with?
Yes.
Who's the Nazi here? I don't know. Let me know.
Talk about authoritarian.
Yes. Let me leave a comment on the video. Let me know who's the Nazi here. I don't know. I'm a little curious.
Freedom.
Yes. Chris for $5 says Hitler was an artist, so I guess all of us artists are pure evil. Oh, that's a good point.
I hate that analogy.
Uh-oh. You know what that means, right?
Scott Adams was right.
We know. No, you know what the A in A-Team stands for? Adolf.
No, artists. I was thinking what
Adolf, the artist. There you go.
Adolf.
That's what the A in the A-Team stands for. Nazi confirmed.
The Sitch and Adolf show.
That's what we should rename the show.
It's perfect.
Yep. The SS show featuring Adolf.
With Adolf. Oh my God. How many people? I don't.
Oh no.
Hopefully
don't clip that.
Yeah.
Don't clip that, Nathan. Bob for $10 says lefties are so pathologically obsessed with fascists because fascism can't exist under Marxist dogma. Fascism consists of class collaboration, something not possible according to Marx. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand that.
Well, because the classes have to, I guess, I'm assuming, I'm not super familiar on this. I'm assuming the argument would be classes have to collaborate against some sort of ethnic minority group or something for fascism.
I don't think the fascists, the monarchist, that's another kind of YouTube rabbit hole that I'm considering going down next. Because I don't know, did you listen to the stream of Academic Agent responding to the Distributist?
No, about what?
They're talking about like building a society. They're reactionaries. They're open reactionaries.
Yes.
It's so funny that Vosh and these guys all like reactionary is a buzzword for them all the time, but they never say anything about what the reactionaries actually think or want or any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting, and I get it. It actually fits into like an evolutionary context and stuff like that as well. He has this idea that they have to form a network of elites, that the progressives are always going to be winning, and that all the institutions around them have failed. Like they don't conceptualize democracy as a functional power sharing arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
So they want.
Yeah, they're anti-liberalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is super weird. It's funny that they talk about Machiavelli all the time, but like the Dictator's Handbook kind of proved Machiavelli correct.
Yeah, true.
But I don't understand, like, who wants to live in the kind of world Machiavelli was?
Nobody.
Yeah, exactly. So
except for objectivist. Oh, Ayn Rand burn. Glib facsimile for $2 says, if Dev says Nat socialists aren't socialist, I want in.
Nat socialist?
Yeah, Nazis, National Socialists.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I don't think he said that though. CT says, check DMs.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah.
Working on both think. Oh.
No, the boobs are not supposed to be on Sitch.
No, this is the say perhaps the drugs.
Oh my God. Those are good.
Will we get in trouble? I feel like we'd get in trouble for that.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure this is a good idea.
Me pulling the boob one up?
No, the drugs thing. Because I think YouTube actually has specific policy guidelines about not advocating for drugs.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe you want to not hold. Maybe you should hold off on that, CT. I'm not sure it's a good idea. It's funny. I'm not sure it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Astro Lime for 5 Canadian says, "Hey Dev, what do you? Oh, sorry, Dev. Hey Dev, what do you think about Bill C10? And again, A-Team coming in strong and hard and going to town on those mean beans. I don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean you're farting a lot? Like, I don't
know.
Going to town on those mean beans? I'm not sure what that means. Adam needs to read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky.
What do you mean? Adam's read Rules for Radicals. Come on.
I thought you said that you've read that.
Come on, man. I read that book.
Prince Charming for $10 says, Thoot Slime. Didn't we came up with some name for Thought Slime, and I totally forgot what it was. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
We came up with some disparaging name for him. I've totally lost it.
Thought Slime?
Yeah.
I know, it was great.
It was. It's lost to time.
No, it's
Thoot
not.
Slime is setting people up for pain. A bunch of transam. What is trans? Why?
Because they can't say trans.
You can say trans, can't you?
I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. A bunch of trans people are going to be disappointed as super straight people play semantic games to get out of dating trans.
Mm-hmm.
Contrast for 2 Canadian says, how much prep time does Ronnie Kenshin?
But I can
contrast with actually that's the actual pertinent question. There you go. How much prep time?
How much prep time? What? You laugh.
Does Kenshin have against 100 Agent Smiths?
Oh, okay.
He has no prep time. This is a no prep time battle. Okay.
Gotcha. He's gone. Agent Smith.
No prep time, but you can say that. But you can say this. Okay. There's no prep time, but the characters are all bloodlusted. Okay, so don't have to necessarily be within character. There you go. Contrast.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thug Slime.
Yeah, Thug Slime is pretty good.
Thought Crime. Oh, Ivan Gedricks. That was a Thought Crime. Yes, thank you, Ivan Gedricks.
Thought Crime. Perfect.
Thought Crime.
You will be the stenographer for our new nation. Thank you.
Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $10 says something that always pops up into mind when leftists talk about sexuality is, what about people who don't want sex with anyone? Are asexual people the worst bigots to these people?
Hell yeah.
Probably.
What are you doing? Not having sex with people.
Wait.
They say in the chat, we can't type trans. But you just, I mean, that doesn't make sense.
That's insane. Why is... I wish I could change this.
FIBR.
No, I'm assuming they mean in the super chats. Like, what the fuck is up?
How can you type trans in the regular chat and not in the super chat?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's got to be some filter to turn off here. YouTube filter super chats. Because this is crazy. It didn't used to always be like this. So I don't know what the fuck.
3 videos is like 3 years of content for Sitch.
I know.
Hilarious.
I know. It's true. It's true.
Why do you feel guilty?
I didn't feel guilty. I didn't say anything.
Okay, good.
I said it's true. But I do feel guilty.
We've moved on. Our lives have changed. We've grown older now. We're
terrible. Bob for $5 says lefties assume that fascism is a tool of capitalism per Marxist dogma. It's ridiculous. Libertarians, according to them, are also tools of capital. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I mean, the idea that fascists are big capitalists is kind of insane to me.
Yeah, no. They're not liberals.
I don't know how any authoritarian could be like a big capitalist at all, because you'd be giving up too much power to random people.
Yeah. To anyone with initiative.
Yeah. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $5 says a lot of this stems from the writings of Judith Butler, where identity and being are synonymous. I think this is an error metaphysically speaking. Yeah, a lot of this insanity, this is what's so weird about this. So much of the woke insanity is all rooted in like 60s, 70s feminism.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this like this crazy, a lot of these crazy feminist ideas.
Huge game of telephone all the way from the 70s.
Yep. It's terrible. It's terrible. Like people still talk about objectification. Objectification has never, to my knowledge, ever been proven or even really like studied by any sort of experiment. It's just assumed to be true. And whenever I challenge a feminist on this, they can never actually they can never produce studies on this.
It's tough. They talk about it in that book, and it was a little painful because I was like, oh, come on, but it's fun.
CT says you can't super chat the word trans, but you can transgender. That's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane? What the fuck is going on with YouTube? How trans is not a slur.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess. Unless they might have changed it. Who knows?
Did they change it on us? Dino Tatoes for £5 says, isn't homosexuality about sex and not gender anyway? Yes. Well, that's why it's called sexuality. So yeah. But
human genderality.
That's why it's called heterosexuality and homosexuality. It's not heterogenderality. So checkmate, Thoot Slime. Checkmate.
Thought crime.
Thought crime. The Hills for $5 says, Dev, blink twice if America needs to annex Canada like in Fallout.
Dev's in Canada? Oh my God, we let him on our stream.
I know, we let a dirty Canadian on. No offense, CT.
CT is an honorary American.
Honorary American? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $5 says, I need gay panic defense. How much gay guys have hit on me? There you go. I've actually had quite a number of gay guys pin on me too.
I've never been hit on by a gay guy.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You know what that means, right?
Super straight.
That you're ugly.
Oh my God. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Guess I'm just an ugly duckling. Oh my God. You mean I'm going to look like this forever?
I want to see the chat catch up to that one. Gemini 7, I disagree strongly with that. Says, don't worry, Adam. I'll give you your penis inspection so you don't feel left out.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right, Adam. You're so right. You're so wrong. There's tons of gay guys who hit on you. What are you talking about?
Come on, I'm trying to throw them off the scent.
They're all in this
Don't you
stream, Adam. They're
understand?
all watching you right now.
Don't you understand?
That's true. That's
When
true.
women
Adam,
talk, when women
they're all
talk,
here. They're all right now, right here.
when women talk about being sexually harassed, I think, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the... They actually talk about that in the... They talk about all this stuff in that book. Sexual Conflict Theory, man. It's a great book. David and Buss's last book.
Rich Jammer says, Adam only gets hit on by straight men.
Oh my... Is that a thing? How's that like? How's that work?
That's how hot Adam is. He turns the straight men. They're not gay.
The
They just
gay
like
men
Adam.
straight?
That's right. That's right. Well, no, he's not turning them straight. He's not turning them gay. They're just gay for Adam. So they're not really gay.
It's super gay.
Yes.
Men that are only gay for Adam.
Yes. So, oh my God. Someone said the Sitch and Ugly show.
The Sitch and Ugly show.
No.
I'll take it.
Oh no.
I'll take it.
I like the Sitch and Gay Bait show.
Gay,
These are good names.
Gay Bait show.
Yeah, you're Gay Bait. Whalers for $10 says it's all about pushing boundaries. Straight cis people attracted to straight cis people already is the norm, and gender progressives want to change that norm. But they have to coerce you.
Yeah.
So be it.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I don't know. It's weird. The boundary thing.
Baba for $5 says the meme that rightists oppose leftists because they're afraid of the world leaving them behind triggers the fuck out of me. It's unbelievably ignorant.
Me too. Yeah. That one really gets under my skin.
Automata for $5 says, wait. So these people are obviously terrified, yet smug, hiding, yet sticking their tongues out at people. Yeah, it's completely contradictory. It's all completely contradictory. Makes no sense.
Yep. No sense at all.
The Sitch and Son of Tim Pool show. How about that?
Perfect. Oh, my bro Eddie's Last Stand was scouring the internet to try to find a picture of Sitch's penis inspector. And luckily, on a forum,
We found it.
On a distant forum, we found it.
I don't know if I want to see this.
It's time for your penis inspection. Sitch, step right up.
Yeah, I don't see anything. So
What?
I don't see anything. Oh, there it is.
Is there like the 20-second
There.
delay? Here you go. Here's your penis inspector. Are you ready?
Oh, that's
you
awful.
Lied to us.
That's
If
awful.
You told us she was hot. This is not. She is not hot. Okay.
I said she had a low cut top hat.
Yeah. Well, that part you were not lying about.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
You're
I
terrible.
have to give credit to that. Credit where credit's due. Fazimo for $10 says Thought Slime did a video on Nick Fuentes. Same argument with Super Straight. Fascists hide their true beliefs behind irony. I don't think it's correct to conceptualize white nationalists as fascists. I'm not sure that's. I'm sure there's overlap, but I don't think they're the same thing. I don't know why the leftists always do this, but. Nick reviewed the video and debunked the quote that Sitch uses to call Nick a white nationalist.
Really? Sitch.
Oh God!
You're throwing Fuentes under the bus, and he's not even a white nationalist.
Yeah, of course, of course.
What
if
is
you don't
the
believe
quote?
Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist, I've got a bridge to sell you. So
I thought he was a Catboy aficionado.
you can be both. I think there's strong overlap between the Catboy aficionado and white nationalist. So
No, come on.
yeah. You disagree?
I don't know. I don't know any white nationalists. So
the clip in question is Nick Fuentes being interviewed alongside Richard Spencer by fucking JF. So we got the white nationalists powwow here.
Wow.
And JF asks Nick Fuentes why he doesn't associate or identify with the term white nationalist. And Nick Fuentes he says, well, he thinks it's redundant because to be a nationalist in America is a white nationalist, which is, first of all, that's completely not true and insane. And then secondly, he says, well, the reason he doesn't identify as white nationalist is because the term has such negative connotations behind it. So
well, I'm curious what the debunk was, what he said, but I'm not that curious, to be honest.
I'm not that curious. Nick is a look, I hate to break this to you guys. Okay. Nick is a fucking liar and a weasel. I joke about Adam being a weasel. Nick is an actual weasel. Nick is a super dishonest person. So
you don't
I don't know what to tell people.
You're just
who argue with
disappointed
me.
that he destroyed you in that Trump debate. I think you're harboring.
Why are you completely
No, I'm just
lying to our audience about what happened.
Around.
Yes. I was destroying those two guys so hard. Nick Fuentes had to come on to defend them. And then he got fucking destroyed.
I'm joking. We were in a debate. It was like a 5-way debate, and it was obvious Sitch was the only one that read anything on the topic. Like, I shut up. I barely said anything. Every time they opened their mouth, it was like obvious. They were like, "What? No, that's wrong." Like they were contradicting each other and trying to get each other.
You know
up
what?
to
You remember what
speed
that
in real time.
This is how you know that PSA Sitch is an enlightened.
It was on the
centrist.
Mueller report or something. I can't.
No.
What was it on?
It was on Flynn.
Yes, the Flynn thing. Yeah, you had read every single thing. You were like, no. You had the timeline. You were laying out the timeline for him.
Yep. And well, I guess it was on the Mueller report too, but the part was arguing with Nick was about Flynn.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying. I debated Nick Fuentes and 4 other people publicly about Flynn being a horrible traitor. And then, even though I publicly had a very strong opinion on this, when I received one piece of new information, I changed my opinion on the spot.
Yeah.
And said I was wrong about General Flynn.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
That's when you cash in the free will bucks, boys.
New information will change your mind.
And that was the thing. All one of them had to do was actually know the facts, and they could have changed my opinion in that debate. But none of them actually knew the facts.
Why? No one wants to read this shit.
I know.
Come on. That's why we have you.
I just remember America First, and this it was annoying because when I had that debate with Nick Fuentes, this was before I knew anything about him. I didn't know anything about him.
It wasn't a setup debate with Nick Fuentes either. Like,
no, it was a debate
he flew him in last minute because they were losing so bad.
I forget who was the guy who was actually debating.
I can't even remember. I don't remember
what his name was, but some other. But he was also like a white nationalist.
I think. I think Sinatra says was on there, but I don't think
he was. But that wasn't.
Yeah,
it was a white nationalist because it was someone who was he was at the "We Will Not Replace You" rally.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Because in the beginning, I remember he was talking about how he was getting sued by the ACLU. He was one of the organizers of the fucking Unite the Right rally. Who was that?
I don't remember any of this. Yeah.
So it was one of the organizers of the Unite the Right
I do remember rally. Sinatra Says because I had interacted with him before, but Sinatra Says just really basically didn't say anything other than just Trump 2020.
Yeah, he came in and he said some Trump 2020 and then left. He didn't really add anything to the conversation.
Sure. Yeah.
But, yeah, I forget who it was.
I forget too. I don't know the guy's name. There was 2 of them though. There was 2 guys.
There was 2, but it was like his co-host or something.
Yeah.
Like they were on like a podcast together.
Yeah.
Unite the Right rally. If I look at a list of organizers, I could probably figure out what the guy's name. I keep wanting to say Baked Alaska, but it wasn't him.
Yeah, no.
That was the guy that Sargon argued with, and I made that funny video about.
Yeah.
But I feel like he was in Baked Alaska's circle.
What happened to Baked Alaska? I thought like some
drama
went down with him too. And then
nobody in the chat remembers who is this guy.
And then he.
It was Mike Enoch. Thank you, Dr. Zayas.
There you go.
It was Mike Enoch. That is who it was. Yes, it was Mike Enoch.
Wasn't he married to a Jewish woman?
Was that him?
I think
One
he
of
was.
them. Yeah. Right.
And they gave him a hard time about being married to a Jewish woman or something.
So there you go. Nick Fuentes. His boys, Mike Enoch and this other white nationalist, were getting so destroyed that Nick Fuentes had to come in and try to rescue them.
Yeah.
But no, he has no white nationalist tendencies whatsoever. It's all look, guys, it's all just memes, okay? It's all just memes, right?
Well, Richard Spencer pretty much had the same attitude, but he was pretty forcefully revealed in that one like freak out.
Well, no, I disagree. Richard Spencer was always open with the fact that he was a white nationalist. He was always just trying to make it like, oh, I guess you're
right.
Nice white nationalist.
I guess you're right. Yeah. God, he did that one video with, who was it? Wilt Chamberlain, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, that interview? Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He looked so bad. No, it was Charles Barkley. Who's Charles Barkley's become like a huge voice. Charles Barkley is like a huge anti-woke voice now, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Charles Barkley's the basketball player. Yeah, Richard Spencer's a Biden voter, by the way.
I know, he always said that.
Who knows?
He's an accelerationist, so I'm not sure that counts.
I know.
I'm not sure that counts.
God.
Yeah, you're right. It was Charles Barkley. Yep. That was a crazy interview.
I knew it.
Anyways, where were we?
Yeah, what's going on? Come on,
we got sidetracked. Zara Richards for $5 says, Sitch, oh God. Sitch Nissan, you're my stepbrother. This is indecent.
What? Is this like super chat porn with your sister?
There you go.
Something?
There you go.
Holy cow.
Look, Zara got stuck in the staircase somehow, and I'm just trying to pull them out. You had to get the oil so they could get lubed to get pulled out because they were stuck. Adam is just silent.
Well, no, I'm yeah, when you guys are joking around about incest, I'm the romantic here, okay? I'm talking about falling in love. You guys are talking about banging your sisters, okay?
There you go. Look, Adam, CT drew the boobs picture you wanted.
I saw that. I almost brought it up.
You should bring it up.
It's just a roughed out version, though.
Just roughed out, yeah.
I don't know. They could be a little bit bigger, though.
I would be behind the Adam Think Mark Sitch Chan meme if instead of Sitch it was Sitch Chan, female Sitch Chan with the boobs so big that Adam's face is in the
They're almost
just because I know that would make Adam incredibly uncomfortable.
Here you go.
There you go.
Here it is. It's just a rough sketch, guys.
There you go.
We're still working out the details.
I'm just kidding, CT. Don't waste your time doing it.
If Sitch had boobs like that, he'd never leave the house.
It's true. That's very true.
He'd be just all day long.
I mean, would you?
Fondling his own. Yeah, I would get a breast reduction. And
What?
Get back to work.
Oh my God. That's not true. Adam would just get high all the time and touch his boobs. He's just lying to you.
These streams get so weird. It's like the after dark section of the stream.
It's the best part. I don't know what you're
Thank
talking
God Nathan never clips any of these out. He's like, oh, phew.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, been listening to Why Gender Matters, and I love it for the most part, but some of the arguments he makes in the video game sections are pretty boomer.
Yeah.
For another $5, Squeeze Louise says, he makes the argument at one point that a father might not know how to comfort his son because he's played too many video games. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of boomer.
Yeah.
But true.
Yes. He wants you to have more morally unambiguous video games. I did not agree with that part.
I don't agree with that. Yeah.
As the guy who killed all the hobos on our D&D
campaign. I mean, look, there are some good morally ambiguous video games out there. So
yeah,
they're already out there, but they'll never be the norm. I know CT. CT says it's a good thing to say to get me to do it. I know CT. That's why I said I'm joking. Don't actually do it.
The CT shared a thing that Baked Alaska was arrested in the Capitol riot. He was there.
Oh my
live streaming.
God, that's hilarious.
FBI Special
funny.
Agent Nicole Miller said in an affidavit filed. Yeah. Wow.
That's funny. Apparently, Shoe on Head was featured in an NBC News segment
Oh, really?
about how social media is fueling the political divide. They took some, I think they took a picture of her tweets or YouTube videos or something. That's pretty funny.
Her stuff is hilarious.
Yep.
Hilarious comedy.
Samurai Flack for $5 says, Adam, read Pat Buchanan's book. Oh, that's the one. You read that one, yeah.
I did, yeah.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, hey Dev, what do you think of Bill C-10 in Canada? Sorry. Is his opinion on that not like public? He's not talked about that at all? Kind of surprised.
Oh my God, they're going after Shoe.
Did you find the clip?
Well, I'm just reading the tweet. Someone says, I was on the left until I watched Shoe on Head, and now I hate minorities. NBC News.
They actually say that? Jeez.
They pretty much, that's the summary of it. Oh,
no, I know. I'm saying it's NBC said. Like, Shoe's like basically socialist nowadays, so I'm not sure.
I know. It's fucking crazy that if they're gonna Jordan Peterson her. That's insane. Not like that. She's like openly, I'm funny, I'm a comedian. I mean, she's hilarious.
I don't know. I just sort of like scrubbed through the thing and I didn't see the thing come up about her.
Okay.
Oh wait, there it is. Wait a minute. Let me back up a second, guys. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Let me turn the sound on. See if we should play this.
Okay, you do that, and I will read a super chat really quick as you're doing that, so we don't have dead air. See, I'm a boomer. I'm from the days of radio where I'm here to keep you entertained every single moment. Like, we don't want a bunch of dead air when you guys don't know what to do, what to think.
Well, that's why I have
What's
you, Adam.
going on? Is the
That's why I have you.
show over now, or
That's
they
why I have
stopping?
you. That's why I have you.
What was the answer? What happened?
It's a clip of her saying, someone linked me. It's really weird. I guess I had to see what the whole context is. It's a clip of her saying, someone linked to me Conservapedia, and I looked in and saw a bunch of weird, crazy conservative stuff.
Oh, that's not too bad. I mean,
so yeah. So I'm not sure. I had to see what the full context is, but of why they're even using this clip of her in the first place. But it's weird. Very strange, very strange. But look, there she is. She's on NBC News.
They want to establish a narrative.
Say Brave. Cy Brave for $2 says, I don't want physical contact with thought slime. Am I a bad?
Yeah.
No.
You're technically a bigot.
I think you're okay. Well, you're not doing it because of any sort of his class. You're doing it because you think he's disgusting as a human being.
Yeah.
As an individual.
That's your preference.
Yes. Chris Jones for $5 says, Sitch, Janet Reno was threatening and undertaking discrimination lawsuits against lenders that didn't lend to enough minorities. For another $5, he says, last time you talked about it, didn't seem like you made it far into Soul's book. Both Bush and Mins were at fault too. Just read it. I did read it. I read the whole thing. I'll be honest, I don't remember it super well. Now that it's been some months back, but.
And you were triggered the whole time.
I was, well, no, because I told you, at first I thought it was good, and then it became all about how it's not the bank's fault. It's just the government's fault.
Halfway through, you got triggered.
But see, this isn't the point, Chris. Chris is saying, well, see, it was Bush and Min's fault too. That's irrelevant. I'm not blaming Republicans or Democrats. I'm saying that he was wrong and that he was abdicating the responsibility of the private banks. Because that's what Soul is very, seemingly, at least from that book and from some of the other things, he's very biased against all government action. So that seemed to be coloring his entire judgment of the situation.
Coloring, huh? Interesting choice of words.
There you go. I'm actually super racist. You caught me. You caught me. But again, Chris, that doesn't address the point that I posed to Adam, which is that if the banks were concerned, if banks were being forced to use risky loans to minorities and to poor people by the government, they wouldn't then turn around and use those loans as repo collateral. The whole point of repo collateral is it was an asset they thought would never fail.
That's a pretty devastating argument.
So that's why I'm saying that
the argument that I usually hear made by the people who are the banks did it they would say that they like immediately bundled the loans and then sold them off to Fannie and Freddie. That's what they usually say. Not that
there was some of that going on, but that's not even true for a lot of it.
Yeah, because they did turn them into these assets.
Because look, think about it this way.
Goes into that.
Right, but think about it this way. If the only problem was banks bundling bad loans and signing them off to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, then the banks would have failed.
Would be stuck with the money. Yeah, exactly.
The Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac would have failed, but all the banks would have been fine.
Yes,
but that's not what was happening at all.
That's not what happened at all. Yeah.
Right.
The banks definitely had created these as like a separate asset class that they were using to do all sorts of investment. Blythe talks about the problem is when the margin call comes, you have to sell assets that are really worth something.
Yes.
And then there's this feeding frenzy for everybody to sell assets that are worth something. And then that drives those asset prices down.
Right. And then but the problem was, as he says, no one wants to buy. Everyone wants to sell. And then you have the collapse.
Yeah. Yeah. More sellers than buyers. That's the problem. Yeah. Spiral down.
Wolf Spain for $10 says, watching Jocko's podcast about the Armenian genocide made me realize how surgical Germany was. The Ottomans were worse, in my opinion, as they encouraged civilians to join in their crusade like gangsters would. Yeah, it's true. The Germans, that was always what was crazy about the Holocaust and the Nazis, was how bizarrely precise a lot of stuff was. Yes. Unlike a lot of other genocides and stuff, which are more like mob-ish.
Yeah.
But supposedly, I've been told by Mark Blythe that that's a function of German culture, is this sort of precision. So, I don't know. Wolf Spain for $2 says, also, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go. There you go.
God, you're such a little narcissist. Oh, my God.
Well, according to Scott Adams, narcissism doesn't exist, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, my God. I can't believe you still listen to that fool.
He took it back today, actually. He admitted he was wrong.
Who doesn't believe in narcissism?
Scott Adams admitted today, finally admitted that he was completely wrong about narcissism.
I'm trying to get the podcast app to realize that I don't want to see Scott Adams' face on my goddamn phone.
You hear that? Adam's very triggered by this. He's very upset by
He's dead to me now.
That's fair.
Scott
That's
Adams.
fair. That's totally fair.
He's a bigot.
You want to hear who's interesting?
He's everything that he's like. Oh, I'm left of Bernie. Bull fucking shit.
Well,
dude.
no, you want to. Here's some good ammunition that you would like against him. Okay. When Tucker Carlson came out with his really stupid vaccine take. Okay. I was super curious because I knew that Scott Adams would talk about this, because Scott Adams would completely disagree with this and he would call this an example of loser think. But would he? Because a large amount of his audience are very big Tucker Carlson fans.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
They fucking worship Tucker Carlson.
So what Scott did, I guess, was actually genius, but cowardly, which is that before he broached
That's his signature move. Genius, but cowardly.
That's a good point. So he did this thing where before he broached the subject about Tucker Carlson engaging in loser think, he sort of asked his audience about who he thought would be more wrong on talent stack questions about COVID questions, him or Tucker Carlson. And when he saw that his audience was more in favor of believing Tucker over him, he just stopped talking about the subject.
My God, he's so fucking
So he threw it out before he went deep into it. He asked his audience.
This is the worst, dude. What the fuck?
Yep.
He's so desperate to maintain his audience. That's sad. That is.
Well, it's weird because sometimes he goes hard in the topics that he knows his audience will hate, but that one he did not.
He's like third rail here.
Yep.
He's like, I'm living off Tucker's fumes.
Very interesting. So.
His I haven't checked his numbers, but his audience has to be half of what it was when he was listening to Trump. So many people I talk to say, you know, oh God, he was way better when Trump was president.
Well, that's because they wanted, you know, they liked that he was the Trump whisperer, right?
Yeah, no. I was fascinated in the idea of whether or not he was right, but I'm convinced he was incorrect. I'm convinced that everything was just a mirage because, you know, Trump sat him down in the Oval Office and said nice things about him. Of course, Trump is a master strategist. It's like, of course.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's a binary. I don't think it's a yes or no question.
Oh, obviously, Trump got some things wrong. I think the binary is these.
No, I don't mean in terms of Trump getting things wrong. I mean in terms of whether Scott Adams was right about Trump being the 10-dimensional underwater chess master, big brain orator.
You don't think that's binary? That's totally binary.
I don't think that's binary. I think most people would admit, even his supporters would admit, Donald Trump is a born and bred narcissist. Okay.
Yeah.
And that if you are someone who's a born and bred narcissist, you learn to manipulate people and say things people want to hear very well throughout your life. And I think Donald Trump did have very good natural persuasion skills.
I agree.
The only thing I disagree with Scott Adams is that Scott seemed to think this was like some sort of like conscious honed skill that Trump had been working on the way that Scott Adams had been working on. And I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I agree. That's where I think he was completely incorrect. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The binary is whether it's strategic thinking or whether it's instinct. And I think we discovered pretty much it was instinct all along. Yeah.
Right.
So therefore all the arguments that he made were completely fictitious. Like he never came out and said Trump's instincts were very good today. Like no, he made the Trump is thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone.
No, that's definitely fair. That's definitely fair. That's a fair criticism. I mean, till to this day, he's still going on about how the bleach thing was fake. I don't even.
The bleach thing?
The injected bleach thing.
Right.
Even after Trump, when posed to defend this, just said he was joking. Like that was Trump's big defense.
He even said in the debate I was being sarcastic.
Yes, yeah. He
which
said
adds to the thesis that it's just instinct.
Yes, I know.
This is what people want to hear. People want to hear I was joking. I didn't even mean it. Yeah.
So funny. Anyways.
Is that it? Are we done?
No, we're not even close to done. Simon O'Leary for 10 New Zealand dollars says, Stan, yeah, you don't even know about Christianity. Cartman, I know enough to exploit it. Just get that $10 ready, Kyle. Ta-ta. Leftist equals Cartman. True.
Yeah, that's me.
I know enough to exploit it. Bob for $5 says FDR may not have known they were going to attack Pearl Harbor, but he knew the Japanese were going to attack, and he deliberately provoked them. Interesting. I mean, I guess I assume that FDR the U.S. was provoking them with the oil embargo and stuff too. So. Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand dollars says, have you listened to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History? Would recommend it if you haven't. I tried to listen to one and it wasn't structured enough. I was too distracted, but a lot of people recommend Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. So I'll give it another try.
Yeah, I've tried it once and failed. So
yeah.
But maybe I'm just not super history. Now I'm Warhammer
I was
40K, dude. I have a couple of killer books to read.
I was looking, and maybe it was because I don't know if he's on YouTube or Spotify or something. It's different. Because on YouTube it was like this. It was like some massive 8-hour stream or something. I was like, what? And then I started to listen to it, and it didn't feel like it was I don't know, when I'm hearing someone talk about history, I'm assuming it's gonna be let me talk about this one thing, and then we're going to kind of go into this direction. And it just seemed like it was kind of too all over the place for me to concentrate on. So that could have just been the one I clicked on. So if there's a specific hardcore history you think I'd like, just tweet it at us and I'll check it out.
Yeah, include me too. I'll check it out. I
John
listen to
Smith.
tons of stuff while I'm working on the comics. So
Yes.
keep them coming.
John Smith for $1.99 says, friend Mary Kick or F Mary Kick.
Mm-hmm.
Donkey Kong, Waluigi, Luigi.
Mm-hmm. What?
Adam. Fuck Mary Kick.
Mm-hmm.
Donkey Kong, Waluigi, Luigi.
You can't win these.
Yeah, you can.
They pick people. I'll kill them all. Come on.
Wow. Look
Mass
at Adam.
genocide. All these
Look
guys
at Adam.
are out
Okay,
here.
let me tell you. Obviously, you marry Luigi. Okay, Luigi is a sweetheart. Okay, he's got the soul, a kind and generous soul. Obviously,
You
you
sound
marry
like you've
Luigi.
seen the movies or something.
There's no movies. What movies?
This is just from the game, the little squeaky shoe guy. Squeaky.
Squeaky shoe. You marry Luigi.
Mm-hmm. Those squeaky shoes are gonna bug
Now
the
here's
shit
the
out of
question: do you fuck Waluigi or Donkey Kong? That's the real
You
question.
can't fuck the ape. That's
I think Adam
weird.
might be right. I don't think he can fuck the ape.
Yeah. That's bestiality.
That's true.
There's some lines you don't cross. Sitch.
That's true. So I guess you have to kill Donkey Kong and fuck Waluigi. So there you go.
Bestiality is like the state lines of sexual intercourse. You just don't do it.
You just don't do it. There you go. Grassroots Dictator for $5 says it's. Oh, I read that one. Sir Java King for $5 says James Lindsay has the ego of Eric Weinstein, the word salad of Vosh, and the humor of Dave Rubin. S class is best class by the BB. There you go. S class is the best class. Though I'd have to admit, I don't think that's fair. I don't think you're being fair to James. I don't think James engages in word salad.
James Lindsay?
Yeah, I
No.
agree. Well, I mean, he does because he uses all these like really obnoxious technical terms, but he's using their word salad for a reason to show that he knows what they're talking about.
The anti-woke people are like the coalition, the Coolette crowd is so after Lindsay. It's hilarious.
They are.
Yeah.
But this is my problem. James Lindsay opens himself up for this stuff needlessly.
Yeah.
He needs to be.
It's not needlessly. It's for fun.
I know, but that's what I mean. I really wish he had. I know so many people. You're like, oh, I wish they didn't have Twitter accounts.
They.
I know it's sad. James. Well, I don't know though. Recently, he's been saying some like progressively crazier shit that I'm like, James, what are you doing? But I don't know.
They've been dropping the Andy Kaufman name around him, like they suspect.
That's performance art.
Yeah, performance art.
I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember what it was. The last video I listened to it was bleeding over into his videos, which it usually never did before then.
He talked about that crazy Mencius Molebug guy. He's evidently been in contact with Mencius Molebug.
That's not surprising, but
yeah. He disagrees with him in all the places that I disagree with Molebug, which was made me think, I'm like, well, Lindsay's definitely smart about that.
Well, no, because Lindsay's very anti-reactionary, right-wing reactionary.
Totally. Yeah, no, he believes
yeah.
we're saving institutions. He's like, the institutions are being destroyed. We have to say he's a Cassandra about the institutions.
Yeah.
He's like, we're going to lose all of academia.
Well, it's not that. He understands that you can't just say, well, I'm going to be TradCon now. Like he understands that just like the path to like going backwards to just a different type of destruction.
It doesn't match up with the reality. Like they all have the idea. They don't believe in rule 1 of selectorate theory. No man rules alone. They seem to think you can put some leader in charge that's going to fix things. No. No man rules alone. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I have a mixed feelings about James. I still have mixed feelings about James. He's a complicated man. Okay, let's say that.
We did a talk with him. We
did.
We could try to talk with him again. He seems open to talk to anyone.
We did.
So I mean, and you said something about you actually want to. I mean, we could grill him about the performance art stuff. We could
I don't
just
want to grill him
go
about the
into
performance
it.
art stuff at all.
No,
I
I
don't think
want to
that'd
go
be.
in and say, listen, I'm your biggest fan. I love.
I don't think that'd be even
performance.
remotely productive conversation. At
I
all.
kind of. It's funny that I inadvertently kind of snuck attack him on the first question when we talked to him about anti-theism. I felt like I overstepped, which I try not to do on the first question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember because it came up. Oh yeah, because that was Vosh was responding to his critical. So Vosh's video is responding to James Lindsay's critical race theory for PragerU video.
Oh yeah, totally. And
Which I thought was good. I thought that was a good video. So.
Oh, his PragerU video? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Vosh doesn't know anything. It's so.
No.
I mean, I think he's like 20. I didn't know anything when I was 27. So I mean, I don't.
That's fair.
I don't fault him. He's out there. He's he's trying to be big man on campus.
So when I use the word reactionary, I mean it not in the terms of the buzzword that the leftists use it. I mean in the terms of how reactionaries who describe themselves as reactionaries use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How they
Right,
talk
but-
and think. I listen
sure.
to their videos. I'm hip.
I
know
understand
what's
that, but
going
some
on.
people in chat are confused because, as you said earlier, the reactionary term is thrown around so much.
Right. They mean racist when they say reactionary. Like I don't.
Most people in the chat have probably never interacted with someone who says I self-identify as a reactionary.
Totally.
Which is where the confusion comes from. So.
And not only that, I don't hear them fucking talk about race at all.
Yeah,
they're not
they don't
talking
care.
about race.
Reactionaries don't care about race. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
They're talking about like morality and structure of society
Right,
and degeneracy and all kinds of shit, but not race. I don't think they give if
they
you're
don't care.
black and reactionary, come on,
That's
come
right.
aboard.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, just here for my fix of free will. Also, S class is best class. Well, thank you, Trash Panda. Here's your 5 free units of free will.
Amazing.
Nick Fuentes describes himself as a reactionary. That's funny. There you go. He's fake appropriating the reactionary label. Shame on him. Shame on him.
Michael Powell says, book recommendations, Talking to Strangers by Malcolm Gladwell. I've read pretty much all of Malcolm Gladwell's books until Malcolm Gladwell started reading his own books. And I stopped because his performance is so condescending and fucking, I just cannot take
That's
it.
funny. That's
Like
funny.
it's just, it's bad. Malcolm Gladwell is like the narrative equivalent of Rachel Maddow, and I just can't stand it. I can't do it, which sucks because I love Malcolm Gladwell's book. I'm sure I would enjoy it, but what do I do, Sitch? How do I fix that problem?
You had to read it, I guess, like a person.
No, I can't do it.
I know. How about this? I'll read it. I'll record myself reading it.
Do it. Oh my God. My wife reads to me all the time. How
adorable.
Who's simping who here?
That's right.
What are you talking about?
There you go. That's so cute. We know who the real mommy is. Fire Everything for $5 says the ending of the Mass Effect trilogy is the worst ending ever. Yes, I've heard that from many people. I've never played Mass Effect, so that's part of why I never played Mass Effect. But yeah. Logan William for $5 says, hey Dev, do you know why Kraut hates Sargon so much?
We want to know.
I thought because he felt Sargon should have protected him or something, defended him during the Discord server drama.
Yeah, I don't know much about it. So, and even if I did, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying because you don't want to get involved in other people's.
True.
I'm curious. Like, obviously, I'm all for, and I think Sargon in general is all for burying the hatchet. So,
yes,
with anyone, just as a general rule.
Yeah, no, Sargon seems very smart. He doesn't want to make enemies.
Yeah.
He's very welcome to be friends. It seems like from my interactions with him, Sargon is very welcome to be friends with most people.
Yeah.
Very welcome to be friends with most people. So.
Yeah, but I mean, Kraut has like attacked me for no reason I'm like, what did I do? What the fuck did I do to you? I don't understand that. Like,
I think
Jeff
it was because you were defending no BS, if I recall correctly.
Really?
In that stream. I thought it was kind of. I thought it was tied to that.
No, I'm talking just unrelated to that, like months later attacking.
Yeah, but I think it's like once he gets that opinion of you, it just like clouds everything.
Okay. Well, that's fine. The Jeff Holiday would attack me for no reason too.
Right.
Why? What's going on?
I don't know.
What did I do? Yeah.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez with Toronto for $5. Thank you, Hummer. Says, listening to you guys while driving to Mexico. My Lord Adam, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go. My Lord.
You sound so disheartened. It's like, come on.
That's what sells it. That's why people send it, because they want to hear me sound so disheartened.
I hope so. They want it's like
see, even when they say A-Team reigns supreme, I make it about me.
This is like
classic narcissistic move.
Is rejection porn a thing? Because I feel like we're drifting into the rejection porn. It's like,
what would rejection porn be?
I really want to see someone rejected. Like, you get the nerve to walk up and ask them out, and they're like, "Get the fuck out of my face!"
It's like cuck porn without the sex. Yeah, that's very bizarre.
How dare you? How dare you say A-Team is? How dare you say A-Team has the best memes?
How dare you?
You've rejected me.
How dare you?
Oh, well, there it is.
You're channeling the god of social justice detective.
You have to let us know. Is it better if Sitch is forced to deliver a performance that's respectful of A-Team, or is this really what you want?
Well, here's the thing. No one can actually force me to do anything. So.
Well, that's true.
Good luck with that.
That's true.
Gus of the Dorks for $10 says S-Class was best class till Adam started reading 40K. Wow, you're really pulling them in with this 40K. I got, man, God, maybe I'm gonna have to do this just to catch back up.
You have not read 40K?
I have not read anything 40K.
Oh my God! Finally, something I can read that Sitch hasn't read.
I'm not familiar with Warhammer stuff at all.
We are technically banning Warhammer 40K books, videos, games from the S-Class. We claim We claim Warhammer.
We do know S-Class. There's no such thing.
The A-Team. I have receipts. I've already purchased 2 books.
No. S-Class does not ban any Warhammer stuff whatsoever. Okay.
The A-Team claims
it. Sitch. See, this is the real thing. He just wants me to read it. Sitch, will you rise to the occasion by giving yourself to the primordial truth? A world of suffering awaits your flesh. The dark gods demand. Isn't 40 Warhammer stuff like super pessimistic and like awful because like the whole universe is fucked?
Let's just say I understand why the reactionaries are big into 40K. It's basically... Well, I've only read a tiny little bit, but it's building what seems to be like a reactionary's wet dream world. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of the purge memes. There's a lot of 40K purge memes. So,
yeah, I can see. And the distributor just loves like 40K, and they always talk. It's funny, I've listened to some of his streams, and they talk reactionary stuff and how society's falling apart, and then they start talking Warhammer 40K and stuff like that. It's just like they just become kids all over again. It's so great. It's great. It's like, why would you hold on a second? I'm confused. The world is going to shit, but thank God we have Warhammer 40K. Woo!
Gemini for $5 says, "Don't make Adam a furry. I don't want to fall down that rabbit/weasel hole."
I joke around with some of the Comicsgate guys about the furry stuff. I don't know who in Comicsgate is going to be the first one to do a furry book, but I have a feeling it's going to be like a 7-figure book.
Oh, you better believe it.
Furries evidently have very deep pockets.
You know who the answer to that question is, Adam?
Us.
I
know. I don't know if that's a plus or a negative though.
It's whatever we want it to be. We make our own rules, okay?
Well, we could have a furry storyline in book 2 pretty easily.
We could have a furry side book. That should have been a stretch goal.
Oh yeah.
The Adventures of Furry Sitch and Furry Adam. With copious amounts of feet shots.
Oh my God. I wasn't thinking we would be the furries.
That's true. It would probably be better if
Yeah.
it wasn't us.
Yeah, come on.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says Social Justice Detective 2, please. Also, High Rags. Henlo Melon for $5 says, I just got off work. Did I miss the response video? I think you did, Henlo.
Yeah.
I think you did. Speaking of
did at
furries,
record time.
I forgot Henlo's avatar is gay furry.
Oh, good.
Henlo for now $2 says, damn. Sorry. Gaming Ranger for $4.99 says, Sitch, you misunderstood what I said. Banks were forced to give out subprime loans under new laws. They are not forced to bundle said loans into CDOs.
Right.
I'm hyper skeptical of this Gaming Ranger. I know that there was certain law. I do remember that there were certain laws about.
Is he saying they were forced to bundle?
No, he was saying that they were just forced to give out the subprime loans, not
Right.
that they were forced to bundle them together.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do remember that there was some requirements for banks to try to, help impoverished communities or something. But when we're talking about the sheer volume of subprime loans that were generated, I do not believe for a second that those were mandated by law. Now, if you have some evidence to the contrary, just tweet it to me and I'll look at it. If you have something that talks about this. But I'm super skeptical that the sheer volume of subprime loans generated by the banks was because of any legal requirement. Dr. Cataclysm for $5 says, the reason why Dev is getting his plaque first is because he actually makes content. Oh.
Yeah, that's a shiv right there.
Oh, he just kicked me right in the nuts there. Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Dev's even demonetized, I think.
Not Gay Ben for $1.99 says, missed your fuck, marry, kill last week. That's right. We asked Not Gay Ben a fuck, marry, kill question. His option, you know what Not Gay Ben says?
What?
He chooses death.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
There you go.
So we have the verdict then.
Yeah, the verdict.
It's true. Not Gay Ben is
Not Gay Ben. Still not gay.
Literally not gay.
Give me not gay or give me death.
Yeah.
That was Not Gay Ben's final words. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Bob for $5 says, Frank Luntz was a paid lobbyist for Purdue Pharma. Actively promoted OxyContin in the middle of the opioid epidemic. Guy's a corporate lizard person. True. Very true. Very true. Bob for another $5 says, Sitch, you're projecting your liberalism again. Here's a question. When you say that, do you mean American liberal / on the left, or do you mean liberalism in the classical actual definition? Because Tucker is 100% in favor of liberalism. Tucker is against him because Luntz is a Republican establishment figure. I'm sorry. Adam, am I hallucinating? Is that not what I literally said in the beginning of the stream at some point?
Mm-hmm.
Did I not say that my theory was that Tucker was against Luntz because he represents the Republican establishment? I could have swore to God I said that very thing, Bob.
No, you're just copying the super chat.
I could have swore I said that very same
Bob,
thing.
it was your idea.
Okay.
Don't let him get away with this.
Okay. Maybe I'm just stealing your idea and misplacing it in time in my brain.
Wouldn't it be
Bob
great
says,
if we
Tucker,
were like recording this or something and you could go back and
I know. Bob says Tucker is promoting populism. Yes. I could have swore I said that. Maybe this was before Bob started watching.
Tucker
could
is
have
a populist, yeah.
I said that. I thought Tucker's contention with Frank was probably, at least in part, due to Tucker promoting populism and Frank being an establishment goon for the last 30 years. So, and again, I don't like Frank Luntz. I think he's a terrible person, but it doesn't mean that you should lie to your audience about how and why he's a terrible person.
Yeah.
Though it was funny, Tucker had a clip of something that makes you think Frank Luntz is even more of a weirdo than I actually thought he was. Do you know that Frank Luntz has an actual physical replica of the Oval Office and the Lincoln bedroom in one of his houses.
Wow.
Is that not insane?
How do you not like this guy?
That is an insane thing to do. I don't know what do you
That is
mean?
player.
That
What
is
are you
insane,
talking
Adam. That
about?
is not player. That's fucking insane. Who does that? Why would you do that? How is that player? How do you
For
think that's a
fun.
good thing?
That's amazing.
For fun, I'm gonna pretend to be the fucking president. That's pathetic. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. You might want to shoot a short someday.
That to me, that's like the height of patheticness.
You
I
already have
want
the
an
set.
Oval Office in my house. I can pretend I'm the president. I'm making I'm the decider. I don't know. That seems insane to me.
Is
That seems
Frank
insane to me.
Luntz like a single guy? Maybe it's like, oh man,
I don't know.
inviting women to the Oval Office sometimes. Like, and to have the oh, you like the Oval Office? I also have the Lincoln bedroom.
Well, they're
Do
literally.
you know
attached to
what
each
took
other.
place in the Lincoln bedroom?
They're actually attached to each other, and like when you look at it, like it's
Do you-
one
do
giant
you
room.
know
One
what-
half of it is the
do
Lincoln
you
bedroom,
know-
the other half's the Oval Office.
Do you know what took place in the Lincoln bedroom? Do you know, Sitch? Do you know?
So here's a 2014 article. Uh-oh.
About the Lincoln bedroom?
2014 article called "The Agony of Frank Luntz" by The Atlantic. Okay. It says he's never been married. So there you go. There's the answer to your question. Luntz lives alone, never married. You know, that makes sense. Because let's be real, Adam. I know you were joking about the Lincoln bedroom thing.
No, I
If you
wasn't.
start building the Oval Office replica in your house, almost every woman I can imagine would be like, no. Every wife you'd ever be married to is like, I'm not on board with the Oval Office being rebuilt in our house.
Well,
I don't
maybe
know.
not.
That seems a little weird, Frank.
Maybe not the wife. The wife would be like, what?
Yeah, I don't think the wife would be on board with that. Now, this was from 2014, so I don't know if he's since been married then, but who knows? Who knows? Poor Frank. Poor Frank. Kevin Toy for $5 says, Adam, read Carnage and Culture by Victor Davis Hanson as a counterpoint to Guns, Germs, and Steel.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
It's called counterculture?
Called Carnage and Culture.
Carnage and Culture. I'll look it up.
Interesting. Yeah, you read that and let me know. He lives with Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, he has multiple houses. Kevin.
I remember that.
Frank Luntz. Yeah, he's a rich guy. He has multiple places. Michael Powell for $5 says, "What's a political lesbian? Is it someone that only wants to date someone that has the same political beliefs?" I don't know if that's what it is, but I'm gonna pretend that's what it is from now on because I like that.
And Thought Slime is one.
Gavin McCland. Oh, he actually wrote out the pronunciation for me. McClelland. Thank you. Gavin McClelland for $10 says, always love the show. I'll take my free will now, please. S-Class is the best class. Of course. Thank you, Gavin. And of course, you get your 10 free units of free will.
Absolutely free.
Gemini Semi for $2 says, I love you, Adam. Keep stomping on my feelings.
So bad.
Joey Not Nice for $5 says, just jump back on. Did I miss the follow-up conversation about the housing crash? Oh, you probably did, Joey. You probably did.
Yeah, you did.
Sitch, also, I think you should make that video or any video, I guess. I'm working on it.
3 videos in the process.
Okay. One of them, everyone's going to like.
Okay.
One of them, some people are not going to like. And one of them, everyone's going to hate, right? It's the perfect centrist.
Oh, yeah. You should drop those
Trifecta.
all in the same day.
Maybe
those
you're
videos
right.
Go together.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
You could be correct. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, Sitch, an 08 housing crash video equals I'll be S-Class for life.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, there you go. There you go.
A lifer.
A lifer. CT says if you ever do a face reveal, it should be an Oval Office replica.
Oh my God, that would be so amazing.
That's funny. That's funny. Overseer's Log for $2 says, missed the stream, but here's some free will bucks. Well, thank you very much, Overseer's Log. As always, you get 2 free units of free will.
Yeah.
Be a good overseer. Okay. Most of those overseers in Fallout, they end up being evil. Don't be. Use your free will. Be good.
Accordingly.
And whatever you do, don't open the fucking door to the wastelands. Okay.
Love me to get wasted in the wastelands.
Jarful of Love for 2 Aussie bucks. Thank you, Jarful of Love.
What's
I feel
up,
like we haven't
Jar?
seen Jarful of Love in a while.
It's nice to see him.
Alex Karras for $5 says, A-Team, S-Class. Despite my shiny new harmonica, I think I'm John Squad. There you go.
Oh, sweet.
Alex has joined the John Squad. Or shouldn't the John Squad be the J Crew?
The J Crew.
The J Crew.
I do like that.
There you go. Alex Karras is on the J Crew.
We've all chosen brands that are always mega brands.
Yep. Bob for $10 says a lot more people would accept traditional teachings on sex, i.e. no homosexuality or premarital sex, if Christians weren't damned hypocrites. Where's the Christian outrage at all the divorces? Do you think that's true? More people would accept traditional teachings on sex if they weren't hypocrites? I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know. The birth control pill changed everything.
Yeah, I think the birth control pill did change everything.
I got a new Fooly Cooley shirt. I don't know if you saw it.
You wearing it right now?
Of course.
Oh, yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
I bought a bunch of new shirts. All black.
All black, except for the very colorful anime picture on the front.
Yeah.
Bob for $5 says it's Neo reaction, Adam. Neo
it is?
reaction. That's
I
right.
can't just say reactionary.
No, you have to say
Sometimes
Neo reactionary.
They shorten it to reactionary all the time.
I don't know. All these labels are confusing.
Yeah.
You're right that it's anti-liberal. It's a collapse mentality. They believe in a kind of neo-feudalism. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yep.
Ivan Geterix for $5 says the left has successfully poisoned the terms referring to Marxism when applied to culture, and no other terms exist to verbalize that idea. True. Very true. You're not allowed to talk about culture and Marxism colliding whatsoever, because if you do, that's a Nazi conspiracy, my friends.
Yeah. You just got to give in. You got to submit to the Marxism.
That it was a very intelligent but incredibly dishonest branding on the socialist perspective to say you literally can't even talk about what we're doing, because by talking about what we're doing is a Nazi conspiracy. That's insane when you
It's
actually
good
say
strategy.
that.
It is good strategy.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
Demoralize your opponent.
Bob for $10 says, thanks, Bob. Bob is giving us lots of money today. Bob always gives us lots of money. Thank you, Bob. You'll hear the phrase, I won't debate my own existence in trans circles. It's a great defense tool. Any debate is seen as violence on their self. True. It's another very good, but
own existence.
Yes, a very good but dishonest debate tactic.
Well, I would. Well, good, because I'm not going to debate my own existence either. I thought we were here to talk about trans rights.
Right. But Bob continues for another $5 says the problem with white nationalists like Fuentes is that leftist intellectuals support him with claims like being white is like showing up to work on time. I know.
That's a big problem. Yeah.
That was another bullshit thing that Vosh circulated when he was on Tim Pool's stream.
Mm-hmm.
And Tim Pool brought up the National African American Museum had the white people chart, and being on time was part of white culture.
Yeah, God, that's so bad.
And Vosh was like, "Oh, that's just some intern somewhere made that chart. That's not important." I'm like, "Fuck you. That's fucking Judith Cates's chart. She's like one of the progenitors of People's Are. You can't fucking just say, oh, that's some intern. Like, get the fuck out of here." I think this is Vosh's greatest skill. He's able to just bullshitly say things that he has no information on, but with lots of authority in his voice. So people just assume what he's saying is true.
Yeah. You know what that's called?
Having no shame.
Grifting. That's called grifting.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
There's the grift. Rich Jammer for 125. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna say penis inspection dollars. 125 penis inspection dollars.
Mm-hmm. What? You're evil.
Says, you've been reading some of my non-super chats for the past month, so here's some money. Oh, well, they've been good. They've been good, Rich. Sitch, is there a movie you like better than the book? Yes. One of my favorite movies of all time, I think, is far superior to the book.
2001: A Space Odyssey.
No, fuck you. American Psycho.
Oh yeah, American Psycho is a great movie.
I tried to read the book. It's basically unreadable to me.
Yeah.
I can't visual. So much of the book is just the visual details of every fucking thing he has in his apartment and like everything he's doing with his get up in the morning routine. I just can't. I can't.
What about Fight Club?
I think Fight Club, the book and the movie are basically equally good. Actually, I know. I think Fight Club. I like the movie better.
Yeah, I thought it might be the situation. Fight Club is just such a perfect movie.
Fight Club is a perfect movie. I like the movie better. I like the ending of the movie better.
Mm-hmm.
The book has a darker ending.
Really? Oh my god!
You don't remember?
I don't know. I never read the book.
The movie ends with him and Darla holding hands as the buildings collapse.
And they die.
They don't die.
Oh.
They live. Well, you don't know. It just ends. The movie just ends.
Oh, the movie, yeah, but I mean,
the book. No, in the book, Darla shows up with the building with with a bunch of people from like the cancer group meetings and all this other stuff, and he passes out because he shot himself in the face, which is more realistic, I guess. And when he wakes up, he's in the hospital, and the people taking care of him are part of Project Mayhem. At the end of it, they say, "Oh, don't worry, everything's being taken care of, sir," and that's the end of the book.
Oh, okay.
So it's a lot darker of an ending, but
still kind of ambiguous. But
yeah, still very ambiguous about what happened, but still darker. So no, Fight Club and American Psycho, I think the movies are better, definitely better than the books. American Psycho definitely. Fight Club's pretty close. Beyond that, I'm not sure I can think of one off the top of my head, but
God, I remember seeing that in the movie theater, and fuck, I am such a huge Pixies fan, and I was like, this movie can't get any better. And then I heard that, like, Where's My Mind Start, and I was like, oh my god, how did they do it? It just went from the most amazing movie ever to like 10 times better. You talk about movie endings, god damn, you're like, okay. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, that was like that's a perfect song for that scene. Oh shit.
That was a perfect song.
Yeah, you can't do that in a book. You can't do that in the book. You can't.
Okay, here's a controversial take. Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that's super controversial shit.
I don't know. I wouldn't agree with. Well, I don't know. I'm mixed. Well, on one hand, Lord of the Rings spends way too much time detailing a bunch of nonsense I don't care about. But there's a lot of parts in the Lord of the Rings books that aren't in the movie that I like way better. So I think I'm still going to have to say I like the Lord of the Rings. I like them both. I wouldn't say that the one's better than the other. I like them both equally. So maybe that's what I'll say.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
What?
The DJ Foy for $5 Aussie. Adam, look up Sisters of Battle in 40K. All female waifu army. Also, the book Brotherhood of the Snake is really good. Standalone 40K book. What? Sisters of Battle? I might have to get that.
There you
book.
go. Oh, here's a good one. A movie that's better than the book. Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump book is super weird. Super weird. Very different than the movie. book is definitely, I mean, the movie's definitely better. So Adam's distracted. He's looking up Sisters of Battle.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look it up too. Let's see these Sisters of
Bum.
Battle 40K. Let's see the hot waifus. I don't know. This doesn't look very waifu-esque. I'm looking at the images, Adam.
Oh, you are.
Yeah. Orion above average for $5 says, take my free will books. Hope you and your moms had a good day. Thank you, Orion. And as always, five free will units for you for free. Thank you.
Sweet.
Time out. Adam is dying. He's too tired.
What?
How about Jurassic Park?
I'm too tired for what? What do you want me to do?
I don't
Dance
remember the
around?
Jurassic Park book at all, I'll be honest. I've read Jurassic Park and Lost World, and I don't remember them at all. I remember liking the Lost World book more than, and I thought the movie sucked, but everyone thought the Lost World movie sucked. I remember thinking pretty equally. I thought Jurassic Park and the Jurassic Park books were both pretty good, but I don't remember it enough to comment on.
God.
What?
Just
What are you
all
looking
this,
at?
all this reading you've done. It's crazy.
Oh. Yeah, see, well, Adam is reading all these non-fictional books. I was reading all these fiction books.
Yeah.
Ty
Well,
Miller
no,
for $5.
I didn't really start reading until I got like an Audible account. And,
That's true.
yeah.
Ty Miller for $5 says, settle a bet. Do you get unlimited free will if you buy all the variant covers of Supervillains Anonymous? Or for another $5, Ty Miller says, do you also have to buy the not safe for work S-Class cover as well? Well, I think we talked about this, didn't we?
I don't remember the answer, though.
We talked about this. We said, I thought we said unlimited free will was too dangerous.
Yeah. Unlimited free will is like a stretch goal.
Well, no.
I think it's
yeah.
like $500,000 stretch goal. So I don't
Well, and
know.
also unlimited free will is kind of like a curse. You don't really want unlimited free will. Like you think you do.
What are you doing?
Don't.
No, it's our stretch goal. You want unlimited free will. What are you talking about? Who wouldn't offer it to them if if they didn't
We have
want
to
it?
be true. Okay, we have to be true. Okay, unlimited free will is a curse. It's a burden.
No
okay?
way. It's like all you can eat buffet. You know, you end
It's
up
it's like being immortal and watching everyone around you die. Okay, it's a curse. You don't know if you really want
you don't
unlimited
know
free
the
will.
people I know. Maybe I want to see them die, okay? All slowly over time.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, Ty. Here's what we'll do. Since S-Class and A-Team can't agree on this.
Why wouldn't you want the censored cover? I've seen under these censors, and I'm telling you, it's good. It's very good.
If you buy all variant covers and the uncensored cover, you don't automatically get free will, but you get the choice to access unlimited free will. But here's the thing. Once you open that valve,
oh no, it's
there's
like
no turning back, my friend.
Yeah. There's no Mordor here to dump your ring in.
No, it's like the Matrix. Once you're unplugged, boyo. There's no going back. So so I guess that option is available to anyone who gets all the variant covers.
Yeah.
But I would advise against it.
Is unlimited free will anything like unlimited cocaine? I'm just curious.
It's much worse. It's much worse.
Just curious.
It's much worse. It's much worse.
I don't know if I want unlimited free will now.
See, suddenly Adam's realizing maybe.
Hold on, we might have,
maybe
have
there's
to modify the stretch goal here.
The stretch goal should be unlimited limited free will. That should be the same.
I'm changing it to unlimited cocaine.
No. Change it to unlimited limited free will. Okay.
Okay.
If you change to unlimited cocaine, I'm pretty sure we'll get booted. So.
I know. I was gonna say no. We'll lose our Indiegogo immediately.
The DJ Foy for $5 says, Adam. Oh, that's the one you read. Look up Sisters of Battle. All female waifu army. Also, the book Brotherhood of the Snick is a really good standalone 40K book. The Brotherhood of the Snake.
I'm putting all these in my wish list.
There you go. Put in your wish list. Utter Nonsense for $3 says, oh, I read that one. Adam's
What?
Adam's soft white weasel.
Oh God, that's hilarious.
Oh my God. Adam's soft white weasel. For $3, if I can find it, says, any thoughts on the vaccine clots and sudden death? Legitimate concern or just rare hype?
Nee, I'm vaccinated. I don't want to hear this.
Well, I mean, no one gets the clots this late. You know, you get it pretty quickly after, I thought.
Yeah. I mean, you're weighing the pros and cons, and the after effects of COVID are no joke, man. I'm seeing friends that have got this stuff that are still like lingering headaches that they never had before. All kinds of shit, man.
Yeah. What's the problem? There's a potentially a lot of long-term problems. That you could end up with, so,
reduced lung capacity. I don't know. So I mean,
mental fog. You know,
you just have to do the cost benefit, and I mean, so far, aside from like a sick day after I did the second shot, I got no downsides. And tomorrow's actually my 2-week period since the second dose, and so that's when you're supposedly clean. So my wife and we're going to fucking Disneyland, man.
Right.
Disneyland is at half capacity right now, which is like, what?
I thought they already. I thought they were already letting. Did they not? I thought the CDC already made a decision to allow Johnson & Johnson vaccines, even with the concern of the clots.
They might have. And Johnson & Johnson is the weakest vaccine. It's supposed to be a 1-dose vaccine, but from what I've heard, it's just not as effective.
Supposedly it's not as effective as the other ones.
If you're going to get vaccinated, like, why would you
get
vaccinated for half the effects of it?
Johnson & Johnson one is it was made with the normal vaccine procedure. It's not an mRNA one like the other ones are.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a difference. I thought,
which is interesting
Pfizer
because both
was
the ones that had the clotting issues were both Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca, which were both classic vaccines, not mRNA ones. So
yeah, new technology.
Yeah, but I don't know. It seemed, as Adam said, I think it's a cost benefit thing. The blood clots seem pretty super rare from people talking about it. I mean, they said, what is it? 6 cases out of 6.8 million? Like, that's super rare, right?
Yeah.
It could be more, obviously. That's just not reported, I guess. But if if you're worried about it, just try to get a Pfizer or Moderna one, I guess. Which also, I mean, I would try to get Pfizer or Moderna anyway, just because they seem to be more effective, at least for now, than the Johnson & Johnson ones. So
you didn't pay for your vaccine, right? You just signed up and got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone pay for it? I thought everyone just got it. I thought if you had any medical insurance, I thought all medical insurance covers it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, I guess if you have no medical insurance, maybe. But even then, I thought it was only like...
they were making people pay for the Moderna because it was more expensive.
Oh, I don't know. Because I got Pfizer, but...
Yeah, I got Pfizer.
I thought the most expensive one was only like $50 or something. I don't know, but... Because I know originally I had signed up for a Johnson & Johnson one. And then I was and I looked into it and I saw that it was less effective. And I was like, oh, I'm going to switch to a different place that offers a Pfizer one. So I don't know. I think it's rare hype. But also I think the more legitimate concern is just if it's not as effective. I think that's a more legitimate concern. No one for $10. Thank you, no one. Says, well, I spent the 5 hours watching Invincible instead of the stream, so think Sitch, think S-Class, and A-Team will outlive the entirety of the race, grifters, and we're fighting amongst each other. What will we have left when S-Class wins? There you go. Thank you, no one. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
That Invincible people like. It's supposed to be pretty good.
They do. Unfortunately, I looked up the think meme, and I'm pretty sure I just spoiled like the entire series. So if you haven't seen Invincible, don't actually look up the scene of the Think meme because it does basically spoil the entire series for you.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Dr. Diller for $3 says, one thing that came out of the super straight thing was there were some fantastic screenshots I got from Twitter. Turns out people like Thought Slime that hate it are also really funny to troll. Who would have thunk? Yep.
No, but look, Dr. Dealer, you're just some kind of 4chan Nazi doctor, okay? Confirmed Nazi plan, okay?
Yep. Secret Nazi.
Not sure for another $5. Oh, no, it's not sure, not no one. Not sure who was in the movie Idiocracy. Says, Ethereum hitting 4K during the stream. Crank out them free will NFTs and give the owners weekly distributions of free will bucks. Hey, team, right into my bloodstream.
Wow.
There you go.
I didn't get my Ethereum yet, though.
Oh, sorry, Adam.
I know. I'm desperate. Come on. I want a pullback.
A pullback?
Yeah. Where Ethereum drops lower.
Why did somebody make this?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why someone made this. But I sent it to you. I don't know if you want to post it or not, but nah, Duck for $10 says, haven't watched the stream, but just wanted to remind you about the right to repair and Louis Rosman again. Also, did you call your mothers today, chat? Yes, I'm trying to guilt you. Yes, I hope you all called your mothers or talked to them in person and wished them a happy Mother's Day.
Hell yeah. Of course I did.
Hell yeah.
I'm a good kid. Oh my God.
A Dr. Diller for $3 says, PSS, I sent Dev a copy of Why Nations Fail about 8 months ago through the mail for him to open on stream, but he's such a lazy turd he hasn't opened it yet.
What a bastard.
Nobody ruined the surprise, though. Any other sick books for me to check out? Yeah, what was it? What was that sex book you keep recommending?
Yeah, you could check that out. I mean,
What was it called again?
Let me look here. Like it's a super long title. When Men Behave Badly, the Hidden Roots of Sexual Deception, Harassment, and Assault.
By, that'd probably be easier to
David
look up by
M. Buss.
David M. Buss.
B-U-S-S, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting.
It is interesting. Very interesting.
The Universal Acid for $5 sent us this picture, which is the pointy-haired boss talking to Dilbert.
I got it. Yeah, I'll bring it up. Don't spoil it.
Okay.
Look at that.
JJ Chica for $5 says, check out Hardcore History series Supernova in the East about World War II. It's more structured and has a lot of great stuff about the Pacific. Okay. Supernova in the East. I will check that out. Eddie's Last Stand sent us on Twitter, goth girlfriends are best girlfriends.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's not untrue.
What are you guys talking about? Yeah.
Everyone wants a big titty goth girlfriend, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's not untrue.
Yeah. It's even worth adjusting your musical taste for.
That's so funny.
Sitch and Adam are talking about you again. We should really tweet this at Scott Adams.
We should not tweet this at Scott Adams. That's pretty lame.
Why?
It seems pretty like, I don't know.
Oh,
like
yeah,
notice me, senpai.
It does. You're right. Never
Yeah.
mind.
But yeah, the Universal Acid for $5 made this picture. So CT sent us a meme that Ivor and Geterix made, which I think you'll like. I think you'll like it.
Probably not. We'll see.
No.
Oh, no. I love it.
Yeah. Nathan Margolis for $5 says, I don't clip the risky stuff because if you get canceled, I lose my revenue stream. LOL. There you go. Nathan's on top of this.
Oh my God, this meme is amazing. This meme is amazing.
You know when you have it up.
This is yeah. God, you just can't mess with a guy who doesn't give a fuck. It's just like it's a superpower.
See, now Adam's trying to say he's the Sigma male instead of the alpha male.
What are you talking about?
Because that's the Sigma male right there. Adam doesn't understand all these terms. He's too boomer. He doesn't give a fuck enough to understand the world around him.
Who cares?
There you go.
Okay, I brought it up. You probably can't see it for like 20 seconds.
That's
Which means
fine.
they can't see it for. No, they see it. I mean,
They see it when you. Yeah, they see it. So it's got a picture of the crying.
They
crying.
see it.
The crying Woj. No, they don't. They don't. Because I'm looking at when they see it, but they're hearing me in the past, Adam. Okay. It's like Tenet. It's all very confusing.
I know. I don't understand. Explain this Tenet style. No, let's just read the meme. We can all see it now, right?
Yes. You got the crying Wojak that says, "When's the new video?" And then you have another
Sitch.
Crying Wojak with a Sitch mask
I know. I'm working on
saying, "I'm working on it." That's pretty funny.
trying
and
to
then
trying to play it off right there.
Then you have
Crying man.
the all your takes are garbage, and Adam just says, "I know."
I know. Yeah, exactly.
There
I
you
know.
go. There you go.
Fuck you. Oh my god, this is the best meme ever.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll give you that, Varangetrix. That's pretty good.
Yes, this will
That's
be
pretty good.
This will be being shared on Twitter immediately.
Jeez. It hurts. It hurts, but it's a little true. The DJ Foy for 5 Aussie says, Sitch would recommend Hardcore History's Mongol history series. It's long, but a really good jumping off point for that point of history, that period of history. Oh, okay. Interesting. I was actually very curious to learn more about the Mongols anyway, after watching the show that was kind of stupid, but I kept watching it anyway, Marco Polo. So I don't know if you've ever seen that, Adam, but
Marco Polo, no, I haven't seen it.
yeah. It was kind of dumb, but I just kept watching it because why not? Anyways.
You don't have a comic to finish. That's why.
That's true. I watched I watched it like 3 years ago or whenever,
Okay.
so that's nothing to do with the comic. But
I got you.
anyways.
What, is this it? Already? So
Anyways.
You said we had a long time left to go. Where's my
Yeah, that was
harmonica?
like an hour or two ago, Adam.
Oh, it was? Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta...
Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly.
I've been practicing
Jesus
my
Christ.
my
crazy.
my improvised jazz harmonica.
It's going crazy here. Thank you all for coming.
How do you like it?
Joining us on this
jazz
journey
promises
through
it.
Adam's awful harmonica playing. I don't know if I could stand it if it was just me. You know, as long as I know that everyone else is subjected to the pain and the torture, it makes it bearable, all right? But if it was just me, I couldn't put up with it. I'd call for a divorce if like Adam. We've been streaming for a few years now. It's been a good run. I think we should start streaming with other people.
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
Chris Hill for $5. Sneaking at the answer here says, this is for Adam for reading my chat comment. Love is dead, Adam. You guys are great. Let's see what is over the hill soon. Thanks, Chris.
I hope love is not dead, guys, but
I hope not. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you all for coming with us on this journey through the insanity, the bullshit, the thought slime trying to rationalize a completely untenable, completely ridiculous position that is both vacuous, shallow, and also pedantic. It's both those three things. Anyways, hope you all have a wonderful Mother's Day. Take care.
bye-bye!
That was a bad bye-bye.
I tried to mix it up.